Web novels and web novel audiobooks are not the same. If you simply copy and paste a web novel into an audiobook format, the final result will provide a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every single chapter in this novel to ensure an enjoyable and immersive experience for you. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to make sure the narration flows naturally, almost as if you were reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I do acknowledge that I adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. I hope you understand that this does not violate copyright policies. The reason I do all of this is simple: I'm just a big fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3, but if that feels too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you for your support. However, he overlooked one crucial detail: Princess Itohime's ability to see into people's hearts. At the same time, this incident also revealed a more serious matter. Chapter 75, The Two Emperors Pirates Go to War. The mastermind behind the last assassination attempt on Itohime was Hody Jones. The Great Knight of the Sea, Neptune, was completely furious. He immediately ordered Hody Jones to be declared the most wanted criminal on the Fishman Island. As for you, Neptune glanced at the fishman kneeling before him, uncertainty in his eyes. The other party had served him for more than 10 years. Even if he made a big mistake and wanted to kill him, Neptune still couldn't bear it. At this time, Princess Itohime gently tugged at Neptune and said, it would be better to let him atone for his sins. We will continue to act with him. After the Big Mom Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates are victorious, we can lure Hody Jones out and have Jinbai and Tiger ambush him secretly. Neptune's eyes lit up. My wife is right, this is a clever plan. Neptune leaned over and looked at the fishman on the ground. Let me ask you, are you willing to atone for your sins? I am, I do. Neptune nodded, and Tiger took the man away. With the poisoner found, stopping the poison and adjusting Neptune's treatment should allow the toxins to gradually leave his body. Vice Admiral Lynch, from today on, you are my benefactor. Neptune raised his glass and toasted Lynch. If it weren't for Lynch, who was still drinking poison every day, he might have died one day. It's scary to think about. My husband and I will always help if you need anything in the future, Princess Itohime said to Lynch. You're welcome. Lynch held up his wine glass at the same time, and he also saw that the vigilance hidden in their eyes had been replaced by a more friendly and trusting demeanor. It's not easy to earn the trust of the Fishman Island. It was clear that the couple had been cautious of Lynch at first, but they had only recently begun to trust him. Given the tense relationship between mermaids and humans, their cautiousness was understandable. The banquet ended harmoniously, and that night, Lynch lay on the palace waterbed, deep in thought. Sengoku's order was clear: don't get involved in the fighting, just protect the royal family. However, dealing with so many pirates felt pointless to him. Facing these big, overgrown troublemakers, it was uncertain how much he could tolerate. Squeak! Suddenly, the door opened from the outside. Who's here at this hour? In the moonlight, Lynch saw a mermaid girl wrapped in a quilt. Ah! The mermaid girl lowered her head and said, as thin as a mosquito, the boss asked me to accompany you. It's interesting, they even arranged special services. Lynch praised Neptune in his heart. It's worth saving this old guy's life. He patted the bed next to him and said, what are you waiting for? Come here. Lynch have always been curious about how many holes a mermaid has on its body. It looks like this wish might come true today. Yes, sir. The mermaid girl swam over, her cheeks flushed crimson. Thud, thud, thud. That night, there were particularly many mosquitoes in Dragon Palace. In Lynch's room, there was a loud pop sound of swatting mosquitoes. The next day, Lynch woke up from the bed, and the mermaid girl beside him had already left. Thinking on his conversation with the mermaid girl from the night before, Lynch thought, it turns out that normal mermaids only have a mouth. Just then, Princess Itohime's voice came from outside the door. Mr. Lynch, it looks like the battle outside is about to begin. Would you like to come out and watch? The Big Mom pirates are here for the sweets of the Fishman Island, and Whitebeard is a friend of Neptune. Neither side will harm the residents, as occupying the island would be pointless. Calling the Marine was just a precaution. Therefore, Princess Atoheim is not worried about the palace being in danger. Coming, he and Princess Atoheim walked out together. At the edge of the palace, the area was surrounded by palace guards. Neptune and his 3 sons stood on a high platform, looking into the distance. Princess Atoheim and Lynch joined them at the top of the long stair. "Hey, I heard you saved my father yesterday. Please stay in the city today and don't go out to die," the eldest prince said. Though his tone was rough, he already considered Lynch one of their own. "It doesn't look as big as us. Why are you pretending to be an expert?" the second prince muttered, looking away. Neptune, however, was focused entirely on the distant battlefield and did not hear his sons. "Hey, I have quite a few acquaintances down there." After climbing to a high place, Lynch took a look and saw that there were many acquaintances in the Big Mom pirates below. The 33rd son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Raisin. The 18th daughter of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Garrett. In addition, there are a few people who have never been seen before, but whose identities can be recognized at a glance just by their appearance. The eldest son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Prospero. The 3rd son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Oven. The 19th son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Montanador. The 14th daughter of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Smoothie. A total of 6 high-ranking cadres were dispatched. Among them are the eldest son, Prospero, and Smoothie, one of the 4 sweet commanders. This shows the Big Mom pirates are determined to win the Fishman Island. Garrett, Smoothie. Lynch's attention was mainly on Garrett and Smoothie. With mostly ordinary and weird faces among the group, it's no surprise the 2 beauties stood out. Smoothie's long legs were particularly enticing. Lynch wondered how Big Mom managed to have such diverse-looking children. While many of them were quite ugly and hard to see, some, like Garrett and Kusagakure, were notably beautiful and handsome. In addition to thousands of pirates occupying the advantageous terrain, there were cannons, muskets, and various other weapons. "Here, use this telescope to get a better view," the 3rd prince said, handing Lynch a telescope. "Thanks." When Lynch took the telescope, his vision instantly changed from HD to Blu-ray 1086p. "Get ready, the Whitebeard pirates are coming," Prospero announced loudly. In the Big Mom pirates, Prospero is known for his strategic mind and unique command abilities. "It's coming, from above." As soon as he finished speaking, a Whitebeard pirate's ship crashed through the outer membrane of the Fishman Island and descended from the sky. There was a loud bang as the ship landed, and the special coating on it shattered just before it touched down. "Here we come, yay!" Marco, ever the first, leaped from the boat. Following him were, the commander of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Thatch. Commander of Whitebeard's 5th Division, Vista. Commander of Whitebeard's 7th Division, Rukongai. Commander of Whitebeard's 9th Division, Blenheim. Chapter 76, 076 Marco, Pineapple Head? Humphrey, Marco, where's Whitebeard? Didn't he come in person? Prospero said, frowning. Marco grinned, you don't need a big knife to kill a chicken. I'm more than enough for this. Marco looked around and mocked, without Kusagakure, none of you are my match. Prospero replied, lick it up and see what happens. Marco's grin widened, come on then, try me. Tension quickly escalated, and the air grew thick with the scent of impending battle. Prospero gave the command, and the cannons roared. Thousands of pirates charged, brandishing their swords and shouting, kill. Don't let Pops down. Marco raised his arms and shouted, rallying his crew as Big Mom pirates charged fearlessly. Swords clashed, and both sides suffered heavy blows in the chaotic battle. Lynch watched the battle unfold with keen interest. The 4 Emperor's pirates are really something else. Their basic crew members are on a whole different level compared to the small-time pirates, he remarked, still observing the fierce combat. If pirates like these showed up every day, it might actually make things easier for us Marines, he mused, a hint of amusement in his tone. Pineapple Head, I've been waiting to crush you. Prepare yourself. Who are you calling Pineapple Head? Soldiers clashed with soldiers, and commanders faced off against commanders. Prospero was ready to charge at Marco, but a hand pulled him back mid-stride. Smoothie, what are you doing? He demanded. You go deal with the others and leave the Pineapple Head to me. Smoothie replied calmly. Without waiting for Prospero's agreement, she stepped in to face Marco herself. Am I disliked? Prospero wondered, torn between laughing and crying. Is it inevitable for every sister to grow distant from her brother as she matures? The younger sister was obviously worried that he couldn't beat Pineapple Head. How could he be so weak? You're the Pineapple Head. I won't let anyone else call me that. The conversation between the brother and sister made Marco very angry. He vowed to show them just what he was capable of. In the heat of battle, Smoothie repeatedly thrust her sword into the pirates. Within moments, her 3-meter-long blade was covered in bodies, like candied hawthorns on a skewer. The pirates impaled on her sword screamed as they were drained, turning into mummies before the naked eye. The blade glowed with an eerie light. As a squeeze fruit user, Smoothie could extract the essence from their bodies to enhance her own strength. The more people she extracts, the stronger she becomes. Though she usually prefers taking it easy, Smoothie doesn't hesitate to give her all when it's necessary. Is she going to use that move? Lynch narrowed his eyes from the stands. Despite the jokes about Smoothie having a bounty of 900 million and legs worth 800 million, she might be serious this time. But within the Big Mom pirates, her strength is second only to Big Mom and Kitakuri. She's the second strongest among the 4 sweet commanders. Juice Giant. Smoothie unleashed a massive sword slash from the air, spanning several hundred meters. It cut down countless pirates as it tore across the battlefield, heading straight for Marco. Any pirate touched by the sword's light was instantly felled. This crazy woman even attacks her own crew. Marco muttered as he halted his dive and instantly transformed into his phoenix form. Struck by the sword's light, Marco was sent flying like a meteor, crashing through most of Fishman Island and toppling countless buildings before finally coming to a stop. King Neptune's heart sank. How much will the repairs cost? Marco. Are you okay? Several officers of the Whitebeard pirates called out, their faces filled with worry. In the next moment, a bright green flame burst through the ruins and soared into the sky. Half of Marco's body was wrapped in the green flames. He smiled and said, "It's not that easy to defeat me." The Whitebeard pirates erupted in excitement, shouting Phoenix over and over. "Marco, your weakness is exposed," Baron Prospero sneered as he secretly sent out a stream of syrup. It instantly solidified around Marco's ankle and yanked him down. As a lick fruit user, Prospero's syrup hardens tougher than steel. "Good job, brother," Smoothie said as she jumped into the sky, grabbing Marco and preparing to squeeze him into juice. Bang! A massive figure shattered the 100-meter-long syrup chain connected to Marco's ankle. "Prospero, your opponent is me," said Sachi, the 4th Division commander, as he stepped in front of Prospero. "Who are you?" "Candy Maiden." Prospero taunted as a massive candy giant rose from the ground like a mountain. Marco, Smoothie, Prospero, and Sachi clashed fiercely in battle. This Sachi is quite strong. He'll probably be killed by Blackbeard in the future, and it will likely involve a sneak attack, Lynch observed with interest. Pineapple Head was stronger than Smoothie, and Prospero was stronger than Sachi. Despite this, the 4 of them fought evenly for a while. It's a shame. The phoenix fruit is a mythical beast type, but its talents are focused on defense and recovery, Lynch remarked. If the battle drags on for a few days, Marco's endurance might win. But in a short fight, it's hard to say. If they could defeat Sachi while Marco is protecting him and keep the battle from dragging on, the Smoothie siblings would win. When a weaker opponent faces a stronger one, the Phoenix fruit can make them doubt their survival. Even if they're clearly stronger, they might find themselves unable to escape death while the opponent clings on, dragging out the fight. On the contrary, if they fight enemies that are only slightly weaker than them, they will not be able to win the battle quickly. While the four were fighting to death, other cadres were not idle either. Owen battled Flower Sword Vista. Maunder faced Division 9 Captain Blenheim. The siblings Raisin and Garrett fought against Rakuyo, the captain of the 7th Division. Vista, I'm the nemesis of all swordsmen, Owen declared. Are you ready for your sword to melt? Owen's hands glowed red as steam from the intense heat rose into the sky. As a heat fruit user, Owen can melt even Nimto swords. Let's see which is faster, your hands or my sword, Vista challenged. With a deep armament color coating his sword, the two long blades clashed, creating blurring after images. If a grown man dances with a sword, he dances. But why so many flowers? Lynch observed with a chill as he watched a burly man with flowers floating around him every time he prepared to strike. Father, can we be as strong as them in the future? Yes, Father, the three princes were in awe, having never experienced human strength so directly before. They looked at Neptune with great anticipation. Ho ho ho, of course it's possible, Neptune said, patting their heads affectionately. Jinbai and Tiger are no weaker than them, and you haven't even met all the strong person around you. The prince's eyes lit up. Then we'll definitely ask Mr. Tiger's guidance and become top masters like him. The eldest prince, Fukaboshi, imagined the future when he would return from his training, having reached the peak of strength. Chapter 77, 077 Change of History? Ha ha ha. That kind of level is not considered a trop expert, it's just barely enough to make it onto the stage of history. Lynch said, shaking his head and laughing after overhearing their conversation. What did you say? The second prince turned and asked with a smirk. Are you kidding? They're cadres of the four emperors' crew, and you think you're qualified to judge them? The third prince was very angry. The human beings in front of him were not very powerful, but they could brag. Fukaboshi couldn't help but taunt, so, you think you're really good at fighting? He also wanted to let go of his prejudice against Lynch because he saved his father's life. Who would have thought that this guy had such a big tone? I wouldn't say I'm very strong, but beating these guys is relatively easy, Lynch said modestly. Humphrey, so arrogant. The second prince was fuming and chose to ignore Lynch. Fukaboshi rolled his eyes and said, if you're so powerful, why are you just standing here? Go down and beat them all. The third prince even said, if you are half as good as them, I will eat shit on the spot. Ignoring the third prince's challenge, Lynch laughed and said, I'd like to join the fight, but I need to protect you. TCH, just bragging, the prince muttered. Don't be rude to your benefactor. Neptune looked away, and slapped one of his sons, silencing everyone with their shock. It doesn't look good. I remember that the Whitebeard pirates eventually took Fishman Island. Am I mistaken? Lynch said, eyeing the distant battlefield with suspicion. Butter heat wave. Fire slash. While the others remained in a stalemate, the siblings Raisin and Garrett quickly defeated the 7th Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates. These two are much stronger than when I last saw them. Lynch remembered the last time he met the siblings in East Blue. If Katakuri hadn't arrived in time, they'd probably still be in Impel Down. Since their defeat at the hands of Lynch that day, the two siblings have been often dragged to devil training by Katakuri, who loves his family. Thinking back on it, they still have lingering fears. It turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as their strength improved significantly. Once there was a winner on the battlefield, the balance quickly broke. After the two siblings won, they quickly joined the fight to help others. Their team's strength grew rapidly, like a snowball effect. They swiftly defeated the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates, leaving only Marco struggling to hold on. Prospero. Pineapple Head is the last one left. Prospero taunted cheerfully. Damn it. Marco gritted his teeth in frustration. Marco, don't get obsessed with fighting. Retreat for now. Sachi led the defeated pirates to retreat to their ship. They only needed to light the explosives on the stern to escape Fishman Island. Just wait, I'll make you pay for this. Marco said angrily as he prepared to leave, knowing that now wasn't the time for further fighting. Smoothie and the others watched as the Whitebeard pirates left but did not pursue them. Their mission was to protect Fishman Island. If they killed the enemy's cadres, it could trigger an all-out war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates. This was something they wanted to avoid. Here, the Neptune family put down their binoculars. It looks like the Big Mom pirates have won. Let's go down and start preparing to build numerous desert workshops on Fishman Island. To survive in this dangerous era of great pirates, Neptune has his own strategies. Though he is friends with Whitebeard and Jinbai, he hopes Whitebeard will be the ultimate victor. However, securing protection from the Big Mom pirates with just some desserts is not impossible. Neptune knows that any mermaid could fetch hundreds of millions of belly on the black market. It's better for the mermaids to be exhausted from work than to be captured. Without strong deterrents, slave traders won't care if Fishman Island is affiliated with the world government or not. Logically, Lynch should be pleased that Sengoku's task was completed, but he couldn't feel any satisfaction. Shouldn't the Whitebeard pirates have won? Did I remember it wrong, or is something else going to happen? Lynch frowned. At this time, ding. New life choice is triggered. Task Choice 1, correct history and help Whitebeard gain control of Fishman Island. Reward, +1 proficiency in emission armament hockey, greatly increased favorability with Whitebeard, and Whitebeard's friendship. Task Choice 2, defeat the present pirates by force. Reward, upgrade to Sharingan, double Magatama, Tom the Cat. Note, first came Tom, then Heaven, he split a giant tree and challenged the gods. Task Choice 3, as a woman hunter, kidnap Smoothie, who has a bounty of 800 million on her legs. Reward, 3 stockings production factories. Lynch's mind flashed between the 3 options. Lynch considered the 3 options. Yes, stockings do exist in this world, not just black silk, but also white, fishnet, leopard print, and python print. The third option might seem like it's about getting 3 stockings factories, but in reality, it's about gaining a wife. But system, you're trying to win over a gentleman with a villain's approach. You're the real woman hunter, Lynch said disdainfully as he dismissed this option. Is it because Hina is no longer attractive, or Sister Giant is not appealing, or Robin is not intellectual enough? As for the second option, Lynch thought of the lazy cat with a big belly and a big mouth showing off the dried fish. Expecting this lazy cat to fight is as unlikely as pigs flying, unless he forces him with a sword. There might be a chance to equip him with a Rinnegan in the future, but he won't consider that now. System, choose one. Ding. Mission accepted successfully. Sengoku, don't you really want to take action? This reward is too tempting. Silently apologizing to Sengoku, Lynch stopped the family who was about to leave the platform. King Neptune, it looks like you want the Whitebeard pirates to take control of Fishman Island, right? Neptune realized that Lynch's interest in the matter was likely not without reason. Could it be that the Marines were willing to intervene? Oh? Do you have any ideas? Although I'm not exceptionally talented, I'm still a vice admiral. I see the tens of thousands of pirates below as nothing. If His Majesty the King desires, I can help you deal with the Big Mom pirates. Neptune was immediately disappointed. Mr. Lynch, you must be joking. Seeing Lynch's serious expression, King Neptune couldn't continue. This guy. Could he really be serious? Despite being his savior, Neptune couldn't let Lynch risk his life here. As Neptune was trying to figure out how to politely refuse, the three Fukaboshi brothers burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, this is the funniest joke I've heard all year. Brother, if you brag too much, you'll only end up harming yourself. Don't be upset. If you hadn't saved our father, we wouldn't care about your life or death. Chapter 78, 078 The Third Prince's Oath. Looking at how young you are, I suspect you have connections in the Marine. Otherwise, how could you possibly be a vice admiral? From your look, it seems this is your first time at sea. You don't even know how powerful the Big Mom pirates are. Let me tell you, even if a few seasoned vice admirals were here, they wouldn't stand a chance. The three Fukaboshi brothers shared their thoughts with each other. Although their words were harsh, their intentions were good. Princess Itohime apologized, saying, "I'm sorry for their rudeness. They mean no harm. I hope you won't be upset." Princess Itohime waited for the three brothers to finish speaking before apologizing. She hoped to make Lynch understand the harsh reality and convince him to abandon any thoughts of suicide. Lynch smiled and shook his head. "I'm not so narrow-minded as to fight with three princes." He looked at the Fukaboshi brothers. "So, if I actually defeat the Big Mom pirates, what will you do?" On one hand, he had the mission, but on the other, he couldn't ignore the potential benefits of Fishman Island. He wanted to maximize his gains. "Ha ha ha, if you really succeed, I'll accept you as my brother-in-law," Fukaboshi said. "If you succeed, my brothers will definitely call you eldest brother from now on," said the second prince. The third prince was more blunt. "I'll eat shit." The two brothers looked at him in shock. Even if they knew they could win, someone who dares to make such a bold statement must be ruthless. The three brothers spoke quickly, finishing before Princess Itohime could intervene. "All right, it's settled then. A true man stands by his word." Before anyone could react, Lynch had already dodged and flew off. "Look at what you three have done. If Mr. Lynch dies, you'll all have to apologize to me," Neptune said angrily, giving one of them a hard slap. The three brothers covered their faces, looking confused. No, they were just talking, certain that the other party wouldn't actually act on it. Why did he really go out? Their words were one thing, but now the situation was different. After defeating the Whitebeard pirates, Smoothie and other cadres gathered together with smiles on their faces. "We've completed Mother's task. She'll definitely reward us when we return." "That's right. We've achieved great things this time." "Ha ha ha, if you ask me, the Whitebeard pirates are nothing more than that. That pineapple head is just the captain of the first team. He's far weaker than the second brother." "Pra-Urin, something seems to be approaching from the sky." Prospero, the most vigilant, spotted Lynch immediately. "No. Get out of the way, it's coming down." Prospero's face changed dramatically. He used syrup to create springs and quickly propelled his brothers and sisters away. Almost the next moment, there was a loud boom and a ferocious beast nearly 10 meters smashed down. The ground shook like an earthquake. When the smoke dissipated, everyone finally saw clearly the ferocious beast inside. What a terrifying existence that is. The beast's exposed skin was covered with dragon scale-like tattoos, with sporadic dragon scales protecting vital areas. Long, sinuous horns on its head seemed to reach the sky, and the barbs on its joints were scary. In the distance, the three brothers with telescopes were nearly terrified. "So, that's Lynch. He's so powerful and frightening. He won't hold a grudge, will he?" Fukaboshi felt that the aura from Lynch was more terrifying than any Sea King he had seen. He feared that Lynch could crush him with a single punch. "Mr. Lynch is not that stingy." Princess Itohime comforted the three of them. "Of course, that's if you keep your promise." Princess Itohime wanted her sons to learn not to judge people by appearance and not to underestimate anyone. "Ah." The three princes realized what they had just said and looked more distressed than ever. Especially the third prince, who had said he would eat shit. Faced with the monster, He shuddered and suddenly felt that eating shit might not be so bad after all. What a surprise, Lynch nearly fooled me, Neptune said as he walked to the high platform. With renewed hope, he wondered if this young man truly had the strength to challenge the Big Mom pirates. Cough, cough, cough. Prospero waved the smoke away and saw the figure that had fallen from the sky. Kaido. He gasped, horrified, and took several steps back. Take a good look at the monster with the long tongue. Kaido doesn't have a crew like me. Lynch, irritated by being mistaken for Kaido whenever he transforms into his half-animal form, corrected them. In terms of seniority, the blue dragon fruit is the son of the sun candle fruit. If we talk about resemblance, it's Kaido who looks like him. With a zhang sound, the 5-meter-long dragon slayer was unsheathed, its razor-sharp edge cutting through the earth. Prospero, looking fearful, muttered, "Damn it! When did such a monster appear at sea again?" Every strong person has their own courage. For ordinary people, it's not easy to find the bravery to challenge such powerful figures. Facing the person in front of him, Prospero felt as helpless as his mother would in a severe crisis. "As you know, we are the Big Mom pirates." He raised his hand to stop his younger brother and sister from moving. Prospero's intuition told him it was best to avoid conflict with this man. Otherwise, he will die. Leave the Fishman Island obediently, and I can spare your lives for Linland's sake. Although a war with the 4 emperors was inevitable, it wasn't supposed to start now. If Lynch keeps all these people, he'll face the relentless struggle of the entire Big Mom pirate group. The threat from such a fierce crew is immeasurable. If that happens, his country, his people, and even himself will be hunted by the entire underground world by the Big Mom pirates. Even the current marine and world government dare not do this for fear of breaking the balance and facing revenge at sea. "Sorry, the Fishman Island is a command from my mother. We can't retreat without a fight." Prospero drew his staff, ready to fight to the death. "You're Lynch. That marine." Suddenly someone in the crowd recognized Lynch. Garrett stared intently at Lynch. The figure in front of her had appeared countless times in her nightmares. If the other party hadn't transformed, he would have recognized him right away. "Ah. Sister, are you sure?" Raisin, who had also been beaten by Lynch in East Blue, looked at his sister in shock. Since the severe beating they received, they had investigated marine information through the underground world. At that time, Lynch wasn't even a rear admiral. They were beaten by a low-ranking marine, which embarrassed them greatly. "Yes, I'd recognize him even if he turned to ashes." Garrett gritted his silver teeth on his beautiful face. Chapter 79, 0791 Side Massacre. She will never forget the shame Lynch brought her that day. "Are you the one who bullied my sister before?" Smoothie stood up with a pair of long legs, and it would be impossible not to fight this time. "She won't let anyone hurt her family. Everyone, be careful." Brother Kitakuri said this guy is not weak. Kitakuri rarely gives such a high evaluation. When he said this, he probably encountered something through his observation haki. Back then everyone was on high alert and ready. There were 6 of them and only one opponent. They were confident they could defeat him. Prospero signaled, and a swarm of pirates surrounded Lynch. "Don't move yet. Let our subordinates test his skills first." Prospero preferred to use regular soldiers to wear down the enemy's strength. Even if the opponent is strong, they will tire after fighting 8 or 9,000 pirates. By then, it will not be too late for him to step in and claim the victory. Kill. Lord Prospero promised heavy rewards for killing the enemy. Charge. The bloodthirsty pirates rushed at Lynch with weapons, seeing him as an easy target. Bang. Bang. Cannons fired, raining hundreds of shells from the sky. Ha ha ha, ignorance is bliss. Lynch raised the Dragon Slayer with one arm, swung it lightly, and a single majestic slash cleared away hundreds of pirates in front of him. The cannonballs in the sky were also wiped out. Sin points plus 3,278, The familiar system prompt sounded. Lynch narrowed his eyes, deciding not to use Conqueror's Haki to clear the troops. Points are only gained from actual killing, not from being stunned. He had to keep fighting. The pirates were already frightened. They never expected such ferocity. Just one move had taken out hundreds of them, hundreds of lives. He looked so relaxed, as if he were on a walk. Such an opponent was stronger than any they had faced before. Don't be afraid, everyone. He's alone. There are so many of us, he's done for. Yes, we have numbers on our side. If we swarm him, he will be finished. The pirates gathered their courage and charged at him again. Lynch sneered and swung Dragon's Lair. Wherever the sword light flashed, blood spurted, and dozens of pirates fell while screaming. Lynch showed no mercy and continued to slash with his sword. He didn't use any special skills, he just repeatedly swung his sword. In just 5 minutes, he had already killed 3,000 to 4,000 pirates. The points reminder kept ringing in his mind. Sin points +5, sin points +26, sin points +16,705. It's so hard. My armament Haki sword can't even scratch his skin. The pirate who spoke had his head crushed by a giant hand. No, this enemy is too powerful. We can't overcome him with numbers. Run. After thousands of their comrades died, the pirates finally understood the danger and tried to flee. But it was too late. Lynch moved with lightning speed, catching and throwing several fleeing pirates. Several pirates were thrown into the air and slammed into the hard wall. The sounds of cracking bones and miserable howls came one after another. Lynch didn't stop and caught up with another pirate again, slashing him with his sword. There was a poof and blood splattered everywhere. The pirate's head flew high into the air, turning into little drops of blood in the air. What kind of monster is this? When the remaining pirates saw this scene, they were all frightened. This guy is ruthless. How can they defeat him? Prospero yelled angrily, damn it. Don't let him get away, come back. Forget him and run. We need to escape while we can get support. Even if they flee now, they'll face consequences later, but at least they have a chance to survive. Staying here is definitely death. The remaining pirates ran forward and looked back. They were horrified to find that all the pirates behind were dead. Lynch was still behind them, catching up in the blink of an eye. He was floating behind the pirates like a ghost, and every time he changed places, he could take away a group of people's lives. I surrender. Please spare me. The remaining pirates finally couldn't stand the pressure and knelt down to beg for mercy. I refuse. Lynch's expression remained cold as he raised Dragon Slayer and swept his sword, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. The remaining pirates fell to the ground, dead and screaming. Lynch moved like a ghost, flickering across the battlefield. With a final PFFT, the last pirate fell, leaving only 6 cadres of the Big Mom pirates still alive. They stared at the terrifying man with shock and disbelief. Prospero had hoped to use his soldiers to wear down the opponent, but in less than 15 minutes, 8,000 or 9,000 were killed. It was beyond anything he had imagined. Next, it's your turn. Lynch pointed the bloodied Dragon Slayer at Prospero and the others. Prospero's face was gloomy. He never expected that this time they would hit the iron plate. The man was stronger than he thought. He originally thought that his numerical advantage would give him a greater chance of victory. Who would have thought that people like them are all cannon fodder? A bunch of trash without any fighting ability. A bunch of idiots who couldn't even drain a man's stamina. Lynch's face was calm and he was hardly out of breath, as if he had just finished a casual stroll. On the high platform, Neptune, Princess Atoheim, and the 3 Shark brothers witnessed Lynch's one-sided massacre with their own eyes. One man slaughtered 10,000 pirates. How strong is this man? Neptune was extremely shocked. Why had he never heard of such a powerful marine before? It's so powerful. If I were that strong, The Fishman Island wouldn't need anyone else's protection. Fukaboshi murmured, shocked and fearful. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he had made a mistake, a very stupid mistake. If he had known the other party was this powerful, he should have bowed and worshipped him from the start. Even learning just a fraction of his skill would be valuable. Looking back on his earlier behavior, Fukaboshi wished he could slap himself. The second prince was also deeply shocked. The bloody scene shocked him deeply. Tens of thousands of corpses lay on the ground, resembling a hellish battlefield. He felt extremely lucky that Lynch was still in a good mood and that he hadn't been hurt by his earlier recklessness. The second prince thought hard about how to win Lynch's favor. The third prince's mouth trembled a few times before he managed to utter a word, let him be my brother-in-law. I don't want to work hard anymore. Chapter 80, 080 Simplified Conclusion. Stop talking, we are a pirate group standing at the top of the sea, how can we be afraid of you? Prospero shouted, unleashing waves of syrup with his hands. At the same time, Prospero stomped the ground with his left foot, causing layers of crystal-like barriers to rise and trap Lynch inside. Here comes Brother Prospero's candy heat wave and candy wall. The candy wall is harder than steel. Once the syrup is poured in, the people inside will suffocate to death in 3 minutes. Owen explained. Pro'urin, get ready to turn into amber candy. Prospero shouted. Normally, he would use a layer of syrup against ordinary people, but this time he used 100 times more for Lynch. In the original story, this move instantly defeated 2 of Luffy's companions. Harder than steel? Lynch said, drawing his Dragon Slayer sword. He slashed lightly, and the candy shield shattered like paper. Then he jumped up high and avoided the subsequent wave of candy heat. Nani? Prospero exclaimed in shock. Last time, the syrup had only been broken because it was too small to contain that pineapple head. This time, he used a lot of syrup, but it still got broken. This was outrageous. How powerful is this marine guy to be able to cut through a meter of syrup? Brother, I'm coming. Smoothie raised her sword, ready to attack Lynch, but Prospero stopped her. Don't attack yet. I'll be careful not to hurt you. Watch out for my candy rain. Prospero shaped the candy into a bow, created a number of arrows, and launched a rain of arrows into the sky. The dense barrage of arrows was set to pierce Lynch. Just a little trick, Lynch said, waving Dragon's Lair. A powerful gust of wind swept away all the arrows. It's my turn now. He brought the long sword up, and a murderous aura quietly enveloped Lynch with the dark armament and haki. Ghost energy, Ashura, triple purgatory, blazing tiger. Roar. With a roar, a black tiger wrapped in ghostly energy leaped from the sword, charging at Prospero. Pro'urin. Candy Maiden. Prospero raised his cane and used candy to form a wall of dog heads in front of him as a defense. PFFT. Prospero's candy defense shattered like tofu under the attack. His body were thrown aside by the black tiger, knocked out and bleeding. It was unclear how many bones were broken. Elder brother. Gear butter. Swift fire slash. Garrett and Raisin, their eyes filled with rage, used their strongest attacks at Lynch. Boy, let's get some sleep first. Raimhack. Lynch formed iron maces in his hands and struck Garrett and Raisin, knocking them unconscious and sending them tumbling from the air. Owen and Smoothie rushed to catch them. You, Big Mom pirates, do you all want to keep fighting? Lynch asked, looking down at Smoothie and the others. Let's go. Smoothie bit her lip unwillingly and gave the order to retreat. Owen still wanted to persist, but after looking at his unconscious brothers and sisters, he couldn't help but retreat. The Whitebeard pirates were still watching from a distance. Without the Whitebeard pirates, just the presence of this Demon King would have changed the destiny of the Fishman Island alone. Smoothie, Motder, and Owen helped the unconscious Raisin, Garrett, and Prospero and fled by ship. When I think about it, there were tens of thousands of them, and they were winning against the Whitebeard pirates, but now they were defeated and fleeing like lost dogs. Neptune's expression changed drastically, and he looked in Lynch's direction in surprise. With his strength, Lynch slaughtered nearly 10,000 pirates and forced back 6 cadres of the Big Mom pirates. Such strength is probably comparable to Admiral. With Admiral-level strength at such a young age, his future is bound to be limitless. Neptune made up his mind to respect his savior more in the future and to maintain a good relationship between him and the Fishmen Island no matter what. In the Marines, having a friend like Lynch is so important. It's a pity Shirahoshi is still young, otherwise, arranging a marriage with Lynch would be a good option. Daughters eventually get married. Marrying someone else, Neptune is also worried that person will not be able to protect Shirahoshi. If the partner is Lynch, then there will be no problem. The 3 Shark brothers were completely impressed by Lynch's strength. From now on, he is their big brother, no matter what. Princess Itohime watched Lynch, deep in thought. Pineapple Head, come here. Lynch's voice cut through the battlefield and reached Marco's ears clearly. Marco, he's asking for you. Do you know him? I know shit. Marco, having just witnessed Lynch's fight, hesitated. He wondered if he should approach, knowing he might not be able to defeat him if attacked. Marco, aren't you angry when he called you Pineapple Head? Ha ha ha. I'm not stupid. Marco replied with a smile. He need the power to back up anger, otherwise, it just looks like pointless rage. Seeing that Marco wasn't coming over, Lynch simply jumped onto their ship. Seeing everyone's nervous expressions, Lynch patted Marco on the shoulder and said, Pineapple Head, tell them not to be nervous. Marco, looking up at Lynch's huge body, could only twitch his eyes. He thought to himself that he felt like a child in front of Lynch. If they were nervous, he was even more so. Pineapple Head, from now on, the ownership of the Fishmen Island will belong to you, the Whitebeard pirates. Ah. What did you say? Marco thought he must have heard wrongly. The other party fought off the Big Mom pirates just to give the Fishmen Island to them. You heard correctly. Put up Whitebeard's flag on Fishmen Island as soon as you can. If any mermaids are captured by slave traders, I'll hold you responsible. Thank you. Marco felt like he was dreaming, sitting calmly on their ship and getting Fishmen Island just like that. If that were the case, Marco would let Lynch call him Pineapple Head or even hit him without protest. The other Whitebeard pirates were also stunned by Lynch's words, unable to believe what they had just heard. All right, take over the Fishmen Island as soon as you can. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't be staying, Lynch said before leaving. Ding. Congratulations on completing the mission. Armament Hockey Proficiency Level +1, Whitebeard's favorability has increased significantly, and you've gained the friendship of the Whitebeard pirates. After the battle, his sin points have returned to 6 figures. When he back to the Dragon Palace, the 3 princes eagerly rushed forward, looking at Lynch like an idol. Brother Lynch, you're back. Yes, I'm back. Lynch felt a bit uncomfortable with how quickly the 3 had changed. He wanted to say, I actually preferred when you were a bit unruly and rebellious. Brother Lynch, are you tired? I'll have someone give you a massage. Brother Lynch, are you hungry? I have some delicious food for you. Brother Lynch, do you need a wife? As long as you ask, I can send some mermaid girls. Chapter 81, 0813 Prince Attitude, Fisher Tiger. Brother Lynch, you will be our big brother from now on. Can I not eat shit? After seeing Lynch's strength, the attitudes of Manboshi changed 180 degrees. If they underestimated Lynch before, now, after witnessing his terrifying power, they've become his biggest fans. Fishmen have always been a race that reveres strength and fierceness since ancient times. Princes, wait a moment. I need to speak with King Neptune. Lynch walked past the princes and approached Neptune. I've fulfilled my promise to you, King. Thank you. You will always be a friend of Fishman Island. You have our highest respect. Neptune, the mighty ruler of Fishman Island, but he was willing to bow down to Lynch, behave like an aristocrat, and look at him with a complicated expression. That was the majestic Big Mom pirates, one of the majestic four emperors, and they were actually defeated by a single man. At first, he just thought that the young man was hot-blooded and talked wildly with his sons. Who would have thought that such a young marine, about the same age as his own children, would have such terrifying strength? Neptune couldn't help feeling that there were so many talented people on the sea. "You're still making him stand," Princess Itoheim scolded as she approached. Because Lynch massacred more than 10,000 pirates before, his body was stained red with blood splattering everywhere. Yes, you're right, I was careless." Neptune called his men angrily. "Someone, take Mr. Lynch to wash up and rest. He is exhausted. Tonight, we'll hold a banquet in his honor. Inform all the ministers, both civil and military, everyone must attend." "Yes, Your Majesty." The guard, with a look of awe, respectfully said, "Sir, please follow me." "Rest well, you're the hero of Fishman Island," Princess Itoheim said with a warm smile. Comfortable in the natural hot spring surrounded by soothing mist, Lynch soaked in it and let out a long sigh of relief. "Sir, is this strength okay?" Several mermaid girls, blushing, knelt by the pool and used their delicate fingers to massage Lynch. "Yeah, not bad," Lynch said, half closing his eyes to enjoy the massage. "My lord, the three princes are outside asking for an audience." He didn't know how much time passed before a fishman walked in and reported. "Huh? Fukaboshi and the others?" Lynch said as he took the towel from the maid and tied it around his waist. "Let them come in." "Yes, sir." The three brothers, Fukaboshi, swam in with eager smiles. "Hey, Brother Lynch, are you enjoying the bath?" "Just tell me what you need," Lynch said as he took the towel from the mermaid and wiped his face. No need to guess, just by looking at the eager expressions on the faces of these three guys, he can tell that there must be something they want from him. He doesn't know why the three dignified princes are like pugs. Since Brother Lynch asked, we will tell you directly. Manboshi rubbed his hands. "Go ahead, tell me." The eldest prince, Fukaboshi, pushed his third brother aside, stepped in front of Lynch with a broad smile, and knelt down with a thud. The mermaid girls nearby were stunned. Was this really the same arrogant prince? "Brother Lynch, please teach us your skills." "Teach you? In fact, Fisher Tiger is quite strong. Why are you looking for me?" Fukaboshi shook his head and said, "Although our strength is weak, we still can see that Tiger's strength is definitely far below yours." Looking at the three princes in front of him, Lynch fell into deep thought. In fact, the talents of these three people are not bad. After all, they have Princess Itoheim as their mother and Shirahoshi the Poseidon as their sister. Although the next three brothers are not weak, they are far inferior to their mother's talent and their sister's cheating abilities. They can definitely be stronger. The reason for this, apart from arrogance, is that they have not been taught by famous teachers like Zephyr and Rayleigh. "I can teach you if you want, but first, Shia must leave the Fishman Island with me." The mermaid Shia is an 18-year-old fortune teller. Her divination ability is second to none in the whole world. She says two things, but no one dares to say one thing. Her prophecies were 100% accurate, and she once successfully predicted the coming era of great pirates when she was 3 years old. Additionally, like Robin, she will grow into a captivating and charming lady. If Lynch can hold such a cheating existence in his hand, it will definitely save Lynch a lot of trouble. Additionally, she is the half-sister of the fishman Arlong. Unlike him, she has always had a strong interest in humans since she was a child. The three Fukaboshi brothers exchanged looks, unsure of what to do. Even though Shia is only 18 years old, let alone them, even if their father sees Shia, he still needs to be polite. Shia Early's status in the Fishman Island has reached its peak by successfully predicting major important events in the past few years. "We're willing to try," Fukaboshi said with determination. They were ready to take on the challenge to learn and improve, no matter how tough it might be. "Well, I'll wait for your good news." Lynch closed his eyes and lay in the hot spring, and the three princes left resolutely. "Fisher Tiger, since you're here, come out," Lynch said, opening his eyes after the three brothers had left. "Ha ha ha, Your Excellency's observation hockey and appearance are truly outstanding." "I can't compare to you," Tiger said, stepping out from behind a screen. "Everyone, please leave," Tiger instructed the mermaids. "Yes, Lord Tiger," they replied, leaving the room. "What do you want from me? I always feel that you seem familiar. Have we met somewhere?" Tiger asked, revealing the doubts that had been hidden in his heart. "You have a good memory, Brother Tiger," Lynch replied, not hiding his identity. "First, because Tiger, like Jinbai, is very righteous and the type who would rather die than betray his benefactor. Second, Tiger is a fugitive hiding in the Fishman Island and cannot go anywhere. The world government will not believe what the fugitive says. Third, informing Tiger will help increase his favorability and ensure he remains on the Fishman Island. A fishman like this, who stays in the Fishman Island to build his presence, will likely boost Lynch's favorability with the Fishman Island greatly in a short time. You should eat the zone devil fruit I gave you. It's you, Brother Nighthawk." Tiger understood everything at once. No wonder he always felt inexplicably familiar in his mind. He has the zone devil fruit, and apart from Arlong and Jinbai, only Nighthawk knows about it. "Ha ha ha ha, thanks to you, I was lucky enough to survive." No need to imagine how excited Tiger was when he saw his savior. Come on, we won't go home until we get drunk tonight. You still have that foresight. At first, I wondered why anyone would give a devil fruit to the fishman. But later, it tastes so good, ha ha ha. Chapter 82, 082 Banquet, Fishman Massacre Reaction. That night, Neptune hosted a banquet at the palace to entertain Lynch. All the civil and military ministers were there, including Marco, who had yet leave. Dozens of people sat around a long table, while mermaid attendants constantly brought dishes and wine. "Let's honor the heroes." King Neptune raised his glass to Lynch and said, "You are the benefactor of Fishman Island. Cheers to you." The civil and military ministers raised their glasses and drank in one gulp, shouting, "Heroes." Marco's usual cynicism was replaced by a rare seriousness. He raised his wine glass and said, "Thank you." The Whitebeard pirate owes you a favor. It was a small effort. "You're all welcome," Lynch replied with a smile, raising his glass and taking a drink. After a day and night of banquets, Lynch was shown to his guest room to rest. Half asleep, he noticed several mermaid ladies entering the room. He woke up immediately, curious and interested. All right, Neptune is quite interesting. He knows I love studying people. Please have mercy, sir." The mermaid ladies shyly climbed onto the big bed, their half-covered coats slipping off their shoulders. Just when Lynch was still discussing philosophy with Miss Mermaid, three parties learned about the situation on Fishman Island through the Den Mushi. Their reactions were mixed. "What? You're saying that kid massacred tens of thousands of pirates on Fishman Island and defeated 6 Big Mom Pirates ministers by himself?" Sengoku listened to the news coming from Den Mushi, and wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. "Bwahahaha. What's going on, Sengoku? I heard you all the way outside the door." Garp, holding a senbai and kicking the door open with a bang, swaggered into the room. "That boy Lynch, I sent him to protect the royal family of Fishman Island, but guess what he did?" Sengoku's voice unconsciously became a bit louder. "That boy almost wiped out the Big Mom pirates on that island." "Bwahahaha. I don't see the problem. Let's solve the root of the problem. Do you think this member of the royal family is safe?" Garp said, laughing. Sengoku's face darkened. This bastard Garp had already considered all the excuses for Lynch. What I'm worried about is whether that crazy Linlin will start an all-out war with the Marines. This time, the Marines had seriously offended Big Mom. Since the start of the Great Pirate Era, pirates have become more and more bold. The Marines are now reluctant to start a war with one emperor group for fear of provoking the others. TCH Sengoku, when did you become so timid? You weren't like this when you were Admiral. Don't worry, Linlin isn't stupid, she won't overreact. TCH, it's a good thing Lynch didn't kill the minister too. Otherwise, I'd already have people preparing for war. Sengoku suddenly changed his tone, saying, by the way, wiping out tens of thousands of elite pirates at once is rare even in large-scale battles. He made a big contribution this time. I just calculated the merits this boy has accumulated. Apart from his junior qualifications, both in terms of strength and military merit, he is enough to be promoted to Admiral. You want to make an exception and promote Lynch to Admiral? Garp stopped eating his senbai and frowned. Well, pirates have become too rampant in recent years, and Kizaru has to shoulder the task of guarding the scientific force, so there is a serious shortage of manpower. I think we need a fourth admiral in the Marines. Will the world government agree? Garp asked. The 3 admiral quotas are the specifications set by the world government for Marine. If Sengoku wants to expand the limits of admiral, he must first get the approval of the world government. I'll give it a try. They've lost a lot of celestial dragons in the past few years, so they might agree. With that, the matter at Marine headquarters was settled. Totoland, Whole Cake Island. Damn kid, I'm going to kill him. When Big Mom heard the news, she went into a rage, raised her hand and ripped the souls from over 100 pirates. With red eyes and a fierce expression, Big Mom continued to kill, causing the surrounding pirates to flee in terror. At that moment, Daifuku and Katakuri arrived with a cart of rare desserts, which helped calm Big Mom's anger a little. Katakuri is such a person who is always there when his family needs him. Mother, Lynch is from the Marine. With his strength, it won't be easy to kill him. We also have other 4 emperors to consider. Why not try another approach? I have a plan. Big Mom squinted her eyes, eating the dessert, and asked, Katakuri, what's your plan? Even though Katakuri is her son, Big Mom won't easily forgive him if he offends her. I've done some research on him. Besides being a Marine, he's also a king. That's not as big as us. Well, what a great idea. I'm going to make those bastards pay. After hearing Katakuri's plan, Big Mom laughed, and her mood brightened significantly. When Garrett comes back, take her for a walk. Yes, Mother. Unknown Sea in the New World, Moby Dick. Lynch is such an interesting kid. I wonder if he'd be willing to be my son. Whitebeard laughed as he drank from a bottle of wine. The pirate on the ship's mouth twitched. Pops still likes to accept the people he likes as his sons. This time it's even more outrageous. The other party is a Marine. Oh, by the way, he's a vice admiral, almost as strong as an admiral. Back on Fishman Island as the sky grew brighter, Lynch put on his pants and got off the bed. He saw the mermaid bodies scattered on the bed. They were exhausted from last night and were still asleep. Master Lynch, the king invites you. Understood. Lynch followed the guards and arrived at the palace. Seeing Lynch, King Neptune showed an expression that every man knows, and joked, Mr. Lynch, you had a great time last night. Ahem. It wasn't bad. It had a different flavor. Lynch blushed and noticed that, besides Tiger, Jinbai was also in the room. He pretended not to recognize him and asked, Who is this? I'm Jinbai. I've long admired you, Mr. Lynch. Thank you for your help with Fishman Island. Jinbai stood up and shook hands, treating Lynch with respect despite his young age. Hello. The 3 of them sat down, and Neptune began to make his request. Everyone knows about Hode Jones and Vanderdecken 9. I want to ask the three of you to deal with them. It's easy to kill them, but they disappear without a trace. How can we lure them out? Jinbai said with a serious expression. If he could avoid it, he really didn't want to have the blood of his companions on his hands. But those two have gone too far. They're causing trouble for Princess Shirahoshi and stirring up hatred between Fishman Island and humans. They've become insane. If they're not killed, it will lead to disaster. Chapter 83, 083 Swordsman Cat Template. The air suddenly became quiet. The two were like mice hiding in unknown corners, making it difficult to find them. I have an idea, though I'm not sure if it will work. Lynch planned to lure several people in advance to prevent any unexpected events. Just said, as long as we solve the serious problem on Fishman Island, we're willing to try any method. Neptune, who hated Jones and Deccan 9 deeply, said. Simple, as far as I know, these two people are deeply obsessed with Princess Shirahoshi. As long as I use Princess Shirahoshi as bait, I think it will be no problem to lure them out. Van der Decken 9 has been in love with Shirahoshi since he saw the Sea Kings summoned by his cries when he was 6 years old. He is very possessive and jealous, not allowing anyone of the opposite sex to come near Shirahoshi. Lynch also knew that this guy hadn't washed his right hand for 10 years after shaking hands with Shirahoshi. Since witnessing Shirahoshi's power, Hode Jones will seize any chance to eliminate her. Damn, perverted control freak, Lynch complained inwardly. No. King Neptune refused immediately. What a joke, Shirahoshi is his most beloved daughter, and he won't risk her. Bang. The door suddenly burst open as little Shirahoshi, who had been hiding behind it, pushed through despite her brother's attempts to stop her. At just 7 years old, Shirahoshi gathered her courage and said in a sweet voice, "Father, I can do it. Let me be the bait." Nonsense. Why did you come out? It's too dangerous out there. I came up with it myself. Shirahoshi, looking panicked, insisted she wouldn't betray her 3 brothers. The 3 brothers said that a great human hero appeared in the Fishman Island recently, which aroused her curiosity. In this way, the innocent Shirahoshi was tricked out of the hard-shell tower by her 3 unscrupulous brothers. The 3 shark stars had good intentions. They felt their sister couldn't stay in the hard-shell tower all day. Recently, her character had become increasingly weak. With Boss Lynch here, they don't think their sister will be in danger when she comes out. Seeing the 3 brothers sneaking in from behind, Neptune quickly guessed the truth. You bastard, why don't you take your sister back? Seeing his father's anger, Fukaboshi shrank back in fear, grabbed Shirahoshi, and prepared to send her back. Don't want to. Shirahoshi suddenly broke free from her brother's grasp and rushed to Neptune, tears streaming down her face. Father, thanks to everyone's care over the years, Shirahoshi doesn't want to be a burden to everyone. Seeing his daughter crying, Neptune's heartstrings were severely touched. Tiger also stood up and vowed, I promise that no one will harm Princess Shirahoshi unless I die. Everyone present was moved by the kind-hearted girl. Me too, Jinbai added. I will protect little Shirahoshi. Lynch looked up at the 4-meter-tall Shirahoshi and thought, is she really only 7 years old? He silently adjusted his height back to 6 meters. Shirahoshi watched Lynch with curiosity, wondering, is this the great hero her brothers talked about? Okay, I promise you, Neptune said through gritted teeth. Mr. Lynch, tell me what to do, and we will follow your instructions. It's simple. Deccan 9 really wants to marry Shirahoshi. Let's find someone to pretend to marry her. I don't believe he can tolerate that. Get married? Shirahoshi's face suddenly turned red as she realized what was being suggested. It's just pretend, Neptune said with a reassuring smile, thinking it was a good idea. So, who will play the groom? All eyes turned to Lynch. Hey, you guys look at me? Is it because you want me to be the groom? I am old, Decan 9 will definitely not believe it. Tiger said. I'm ugly and not worthy of Princess Shirahoshi. Jinbai said honestly. Well, I think the person who comes up with the idea should be responsible for it, don't you agree? Neptune said. Yeah, everyone nodded in agreement. Alright, you're all looking at me, huh? Brother Lynch, don't avoid it. You're the strongest here. I can only be sure if you personally protect my sister. Hey, looking at you, I see why you're so handsome, boss. You and my sister make a perfect match. The second prince flattered Lynch, ignoring Shirahoshi's increasingly red face. Alright, I'll do it, Lynch said. He patted Shirahoshi's head with his big hand and added, follow me, little sister, and I'll keep you safe. Little Shirahoshi gave a faint and said in a barely audible voice, thank you, Mr. Lynch. Feeling the warmth of the big hand on her head, Shirahoshi's face grew hotter and hotter. A wisp of white smoke seemed to rise from her head as she nearly fainted from shyness. Ding. The system has detected that the host is capturing the heart of the 8th little girl. Reward title, Lily Killer. The little girl will unconsciously develop a liking for you when she sees you. A question mark appeared above Lynch's head. Come out, system, and I promise not to beat you to death. Ding. A new life option has appeared. Option 1. Completely flush Shirahoshi until she faint. Reward, Tomcat, 3 Tomoe Sharingan template. Option 2. Complete the marriage with Shirahoshi and kill everyone who disturbs the wedding. Reward, Tomcat Swordsman template. Option 3. Kidnap Shirahoshi and train her from a young age. Reward, Tom Spaceman template. Are you even a person, system? Seeing the first option, Lynch no longer felt like complaining about the unscrupulous system. The choices won't disappear, so he could wait 7 or 8 years. However, after thinking it over, he decided to forget it. The other 2 templates didn't seem too bad either. The other 2 interested him very much. He wondered what it would be like to see Tom the swordsman face off against Hawkeye. Suddenly, a ghostly video appeared in Lynch's mind. Marine's 3 admirals, Tom, Jerry, Spike. Choice 2. In the coming days, Fishman Island will need decorating, guests entertained, and news spread. Even though it's just pretend, the process must be as authentic as a real wedding to deceive the enemies effectively. To make the pretense convincing, Shirahoshi spent these days with Lynch, getting to know him better. She grew fond of the big brother who gave her lollipops to eat. When the citizens of Fishman Island heard that the little princess was getting married, they were shocked. While noble girls marry young, this was too early. But when they learned that the person they wanted to marry was the hero who protected the Fishman Island, they understood. Marrying someone who can protect the little princess isn't a bad thing. Every mermaid dreams of marrying a strong and handsome man. In the blink of an eye, 3 days of wedding preparations passed. Chapter 84, 084 Marriage Ceremony. Goodbye Fishman Island. On this day, the grand wedding was held as scheduled. Red silk was flying all over the sky, and flowers decorated the entire hall. The audience was filled with guests, making the event lively and full of energy. Lynch held Shirahoshi's hand, and under the guidance of the MC, the wedding proceeded smoothly. He glanced at Jinbai in the audience, who gave him a reassuring nod in return. Mr. Lynch, do you vow to love, comfort, respect, and protect her, no matter the circumstances, rich or poor, healthy or ill, in good times and bad? Will you remain loyal to her for the rest of your lives? The officiant asked, his voice solemn as he presided over the grand wedding. I do. Lynch nodded. Princess Shirahoshi, are you willing to marry Lynch as your husband and live with him in a sacred marriage? Will you love, comfort, respect, and protect him, through sickness and health, wealth and poverty, beauty and loss? Will you remain loyal to him for the rest of your lives? Under the guidance, Shirahoshi blushed deeply and grabbed Lynch's large hand as she softly said, I do. Off stage, Princess Itohime wiped away tears, touched by the sight of her daughter in a wedding dress, even though she knew it wasn't real. Seeing Shirahoshi so happy brought a mix of emotions, as every mother dreams of such a day for her daughter. The three prince brothers of Fishman Island were quite pleased with the idea of Lynch becoming their brother-in-law. They believed that having Lynch in the family would ensure they learned real skills and had a powerful backing. After a series of complicated ceremonies, the wedding ceremony ended. In front of all the residents of Fishman Island, the two were officially declared husband and wife. Lynch silently grumbled, wondering why those two hadn't shown up yet. He was tired of playing along with this charade. Ah! How dare you! Vanderdecken 9 suddenly emerged from an unknown corner, crazed, and threw several huge javelins. This idiot! Hode Jones shouted as he followed closely behind. He poured a large amount of energy steroid drug into his mouth, causing his muscles to swell significantly. Clown, I thought you could hold out longer. Finger gun, flying finger gun. Lynch said, raising his hand and using the Marine 6 Styles technique to destroy several massive javelins. He followed up with a precise attack that pierced Vanderdecken 9's throat. A question slowly floated over Lynch's head. This guy is a bit weak. Fishman Karate, Nanis Megawara Mawashijiri. Fishman Karate, Nanis Megawara Mawashijiri. Tiger and Jinbai cooperate to release combo skills, and the power is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Hode Jones was struck twice in the waist, coughing up blood and suffering severe injuries. Two fishmen then pursued him, delivering a brutal final beating. The farce ends here. Neptune stood up to calm the crowd and reveal the truth to the people. So that's what happened. These two deserve to be killed for daring to assassinate the princess. How dare they poison the king? I'm relieved that they took care of these threats. It was a fake marriage. Let me make that clear. Princess Shirahoshi is still so young, how could she have been married? Neptune finished giving his instructions, and Lynch prepared to leave Fishman Island. Although Neptune wanted Lynch to stay a few more days, Lynch politely declined. Until before leaving, the three princes failed to persuade Shia Early to leave with him. Shia Early, on the other hand, took the initiative to find Lynch before he left. Mr. Lynch, I saw something in the prophecy. I hope you can promise me two things. Shia Early, looking very respectful and even putting down the cigarette he had been holding, immediately explained the reason for his visit. Lynch looked at the mermaid girl in front of him and asked, if I promise, what do I get in return? I can tell you the coordinates of the Golden Emperor. The Golden Emperor is a man who claims to control 1/5 of the world's wealth. To find the Golden Emperor and enter Grand Isro, there are only 3 possible ways after wandering the sea all day. First, he needs an invitation from the Golden Emperor. Second, he needs friends with life cards on board. Third, it's a matter of luck. Lynch thought for a moment and said, I'd like to hear your terms first. It should be. Shia Early took off the clothes on her chest, revealing most of the snow, which was turbulent. She then reached inside and pulled out a bounty poster for Arlong. My first condition is that Mr. Lynch show mercy to my brother Arlong if you encounter him in the future. Arlong? Your brother? Lynch picked up the bounty poster, glanced at the ugly fishman depicted on it, and then looked at the beautiful mermaid in front of him. They looked nothing alike. Yes, he's a half-brother. All right, I promise. What's the second condition? To Lynch, Arlong seemed like a younger brother who was worse than any other. The second condition is that if Fishman Island faces difficulties in the future, I hope you can help us. Seeing Lynch's hesitation, Shia Early quickly added, it won't be a big burden. I just need your help as much as you can offer. No problem. Lynch agreed immediately. With Poseidon Shirahoshi on Fishman Island, he couldn't ignore any serious trouble that might arise. Thank you. If you arrive at this place at this time, you'll be able to see the Golden Emperor. Shia Early, surprised by Lynch's quick agreement, had been worried he might refuse. She handed him a small note with the details. The only man I can't see through. What is your future? Shia early watched Lynch's retreating figure, her thoughts swirling in her heart. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. Tomcat and swordsman templates are being distributed. Distribution successful. Would you like to change Tom's job? Yes, Tomcat is changing jobs. Ding. Job transfer successful. Marine Tom, Swordsman Tom. Inside the Marine base, Tom, who had been sleeping soundly on his stomach, jumped up with a start. Seeing his body glowing, he panicked, running around in a frenzy, thinking he was on fire. His eyes bulged in fear. Ah! Tom yelled as he quickly jumped into the sea. Gulyalu, several bubbles appeared as Tom was chased by a shark, which bit him on the butt underwater. Tom's tail transformed into a propeller, and he swam faster than the shark. Anyone witnessing this would be amazed, as no cat can usually outrun a shark in the water. Ha 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 ha. What a silly shark. Tom, seeing that the shark couldn't catch up, waited for it and made faces as if to challenge it. The shark, furious, summoned dozens of other sharks using their special language. Today, the shark was determined to catch this cat. Seeing the swarm of sharks closing in, Tom couldn't stop laughing. Panicked, Tom pulled out his flintlock gun to shoot, but found the sharks so cute they seemed to dance around him. Despite his efforts, he was overwhelmed and torn to pieces by the swarm. Chapter 85, 085 Tom Journey, Challenge. Really logically, a cat torn into pieces should be dead. But in the next moment, Tomcat turned into liquid, flowed out of the shark's eyes, and reassembled himself. A group of sharks were confused. They had never encountered food like this before. At that moment, the glow around Tomcat faded. A western sword appeared out of thin air in Tom's hand. He was now wearing a red and black coat, a cross necklace on his chest, and a matching top hat. Two mustaches appeared on Tom's face. The aura of a powerful swordsman arose spontaneously, which was somewhat similar to that of Hawkeye. As the sharks charged at him again, Tomcat gave an evil smile. It doesn't take a while. Tomcat crossed his arms and walked up from the coast. Behind him, the sea was stained red, with the bodies of dozens of sharks floating on the surface. When Tom got home, he thought for a moment, then took out a pen and paper to write a letter to Hina. I, Tom, am going to sea to become the world's greatest swordsman. Tom. After leaving the note, Tom touched his mustache. He'd heard of a guy named Hawkeye out on the sea, time to challenge him first. After finishing everything, Tom built a small boat, caught two sharks to pull it, and sailed off gracefully. When Hina came home and found Tom's letter, she felt a bad feeling. Hina knew Tom wasn't an ordinary kitten, so she decided to talk to Lynch. Ha ha ha, Tom wants to become the world's greatest swordsman? Let him try, Lynch said, laughing after hearing from Hina through the Dendenmushi. He is a man who became the king of West Blue. Being the world's greatest swordsman is not too much. Young man, why are you smiling so happily? An old man with two axes at his waist sensed a strong aura from a distance. The powerful presence made him glance sideways. At such a young age, his courage has reached its peak, and Roger back then was far inferior to him at this age. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. My pet just wants to become the world's greatest swordsman. What? Scopper Gaban thought he must have heard wrong. A pet wants to become the world's greatest swordsman? That's outrageous. He thought the young man must be joking. I'll go. See you later, Uncle. Lynch floated over Gaban's head and pointed that direction. Jabba noticed the direction Lynch left, thought a little, and walked slowly towards that direction. Shaki's ripoff bar. When he opened the tavern door, he found it empty except for a charming woman wiping a wine glass. Aunt Shaki, let's have a nice drink. Good. Shaki agreed and quickly took a few bottles of fine wine from the shelf, mixed it into a glass, and handed it to Lynch. Please taste it. Lynch picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. It tastes great. How much does it cost? 200 Baileys. Only 200 Baileys? That's not like you, Aunt Shaki. Shaki tapped the table with a finger and said, Vice Admiral, I think you misunderstood. This is just an ordinary tavern. From the moment Lynch came in and called his name, Shaki knew that the other party's purpose was definitely not that simple. As an intelligence chief, Shaki quickly found Lynch's information in her mind. The current Marine Vice Admiral is extremely powerful. Recently, he single-handedly defeated tens of thousands of elite pirates and overcame 6 Big Mom pirates' cadres. With such strength, Shaki knew she couldn't take him lightly. Tavern? I don't think so. Lynch smiled. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. How long will it take for Rayleigh to come back? Shaki wiped the cup with her hand and said, Rayleigh, he will only come to my place if he wants to drink. I think you are in the wrong place. As soon as Shaki finished speaking, a hearty laugh came from outside the door. Ha 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 ha, the result come out so soon. I just sold myself again and now I have money to drink. The handsome Rayleigh opened the door of the pub. Huh? Brother Lynch, you came from Fishman Island? Seeing that the two knew each other, Shaki quietly mixed 2 glasses of wine and stepped aside. As a woman, she felt she shouldn't interfere in matters between men. Uncle Rayleigh, I want to treat you to a drink. Come and fight with me. A bag of treasure was thrown on the table by Lynch. The reason he came to see Rayleigh is that after arriving at Sabati Archipelago, another option was triggered. Option 1, learn Conqueror's Hockey from Rayleigh. Reward, Luffy's dinner tonight. Option 2, go to the auction with Rayleigh to cause trouble. Reward, Luffy's food for 2 days, and all other food for 2 days will be taken and appear before you. Option 3, defeat Rayleigh. Reward, Level 2 Conqueror's Hockey Entanglement. Lynch chose option 3 immediately. Ha ha ha, no, I'm too old to fight anymore, Rayleigh replied dismissively. He had retired and wasn't interested in fighting. If he attracted the Marines, his peaceful retirement would be ruined. No, today you have to fight even if you don't want to, otherwise I will arrest you. Don't forget that I am also a Marine. The smile on Rayleigh's face disappeared, as if to say, you have such a thick eyebrow, and you're actually a Marine. Alright, for Crocus's sake, I'll fight with you, but not here. Come with me. Rayleigh skillfully took a bottle of fine wine from behind the table and walked outside while drinking. As the second in command of the Pirate King, there are many people in the world who want to challenge him. Since Crocus asked Lynch to send him a message, it means Lynch is someone Crocus trusts, so Rayleigh doesn't mind teaching him. While Rayleigh could sense Lynch was strong, he didn't think Lynch was strong enough to defeat him. Be careful. Lynch is very strong, don't underestimate him, Shaki warned Rayleigh. Rayleigh had been idle lately and wasn't aware of Lynch's recent achievements, but Shaki knew he was very dangerous. Don't worry. Have some wine ready for me when I return. Just use that kid's gold coins, Rayleigh said. He then took Lynch to a small island not far from Sabati. Okay, let's just fight here. Those Marines shouldn't be able to smell this place. We should finish the fight and go back to drink early. Rayleigh dropped the bottle and drew his sword. At this time, Rayleigh was not yet the 76-year-old guy like in the original story. Rayleigh is currently 67 years old. Although his strength has declined, he still possesses the formidable power of Dark King and should not be underestimated. You little brat, you're better than I was back then. Rayleigh, slightly tipsy, laughed loudly and said, Roger, do you see? The sea is still an era of heroes. Go ahead and let me see how strong you are. Chapter 86, 0862 Energetic old guy. Alright, don't hold it against me. Lynch drew Dragon Slayer from his waist. Flying finger gun. Shave. Lynch fired a few flying finger guns, then used instant transmission to close the distance in an instant. He swung his blade at Rayleigh from a sharp, unexpected angle. It's Marine 6 styles, huh? I can do that too. Rayleigh coated his entire body in armament hockey. Combined with iron body, The flying finger guns hit him without leaving a scratch. In truth, Rayleigh could easily defend with just armament hockey, but using iron body added a bit of show-off. Zhang Lynch's Dragon Slayer was effortlessly blocked by the back of Rayleigh's sword. Roar in an instant, Dragon Slayer transformed into a small green dragon and bit into Rayleigh's thigh. Seizing the moment, Lynch swiftly drew his demon cutter sword and thrust it upward toward Rayleigh's crotch. "You brat!" Rayleigh felt a sudden chill down there, instantly sobering up. He might be old, and that part might not be as useful anymore, but he definitely didn't want to lose it. Rayleigh quickly flipped backward in midair, following the sword's direction, narrowly avoiding the fate of becoming a eunuch. After landing again, 2 clear teeth marks were clearly visible on Rayleigh's pants. He tore off the damaged fabric, revealing his dark, muscular thigh underneath. Rayleigh was still shaken. "Good thing I used my observation hockey to predict the attack in time. That bite could have been serious. That sword of yours is the supreme grade blade that consumed a mythical beast, isn't it?" "That's correct." Upon hearing Lynch's confirmation, Rayleigh couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Even if Roger had become the Pirate King, he wouldn't have needed such a luxury. If Lynch hadn't been familiar with the ship's doctor, Rayleigh would have wanted to resume his old job. Woo! Dragon Slayer was very unhappy when he missed Rayleigh and placed it on Lynch's arm in a grieved manner. From the brief exchange just now, the two had a general understanding of each other's strength. Very strong. Very strong. The black weapon was purple, and Lynch had only seen it on Garp and Kaido. "Hey, it seems like my old bone is going to hurt again tonight." Rayleigh took off his loose coat, which meant that he had entered a serious state, and the terrifying aura unique to the strong poured out, as if to say that the Dark King Rayleigh he once was back. "Brother, Shaki is still waiting for me to return for a drink. How about we settle this with one move? The one who's at a disadvantage loses." Rayleigh shrugged his shoulders and took up his familiar starting position, ready to face Lynch. "No problem." Lynch readily agreed and also used a starting move that was very familiar to Rayleigh. The momentum of the two people continued to gather, and neither one made the first move. The surrounding sea rippled under this pressure, and the calm sea became extremely rough, seeming to indicate potential danger. A strong wind arose on the ground, and the long hair of Lynch and Rayleigh danced wildly in the strong wind. Divine departure. Rayleigh moved first. Hueco. Lynch responded with his own attack. 2 brilliant sword lights collided in midair, creating an explosive impact. Trees on the island were uprooted, and the surrounding sea kings were stunned, floating to the surface. After the attack, Rayleigh and Lynch watched from the sky as the island crumbled below and eventually sank to the bottom of the sea, disappearing into silence. "How about we continue on another island that's more resilient?" Lynch suggested. "Hey, you're really troublesome." "Just come with me," Rayleigh replied, knowing that the battle wouldn't end without a clear winner. This time, they chose a large, sturdy island that wouldn't be easily destroyed. Lynch and Rayleigh fought fiercely for half a day. Lynch absorbed Rayleigh's fighting skills like a sponge, without using any devil fruit powers. As the fight went on, Rayleigh grew increasingly amazed. Young people these days are really strong. Rayleigh noticed something crucial: this kid didn't seem to know how to handle Conqueror's hockey. Divine departure. This time, Rayleigh used a different divine departure. Though the attack was still some distance from Lynch, it struck him as if it had traveled through time and space. This caused Lynch to misjudge and was sent flying. Boom! He crashed into a mountain, raising a cloud of dust. "I don't think I was this tired after fighting Garp back then," Rayleigh said, stretching his sore arms and taking a deep breath. Aside from his own user, no one should be able to stand after taking that blow. Lynch, lying on the mountain, didn't get up right away. Instead, he replayed Rayleigh's moves and the sensation of the hit over and over in his mind. "Conqueror's coding," he murmured. "Ding. Detect host self-realization Conqueror's coding, Defeat Rayleigh and get rewards to automatically increase 1 level. Lynch stretched his arms and leaped off the cliff. Teacher Rayleigh truly lives up to his reputation. No one will dare say he misleads his students after this. Using his devil fruit ability, Lynch transformed into a 9-meter-tall half-animal form. His injuries healed instantly, and a 5-meter-long dragon slayer appeared in his hand. PFFT mythical beast species. Rayleigh had just taken a sip of wine and ended up spitting it all out. It's true that the more you fear something, the more likely it will come. After 3 hours of fierce fighting, Rayleigh was defeated by Lynch's Hueco attack. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the mission, and Conqueror's coding has been upgraded to level 3. You're young, I'm old now, Rayleigh sighed, lying flat in the pit and staring at the blue sky. The era that belonged to him and Roger had finally come to an end. Uncle Rayleigh is very strong too. Don't underestimate yourself. On the side, a sun-candle beast of dozens of meters high said in the voice of the divine voice. Ha 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 ha, wonderful, wonderful, really wonderful. Suddenly, Gaban clapped his hands and jumped down from the cliff. Rayleigh, you're really useless. You can't even beat a young man now. Rayleigh wasn't embarrassed by his old friend's comments. Instead, he thought of ways to make a comeback and said, "You can handle it and get your revenge for me." This is what true brotherhood between men looks like. For example, if someone eats a very sour orange in the wild, their first instinct isn't to spit it out but to pretend it's sweet so their good friend can have a bite too. I'll handle it. Let me show you what it means to stay strong, Gaban said, pulling out 2 axes from his waist. Boy, the joke you told last time was very funny. Do you want to have a fight? When you're tired, I can wait for you to rest. Gaban, don't take advantage of others, Gaban said. No need, let's get started, came the reply. For his own mythical beast, the previous battle was just a warm-up. Okay. I'm ready. Gaban laughed and charged forward. It had been a long time since he'd fought someone strong, and his blood was boiling with excitement. A powerful aura radiated from him. 2 hours later, Gaban, like Rayleigh, was lying in the pit, badly beaten. Hey, I'm getting older and older. Chapter 87, 087 Admiral Lynch. Gaban looked at Rayleigh resentfully, like a disgruntled daughter-in-law. As if to say, you know how to trick me. Ha ha ha. Drink, drink. Lynch took out 2 barrels of good wine from the storage ring and placed them on the ground. Rayleigh and Gaban each grabbed a large bowl and drank it in one gulp, saying with emotion, "This is the bar's brew from Crocus. I really miss it." At the same time, in a small town in the Grand Line, almost all the residents of the town gathered towards the central dueling arena. Hey, brother, what's going on? The merchant who had just arrived in town didn't know what was happening, so he grabbed a local and asked. You haven't heard? A cat is about to duel with the famous local swordsman. Everyone has gone to watch, so you should go too. Nani? A cat? The merchant wondered if he was still dreaming, so he raised his arm and took a bite. Well, it hurts, it's not a dream. Is it a human who ate the cat fruit? I don't know. Don't hold me up. I'll be late and miss a seat. On the ring, a burly man stood opposite Tom, and there was a sea of people in the audience. Kitten, it's too late for you to surrender now. Prepare to be turned into canned cat. Fuguin felt insulted by the unexpected challenge from a cat. He was already planning to add a dish of cat meat to tonight's menu. Tom's top hat was lowered so that only half of his face was exposed in the shadow. He took a puff of his cigarette and exhaled, forming a line of large characters in the air with the smoke. Someone will die today, and it will be you, how fancy. Damn it. Fuguin thought Tom's strange behavior was due to devil fruit powers. Devil fruit powers shouldn't be underestimated. Before the referee could call the start, Fuguin launched a surprise attack. How despicable. The cat is in danger. The spectators in the audience couldn't bear to watch and closed their eyes. They could already imagine the cat covered in blood. But at that moment, a smile appeared at the corner of Tom's mouth. On stage, he raised his hand, removed his hat, and threw it aside. The western sword in his hand transformed into a bolt of lightning. Shoo! The swords clashed. Tom remained unharmed, but Fuguin's head rolled off. Tom stretched out his hand to catch the fallen hat accurately, put it on his head, flicked his cloak, and strode away without any blood on his body. As Tom left, a note fell onto Fuguin's body. The murderer, swordsman Tom, instant kill. From today on, the town's residents would remember the name Tom. Lynch said farewell to Rayleigh and Gaben and returned to Marine Base. What? Lynch said in surprise as he stood in front of the Fleet Admiral's office. You want to make me an admiral? I'm afraid my qualifications aren't enough. Sengoku adjusted his glasses and smiled. It's a close call, but with both Garp and Zephyr guaranteeing you, it's no problem. He patted Lynch on the shoulder, smiled, and took out an appointment letter. From today on, you are a Marine Admiral. Remember to choose a code name and let me know. The Marines will announce the news to the world tomorrow. When Lynch received the appointment letter, his first thought was to refuse. First, he didn't want to protect those idiots from the celestial dragons, and second, being an admiral was too busy. Except for Uncle Kizaru, who had a relatively relaxed job and could drink tea and trim his nails in the office, Akainu was almost constantly exhausted from his duties. But thinking it over, guarding the celestial dragons might be a good thing. Killing them and then framed it to a pirate every now and then is like earning free points. He believed that with his top-level life return ability, he could achieve a perfect outcome. He planned to first transform into a pirate and kill a celestial dragon, then Lynch would arrive after he transformed back into his true form. It won't take more than 2 tries, and the celestial dragons won't dare make him protect them. When it comes to work, there are only so many tasks, and Akainu and Okiji handle all the dirty work. He, the idle admiral, can just coast along. Sengoku can't just create a new department just for him, right? Lynch had considered leaving the Marine several times. If it weren't for the ease of earning points and the convenience of being a vice admiral, he might have quit to focus on developing his kingdom. Now that he's an admiral, he has new ideas. After all, the Marine is a dog of the world government. Trying to bite the hand that feeds him or escape their control would be nearly impossible. At this point, even if Lynch ascends to the position of Fleet Admiral, it will be embarrassing. Here are too many world government spies and agents within the Marine. These people can't be easily moved, as seen from Sengoku's often bitter expression. There was a move in the morning, and by the afternoon, the 5 elders had called. Once a Marine shows any signs of wanting to escape their control, Marines will be immediately pinned to death by the world government. He wants to go against the world government. Do you think many ordinary Marine soldiers will fight against you for their families? A corrupt Marine is not the Marine he wanted. Not to mention that Sengoku's retirement would take many years. He couldn't afford to wait, nor did he want to. Things are different now. As an admiral, he has his own factions and minions. Akainu is the hawkish big brother with his own group of vice admirals. Okiji represents the doves, while Kizaru is neutral. Each of these people has their own factions. Is it okay for him to form his own faction? The dignified admiral has a quota for his subordinates. He can build up his strength within the Marine and, when the time comes, take his henchmen with him. The world government can't refuse his resignation, right? These people could join the Marine in his kingdom and fill the top positions. Thinking about this, Lynch was eager to give it a try. There are many talented people in the Marine. He even wanted to poach Zephyr as well. It's not like there can't be room for retired Sengoku. Thank you, Fleet Admiral. I will work hard and shine in the Marine. Lynch accepted the order happily. Very good, I like your enthusiasm. Sengoku felt a bit uncomfortable seeing this sudden burst of enthusiasm from Lynch. In the Admiral's exclusive private office, Lynch sat down on a comfortable leather chair. The room was quite different from what he was used to. "Admiral Lynch, here are your uniforms." The Marine placed the clothes on the table respectfully and glanced at Lynch out of the corner of her eye. She was shocked when she heard from the logistics department that another admiral had appeared. Seeing Lynch's appearance, the girl was immediately shocked, and her heart began to race. So handsome. Thanks." Lynch picked up the cloak of justice from the table, draped it over his shoulders, and walked to the mirror. The aesthetics of Marine's military uniform cannot be overemphasized, and he is really handsome. "Hey, why is your face so red?" Noticing that the girl was blushing, Lynch placed his hand on her forehead. "No fever, either." "No, it's okay." "Thank you, Lynch Admiral." The girl pushed Lynch's arm away, covered her red face, and shyly ran off. Then she's not a lily, right? Lynch doesn't realize how his admiral status and handsome looks affect the young girls in the Marine. Chapter 88, 088 are long. Admiral coronation. The title of Marine Admiral usually refers to some kind of animal. For example, Okainu, Fujitora, Kizaru. This code name is too easy for Lynch. With the Sun Candle fruit, it seems impossible for him to have a code name other than Sun Candle. Looking at the blank plaque on the wall, Lynch picked up his pen and wrote, "I am the only justice." "Oh? I am the only justice." Sengoku, who had just entered, saw this and said, "You're the king, so it's natural to think that way." Sengoku is very optimistic about Lynch's sense of justice, which he finds much better than Aokiji's lazy justice. "Fleet Admiral, you arrived just in time." Regarding the title. On the other side. East Blue, Kanamai Island. "You said these two are your daughters, right?" Arlong, surrounded by his crew members, approached Balmir, Nojiko, and Nami with a ferocious smile. Balmir was hit hard on the face and spit out a mouthful of blood, but still stubbornly protected the two children under her. "Yes, you can kill me, but you must ensure these two children are safe." "Of course. You've already paid their protection fees." Arlong, follow principles, just as long as you die obediently." "Help!" Little Nami screamed as the tall fishman approached Balmir. "Damn it! Don't hurt them!" Mr. Genzo cried, pulling out his flintlock gun to shoot. However, he was quickly knocked down by one of Arlong's men. "Let go of Mr. Genzo. Don't hurt Balmir." Dust flew in the distance as the villagers from Kokoyashi village rushed over with farm tools. "Ha ha ha, they're so determined," Arlong said, glancing at his men. "Don't kill them, keep them to pay the protection fee. Let's use you as the first warning. Die for your boring love." The villagers were knocked down, and Arlong aimed his flintlock at Balmir's forehead. Wait. I remember, we still have money." Nami suddenly recalled that Lynch had given her a ruby brooch. She had kept it hidden for years, afraid of losing it. "Unfortunately, it's too late." Arlong laughed and put his finger on the trigger. "Nojiko, Nami, I love you." At the last moment of life, life flashes through her mind like a revolving lantern. If she had known, she would have kept some of the gold coins for herself instead of giving them all to the village children in need. Obviously. Just a few good days have passed. In her final moments, Balmir couldn't help but think of Lynch, who had given her and her daughter a good life. Suddenly, she remembered a passage from Lynch and shouted out without thinking, "The man named Nighthawk asked me to give you a message. If you don't want to die, be honest. It's over, I'm dead." Balmir closed her eyes, waiting for the end. After a while, she still didn't hear the gunshot. Cautiously opening her eyes, she saw Arlong's horrified expression. "Is that guy named Nighthawk?" Arlong recalled how terrified he was by the sight of Nighthawk, sweating profusely and too scared to move. "Compatriots, let's go. We won't need to collect protection fees from this family anymore." Arlong put away his flintlock and left without hesitation, shivering at the thought of the connection between Balmir and Nighthawk. It's scary to think about it. How did that man know that he would come here? Arlong once suspected that there was a mole in the team. Woo, that's great, Balmir, you survived. Watching the evil fish people go away, Nami and Nojiko clung to the wounded Balmir, crying bitterly. What kind of person is that guy? Balmir murmured to herself. As an adult, Balmir thought more. Why did Lynch know years in advance that Arlong would one day come here? A fishman as powerful as Arlong was so frightened that he turned away after hearing this, not even asking for future protection fees. Holding her two lovely daughters, Balmir gently leaned her head on them and said, "Remember, Mr. Lynch is the benefactor of our family." Huh? Nami nodded vigorously while crying. Night. After some ups and downs of exercise, Hina rested her head on Lynch's chest and fell into a deep sleep. Tom, that silly cat, must be clueless right now, Lynch thought as he held Hina in his arms, gazing at the moon outside the window. He wondered, I wonder how long it will be until Sister Jian returns from her mission. When she returns, I'll transfer her to my unit so she can be with me every day, Lynch thought. And Tom, that silly cat, I wonder if he's hungry. Aku on the endless sea, Tom sneezed while steering his boat. Tom rubbed his nose and glanced at the moon, thinking of his owner and old friend. With a determined look, he focused on rowing in one direction. Hawkeye, here comes Tom. Ding. Your pet Tom kills a pirate and gets +5 sin points, ding. Your pet Tom kills a pirate and gets +7 sin points, ding. Your pet Tom kills a pirate and gets +1 sin points. One morning, Lynch was awakened by the system's beeping. Quite capable, Tom. Hey, when did that girl Hina get up? After going out, he found Hina wearing a vacuum apron preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Lynch came out with a bright smile. Wake up, breakfast will be ready soon. This little girl is only wearing an apron. Looking at Hina's curvaceous back, Lynch, who was already very angry in the morning, couldn't help it and hugged Hina from behind. Before we eat, let me turn you into a cream puff. Hey, don't let you distract Hina from cooking. Don't worry, we can eat later, Lynch replied. Well, okay then. By the time the two of them finished, the food in the pot had already cooled down, and Hina heated it up again. After they ate, she put on Lynch's coat and watched him leave, looking like a devoted wife. Today is the day Lynch officially becomes an admiral. In front of many Marines, Sengoku announced Lynch's promotion to admiral. Long live Admiral Lynch. Long live Admiral Sun Candle. Many Marines in the audience shouted loudly, looking at the figure on the high platform with admiration. Admiral Lynch's deeds are well known to everyone. He defended the Reverse Mountain for a month, shocked the world with his conqueror's haki, and faced Kaido to save tens of thousands of Marines. The recent incident about the Fishman Island has also come back, and everyone completely feels that Lynch Admiral is qualified for the position of Admiral. Single-handedly killing tens of thousands of elite pirates and overpowering the 6 cadres of the Big Mom pirates, who else could achieve that? Becoming Admiral is the lifelong dream of all Marines. Chapter 89, 089 Sword Department. Long live Admiral Sun Candle. Admiral Sun Candle is so handsome. Admiral Sun Candle, I'm going to give you a baby. Wait, did something strange mixed in there? The little fans gazed at Lynch with eyes full of admiration. It's not that they intend to outshine anyone. But compared to the other admirals, Admiral Sun Candle is so handsome that he instantly became the star of the show, especially when compared to a certain wretched old monkey. Hey, why do I feel like everyone's giving me strange looks? Kizaru muttered, hands in his pockets as he lazily walked away from Lynch. Meanwhile, newspapers about Lynch were being spread across the world by Newsbird. Marine at its peak. The 4th Admiral, Pirate Nemesis, Admiral Sun Candle, Wuro great, the kid's still alive. Kaido exclaimed with excitement when he saw the photo under the headline. He grabbed a barrel of wine and guzzled it down. Since the last time he knocked Lynch into the bottom of the sea, Kaido has been thinking about it for more than half a year, and even his appetite has decreased a lot. There's no other beast like that in the entire ocean. For Kaido, who dreams of becoming the director of a zoo, not being able to see the beast is even more frustrating than killing it. "Boss, he is an admiral now," Quinn said, his tiny green eyes full of helplessness. If he wanted to find the other party, he'd have to keep his eyes open even while sleeping. "What's the problem with being an admiral? Isn't it better for me to make him a vice captain than to anger the world government in the Marines?" People's reactions to the news were mixed. Fishman Island. "Look, sister, Boss Lynch has become an admiral. After defeating Van der Decken 9, Shirahoshi no longer has to stay hidden in the hard-shell tower." The three Fukaboshi brothers rushed in with newspapers. Shirahoshi took one, gazed at the handsome photo, and hugged it to her chest, blushing. "Lynch-sama brother, let's just kidnap Shia early and bring her to Boss Lynch." The three princes were full of bad things when they got together. They remembered that Boss Lynch had promised to teach them his true skills if they could bring Shia early to him. "How could we, the royal family, do something like this?" Fukaboshi scolded his third brother. "I suggest we use drugs instead." East Blue, Kanamai Island. "Nami, look. The eldest brother is now a Marine Admiral," Nojiko said, holding up a newspaper. "Wow, Big Brother is so handsome. I want to join the Marines in the future too." Maiden Island. Hancock, who was already very handsome, looked down at the newspaper brought by his sister, but he was not very interested. Throwing the newspaper aside, Hancock stared at the sky outside in a daze. "My benefactor, where are you? I miss you." Back to Lynch. "I want you to pick a few subordinates, and this is the list you chose?" Sengoku asked in disbelief as he looked at the paper in his hand, his eyes twitching. "The two people below the admiral rank are fine, Hina and Smoker." Looking at the vice admirals again, Momonga and Momouzagi seem fine at first glance, but what about Garp at the end? "You always let me choose freely. Isn't Vice Admiral Garp also a Vice Admiral?" "Garp isn't an option. I've approved a few others instead," Sengoku said firmly. "I'll arrange for them to be transferred to you later, if they agree." "That's fine," Lynch replied. The list was carefully selected by Lynch. He had saved Momonga's life and was from the same teaching, so he shouldn't refuse. "Wait." Just as Lynch was about to leave, Sengoku stopped him. "Don't forget the sword department. You'll be in charge of it from now on. The Sword Department is a group authorized to attack any pirate, except the four emperors, without needing to report to the Marine. Its goal is to reduce the number of pirates and bring stability to the world." Future deserter King Kobe and Vice Admiral Tsuru's granddaughter Kujako were both members of this department. Don't refuse in a hurry. I know you are more afraid of trouble than Kizaru." Sengoku looked at him knowingly. In the future, the Sword Department's role will expand. Besides its original duties, it will also target powerful pirates like the Four Emperors and the Golden Lion. We will not take action against the Four Emperors in the near future yet. You can leave those small tasks to your subordinates and you can rest easy." Seeing that Sengoku had reached this point, Lynch had no choice but to agree. If he remembered correctly, there were some skilled experts in this department. Unexpectedly, Sengoku, who had become more active with Lynch's presence, even wanted to target the Four Emperors. Time passes day by day. It has been 2 months since Lynch took over the Sword Department. During this process, Lynch sent people to get Smoker back from East Blue, which was considered as fulfilling the promise he made back then. After all this time, as an admiral, Lynch knew the world government would show him respect. "Ha ha ha, Smoker, welcome back. I told you that when I become an admiral, I will bring you back." When Smoker's ship docked, Lynch took the initiative to greet him. After not seeing each other for a long time, Smoker's appearance has become much more mature, and he has become much more stable. I didn't expect you'd become an admiral in just a few years, Smoker said, his tone wistful as he lit a cigar. Returning to Marine headquarters after several years, Smoker felt a mix of emotions. Hey, you weren't exactly up to good things in East Blue. Where did you kidnap this little girl? Lynch then noticed a girl about 12 or 13 years old standing behind Smoker. The girl's pink and tender appearance resembled Kuina a bit. Still caught up in the emotional moment, Smoker replied, "She's the daughter of an old friend. Please take care of her, she's my subordinate." The little girl, on the other hand, was very excited about Lynch. "Hello, I'm Tashigi." Tashigi walked over with a sword in his arms and bowed to Lynch. "You must be Admiral Sun Candle. I have long admired your name." "How cute," Lynch said, gently rubbing Tashigi's head with his big hand. Tashigi's face flushed as she stared wide-eyed at the sword on Lynch's waist. Ding. The system detects that the host is again bewitching a young girl. "Please stop your inappropriate behavior, no limit system. Just wait and see," Lynch muttered, annoyed with the system that keeps popping up for attention. He really wanted to kick it. Entering the sword department, Smoker was stunned by the scene. He saw Momozagi making tea, Flying Squirrel reading the newspaper, and Hina knitting a scarf. It seemed absurd. While he was working hard and getting paid, it looked like they were on vacation. "What does our department need to do?" Smoker asked. "Nothing much. I just drink tea and read the newspaper every day until I get off work. We'll only be busy if we go to war with the 4 emperors and big pirates. Just leave the smaller pirates to our subordinates. Those who can enter the sword department are all talented people, and they are more than capable of handling small pirates." Smoker. 3 days later. Smoker was leaning on the sofa with coffee in one hand and cigar in the other. He just wanted to say, "It smells so good." Compared with this comfortable life now, what kind of place is he in East Blue? Chapter 90, 09 Wedding Scene Sky Island. Lynch, today is another beautiful day. On the shore of the Sea of Clouds, a girl with golden hair sat, her little snow-white wings behind her as light as an angel. Conus played the harp alone on Angel Coast, a faint smile on her gentle face as the harp's beautiful notes lingered in the air. God Enel has changed for the better since Scott Lynch came to Sky Island. The residents on Sky Island live a prosperous life and no longer have to live in fear every day. The residents of Sky Island are grateful for the stability Mr. Lynch has brought, and even the former resistance forces have disappeared. Everyone now has enough food and clothing, and they no longer worry about survival. This was a life they never dared to imagine before. All of this is thanks to Mr. Lynch. The only drawback is the occasional ghostly howls from the sky above Sky Island, causing some people to have nightmares. "Ah! Enel, you've electrocuted me to death." A pig-like scream echoed from the sky. Conus's hand trembled on the harp. There was that awful sound again. Higher up on Sky Island, Moria was struck by Enel's lightning, leaving his entire body charred black. The afro on his head suggested this wasn't the first time he'd been electrocuted. Since that day, when Lynch helped Moria regain his lost spirit, he had came to Sky Island to train and grow alongside Enel. "Tch, you're still terrible at observation hockey, fat guy. You didn't even sense this god sneak attack." After Lynch's severe beating last time, Enel usually refrains from calling himself a god. He only does it when he's feeling proud. "You really think anyone's observation hockey can match your crazy skills?" Moria suddenly appeared behind Enel using a shadow bat he had set up earlier. Enel quickly shifted into his elemental form to dodge the attack and struck Moria with a 30 million volt thunder beast. The thunder dispersed, and Moria walked out of it intact. Shishi, but when it comes to armament hockey, you still have a lot to learn from me." Moria, his entire body covered in armament hockey, said proudly, "Check out my big, black armament hockey, this is the mark of a real man." His 8-pack ABS gleamed, and the fat Moria of the past was gone forever. As rivals, Enelin Moria's strength on Sky Island has steadily grown. Looking next to them is an ark that has been mostly built. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku was feeding the goats and said calmly, "Ask for leave? You've only been an admiral for 2 months. Why do you need time off? To get married?" Lynch's eyes showed rare tenderness. Hina is 23 now, and Sister Jian isn't young either. They've followed me silently for years, giving everything without asking for anything in return. I think it's time I make it up to them. Okay, I understand, Sengoku agreed readily. He appreciated this kind of man who took responsibility and showed a bit of the youthful spirit he once had. Sengoku reached under the table and pulled out a wad of money. I might not be able to attend your wedding, so here's a gift of 200,000 Billy. Garp and Zephyr will definitely be there when the time comes. Thank you. After returning to the West Blue, Lynch began planning the wedding on a national scale. There are 3 brides, Hina, Jian, and Robin. Since they only have one wedding in their lives, Lynch wanted to make it the best experience possible for them. 1 month in advance, invitations were sent to all the royal nobles in West Blue, and the renowned West Blue newspaper was invited to cover the unprecedented grand wedding across the region. Even before the wedding began, big newspapers had already started publicizing it throughout West Blue. King's wedding, West Blue celebrates together, unprecedented wedding, Admiral Sun Candle's national celebration in 1 month. If you're marrying, marry a good man, Mr. Lynch. Given Lynch's current status in West Blue, the excitement and buzz are huge. In just a few days, the wedding became widely known, and even a 3-year-old child knew that a big shot was getting married. Even this wedding caused quite a stir in the other 3 sea areas and the Grand Line. As an admiral and a dominant figure in West Blue, Lynch naturally drew a lot of attention. His wedding quickly became the month's hot topic, with countless women envious of the brides. There aren't many men who are as handsome, gentle, and strong as Lynch. He's the perfect Prince Charming in their eyes. They wish they could marry him too. In this regard, the famous Fleet Admiral Sengoku once said, "If there are 10 good men in the world, he and Lynch are worth 8. In response, Sengoku's old friends, Vice Admiral Tsuru and Garp, commented that this old guy had become shameless again. In the blink of an eye, Lynch's wedding day arrived. The entire kingdom was draped in festive red silk and satin, decorated with lanterns, and the whole country was filled with joy. Each and every citizen congratulated the newlyweds from the bottom of their hearts and pasted red happy words on their doors. Welcoming a holy king was a rare and special occasion. When their holy king got married, all the citizens who could attend went, and those who couldn't celebrate spontaneously. The entire West Blue was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Even the pirates who had been raiding West Blue all day agreed to take a break and avoided robbing ships. They knew better than to cause trouble on such a day. If they angered the admiral, their lives wouldn't be worth much. Wedding scene. The kingdom built a city specifically to serve the king's wedding. Bright flowers floated across the sky, and a vivid red carpet stretched from the city gate to the wedding site. The carpet was adorned with carved dragons and painted phoenixes, creating a scene of luxury and joy. The deep-sea luminous pearls that are rarely seen outside are randomly placed here as decorations, and the tables and chairs used are all priceless. Picking out any item at random would be enough for an ordinary person to spend a lifetime. With some time left before the guests arrived, 18-year-old girls in elegant clothing were busy arranging the scene like butterflies. There were also some people who arrived at the scene early. Most of the early arrivals were nobles from the West Blue Palace. They lived under the constant shadow of the king, fearing that one day they will be attacked by the king's army at their doorstep when they woke up. Therefore, they preferred to arrive early and endure the wait rather than keep Lynch waiting. They were satisfied with gaining a bit of favor from the great emperor. However, one person among them stood out as different from the palace nobles. Who is that person? He doesn't seem to be from West Blue. I don't know, he looks weird. The royal family looked at the figure sitting alone in the corner and began discussing him. Chapter 91, 091 Wedding. West Blue noble and Marine's Tokakake arrived earlier than anyone else today. Upon hearing that Momouzagi was getting married, he abandoned his task without hesitation and rushed to West Blue day and night. He sat alone in the corner, drinking the wine he brought with him. His journey of thousands of miles wasn't to bless Lynch's wedding but simply because it brought him closer to Momouzagi. Tokakake thought he was relieved, but when he heard that Momouzagi was getting married, he realized it was just self-deception. He still can't help but love Momouzagi. But he knew that Momouzagi already belonged to Lynch and he would never get the chance. No, it seems that from beginning to end, he never had a chance, everything was just his wishful thinking. Tokakake came here today for no other reason than to finally see Momouzagi from a distance, and he was satisfied. Congratulations to the King Lynch. I wish you and your brides a lifetime of happiness and a joyful marriage for many years to come. King Lynch is the amazing. Today's wedding is really a happy event for our whole West Blue. I believe West Blue will become the strongest sea area with the King Lynch here. Ha ha ha, thank you all. Please come in and enjoy the celebration. Many guests arrived one after another. As today's protagonist, Lynch came out to greet him. In the eyes of others, Lynch is an existence that is unattainable and beyond their reach. That's why there were so many people here today, and some nobles who had not received invitations came shamelessly uninvited. If they observe carefully, people can also find that many of the guests present are accompanied by a beautiful girl. You are clamoring to come see Mr. Lynch. It will be a blessing for our family if you are really noticed by Mr. Lynch. At this time, a noble-looking man looked at his daughter doubtingly. Is this Mr. Lynch? He's so handsome. The girl said, captivated by Lynch from a distance. Hey, is the signal working? Okay, let's get started. A West Blue newspaper staff member set up a Dendenmushi camera to broadcast the wedding live across West Blue. Many residents gathered in front of big screens to watch the grand event. Ho 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 ho. Big news, I'm here. An unexpected scene unfolds as a large bird suddenly descends from the sky, carrying a Dendenmushi. Hello, I'm Morgans. The big bird approached and shook hands warmly with Lynch. Mr. Lynch, I offer 300 million belly for exclusive broadcasting rights to the wedding. Please consider it. Morgans is the president of the world's largest newspaper. Wherever there is big news, there is his presence. Given the recent hot topic about this wedding, he's eager to get the exclusive broadcast. Morgans is sure that broadcasting this wedding will definitely make a lot of money. Not only will you help me broadcast it, but you will also give me money. Lynch thought for a moment and said, alright, I'll let you broadcast it for free, but I want 60% of the profits afterward. It's a pleasure to work with you, Morgan said, extending his wings to shake Lynch's hand. A pleasure to work with. After securing the broadcasting rights, Morgans kicked the West Blue newspaper reporter away. Let me show you what professionalism is. He quickly pulled out 7 or 8 camera Dendenmushi from his clothes and set them up at various angles to capture the best possible footage. Perfect, let's go live. Morgans eagerly started broadcasting the footage to every corner of the world. From Aliza Kingdom, Lord Thalassa Lucas sends his congratulations and a gift of deep-sea night pearls worth 99 million belly. From Bollywood Kingdom, King Hamburger offers congratulations and a gift of 1,000-year ginseng and dragon essence tonic elixir. From Miso Kingdom, Lord Maespa sends his congratulations and a gift of 200 million belly. The boy reading the gift list shouted with pride. Tell me, who else in West Blue gets this kind of treatment besides their own king? Bwahahaha, Lynch, I'm not too late. Garp laughed loudly as he walked in with a cheerful stride. He was followed by Zephyr, Crane, Vice Admiral, and Kujaku. With them, the Marine F3 was complete. It's a shame Sengoku is missing, otherwise, Marine F4 would be complete. Mr. Garp, Teacher Zephyr, Granny Tsuru, you're here. Lynch greeted them with a smile. Their presence added a lot of prestige to the event, and it was clear from the amazed expressions of the onlookers. Morgans grinned mischievously. He, with these three here, it's definitely a success. Of course I'm coming when you get married. Here, this is the congratulatory gift I wrote for you. It contains my experience in educating your children and making sure that your children are in good hands. Looking at the educational experience sent by Garp, Lynch accepted it on the surface, but he was not prepared to read it. Lynch doesn't even think about who Garp has taught before. He is a Marine, but he has taught a revolutionary leader and a pirate. You and Giant are getting married. Of course I will come to attend. You must treat Giant well in the future. Vice Admiral Tsuru said with emotion. I will. Zephyr watched Lynch in silence, feeling a mix of relief and sadness. Zephyr thought about how the little guy from the training camp, who couldn't even master moonwalk, had grown up. Zephyr couldn't help but think about how wonderful it would be if his son didn't die and now he got married. Humphrey, big brother, I also want to be your bride. The Kujaku was so angry that a soy sauce bottle could almost hang on its raised mouth. Ha ha ha, wait until you're older, Kujaku, Lynch said, patting her head. Just like what the system said, he is about to become a little Lili killer. It starts young, and the consequences could be serious. Garp joked, Lynch's charm is so great that even the little Kujaku is fascinated. My poor grandson, always acting like a little monkey. I wonder if he'll ever find a wife. Grandpa Garp, I'm serious. Kujaku said. Everyone, please have a seat. Lynch led a few people to the seats closest to the wedding area and then went out to greet the other guests. Admiral Lynch, this is the congratulatory gift the 5 elders asked me to give you. The Cypher Pol 9 agents member respectfully handed Lynch an object covered in black cloth and walked away. Lynch uncovered the black cloth and found 2 devil fruits underneath. What do the 5 elders mean by this? Are they trying to recruit me? Lynch narrowed his eyes and set the gift aside for now. The combined thoughts of those 5 old guys are deeper than the mermaid girl's nagging thoughts, so they must be holding back nothing good. Most likely it was bait to get him to work for the world government. He accepted the gift, but as for what it meant, sorry, he didn't understand its true meaning. Chapter 92, 092 Wedding, Uninvited Guest, Kaido. The auspicious time has come. Please welcome the brides. As the MC announced, the 3 brides, dressed in elegant wedding gowns and accompanied by maids, walked down the red carpet to the high platform. Among them, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Robin's appearance has been changed. Wow, she looks so beautiful. What a stunning bride. She must be a fairy. The audience was in awe. The elegant phoenix crowns and flowing gowns couldn't hide the slender figures of the 3 brides. Their faces were as fair and flawless as jade. Their cheeks had a hint of crimson, like peach blossoms in full bloom. A slight smile graced their lips, a touch of vermilion that captivated everyone. Hina, Giant, and Robin, whether in terms of figure, appearance, or temperament, could easily be described as 1 in a million. Perhaps only women like these are worthy of Admiral Lynch. As flower petals filled the air and the audience offered their blessings, the 3 brides approached Lynch. Wu Tokakake, who had drunk too much, lay on the table and cried bitterly when he saw this scene, but his cry was quickly drowned out by people's cheers. Only the child next to him picked up a red nose from the ground. Uncle, is this the red nose you dropped? Good daughter, remember to visit often after you're married and give me some grandchildren for your father to play with. Hina's elderly father had tears in his eyes, surprised that his little baby girl was getting married so soon. Vice Admiral Tsuru's eyes were also misty. She had always seen Giant as a biological sister. She felt a sense of relief seeing Giant getting married. Hina, Giant, Lynch called their names, then turned to Robin and asked softly, "Will you marry me?" Of the three, one covered her mouth, her eyes turning red, another looked at Lynch with affection, while the third's beautiful eyes were misty with tears. But they agreed unanimously, "I do. Hina is willing." Lynch knelt on one knee, placing a ring on each bride's finger, one by one. Then he stood up and kissed each of them. After kissing Robin, Lynch kissed Jian, and then Hina. The cheers from the audience reached their peak at that moment. Tokacake cried even louder. A child next to him, holding a red nose, asked curiously, "Uncle, why are you crying when the other clowns are always laughing?" "I really envy King Lynch. He married 3 beautiful brides all at once. Forget it, just think about my tigress. I'm so jealous. What a blessing. Even if my wife were only half as beautiful as these 3, I'd be at peace." At the banquet, several men with knowing expressions chatted quietly among themselves. "You're like toads dreaming of swan meat. Only a hero like Admiral Lynch deserves such women." On the wedding stage, after the kiss, Lynch embraced his 3 shy wives. At that moment, a deafening laugh echoed from the sky. "Wurro Kiran kid, I'm here." A loud bang sounded, and Kaido appeared. After shifting from dragon form to human form, Kaido crashed to the ground like a meteor, making many people stagger. As the smoke cleared, Kaido stood at the scene with a mace at his waist and a bottle of red wine in his left hand. Kaido. Even though this was the 4 Seas, the royal nobles present had heard of the 4 emperors' name. They were so frightened that they barely dared to breathe. Big news. Big news. Morgans went crazy and hurriedly broadcast the scene. People around the world were stunned by what they saw. Who dares to cause trouble at the Admiral's wedding? That's Kaido of the Beasts. Just as expected, Kaido shows up and no one else can attend the Admiral's wedding. Wow! How dare Kaido came to the Admiral's wedding without fear of the Marines? Whoever spoke just now, did you underestimate Kaido's strength? That's Kaido of the Beasts, the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. At Sabati Archipelago, Rayleigh leaned against a tree, listening from afar. He began to worry, will Lynch's wedding be ruined? On Amazon Lily the big screen was broadcasting the event. Seeing the Empress staring at it with her cheeks in her hands, Marigold asked curiously, "Sister, aren't you usually uninterested in men?" Hancock shook her head in confusion. "I don't know, I always feel heartbroken when I see him getting married." Marigold and Sandersonia looked at each other. Something was wrong. Something is wrong with their sister. East Blue. "Brother, come on. Kill that bad guy." Little Nami and Little Nojiko clenched their fists and looked at the video on the screen with worry. "You two are more anxious than the bride herself," Bulmara laughed. They had come to the larger island just to watch the broadcast of Lynch's wedding. Nearby, Kuina stood in the square, holding a sword, and murmured, "Brother Lynch, you have to wait for me for another 2 years." On Fishman Island, Shirahoshi closed her eyes in fear and clung to Princess Atoheim, asking, "Will Lynch be okay?" "Humphrey, what's Kaido? He's not worthy of competing with the boss," Fukaboshi and his brothers said, confident in Lynch. Princess Atoheim and Neptune watched Kaido with worried expressions. With so many people present, the news would spread all over the world soon, even without Morgan's broadcasting it. But now he could make a lot of money in advance. As they watched the broadcast, Morgan's team was already planning tomorrow's newspaper headlines. Shock. 4 Emperors Kaido appears at Admiral wedding. Kaido. What are you doing here? Are you trying to start a war? I won't let anyone ruin Giant Chan's wedding. Garp, Zephyr, and Vice Admiral Tsuru stood up simultaneously, glaring at Kaido. Powerful armament hockey began to envelop the arms of Garp and Zephyr. "Wurro, are you old guys already eager to die? Don't worry, you're lucky today. I'm here to attend the wedding of my Beast's Pirates vice captain, not to cause trouble. Little devil, here's the wedding wine I brought specially for you from Onigashima Island." Kaido tossed the red wine gourd to Lynch. The guests strain to hear over the commotion. It's over, it's over. It sounds like they've heard some terrible news. King Lynch is actually Beast Pirates vice captain? They won't force us to stay quiet about this, right? Lynch took the bottle of wine and frowned, saying, Kaido, I don't remember agreeing to be your vice captain. Lynch hadn't yet gotten revenge for being thrown into the sea last time, and now Kaido wanted to recruit him again. Ignorant brat, I've already reserved a place for you. Whether you agree or not is up to you. It's none of my business. Kaido casually pulled out a chair and sat down, urging, let the wedding continue. It should be over quickly. You need to come with me back to Onigashima as soon as possible. Chapter 93, 093 Wedding, Uninvited Guest, Marco and Kitakuri. How dare you cause trouble at the king's wedding? The 9 Kingdom Rear Admirals, who had gained the power of Titans, quietly surrounded Kaido. As soon as Lynch gave the order, they would charge forward to show what a righteous soldier fight looked like. Sasuke, be a good boy and hide for now. Mikoto Uchiha set little Sasuke down from her lap. 3 Tomoe Sharingan quietly appeared on her beautiful face. After all, she is also a Jonin with the 3 Tomoe Sharingan, and her fighting power is not weak. Tsunade removed the sake from her chest to avoid them poking her during the battle and prepared to fight. Yakushi Kabuto had never felt so powerless, unable to help Mr. Lynch in his time of need. At this moment, the seed of a scientific research obsession began to take root in his heart. Just as the tension rose and the battle seemed about to break out, Marco appeared from the sky with a gift. Lynch, happy wedding. This is a gift from the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco said as he set aside the gift. He then turned to Kaido and warned, Lynch is a friend of the Whitebeard Pirates. We will never forgive anyone who disrupts his wedding. Wororo pineapple-headed kid, even that old man Whitebeard wouldn't dare speak to me like this. Kaido stood up, his huge body blocking the sunlight, and glared at Marco with narrowed eyes. He seemed to be considering where to strike him with a Ramai hack. What if we are included, Kaido? Another large figure entered through the city gate, followed by a beautiful, petite woman. The man is tall with short amaranth thread hair, strong muscles, and slender legs. He has a scar on each cheek, a skull tattoo on his left arm, and a wing tattoo on his left back. He wears a white scarf around his mouth. The woman beside him had long pink hair flowing like a waterfall. She wore a tight purple cheongsam that perfectly highlighted her curvy figure. Lynch observed that her figure was as impressive as Nami's when she was grown up, slim waist and a chest as large as an F cup. Her figure was stunningly perfect. Outside, she wore a loose cloak that covered most of her body, making her appear even more alluring. Though the woman was clearly young, she had a mature and captivating presence. As soon as she appeared, she drew the attention of all the men in the room. However, after taking in the full scene, their fear shifted to the man beside her. Kitakuri. He is from the Big Mom Pirates. It's that ferocious cannibal. Many of the royal nobles present were simply frightened and fainted. Kaido and Marco had already made everyone extremely tense. Kitakuri's arrival shattered the psychological defenses of these normally pampered nobles. If they fight, the noble present won't even have any bones left. Lynch looked at Kitakuri and Garrett who were present and narrowed his eyes. It seemed the Big Mom Pirates weren't here to cause trouble. Given how much he had offended them before, it was unexpected. Marco was equally surprised. What's going on? Could it be that Lynch and Big Mom reached some secret deal? Kaido was also puzzled. He recalled that Lynch had severely offended Linlin at Fishman Island not long ago, so why was she now siding with Lynch? Unable to understand it, Kaido decided to let it go. He would simply fight anyone who dared to stand in his way. You brat who speaks so shamelessly, it's better to let Linlin explain herself. It was clear that Kaido wasn't paying any attention to Marco and Kitakuri. If you block my way, I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight for Linlin's sake. Otherwise, You'll die. Being disturbed many times, Kaido's little patience was completely exhausted, and his temper suddenly rose. If this kid doesn't recognize faces, it won't matter even if he's Linlin's son. Kaido had no intention of waiting for the wedding to finish. His plan was to beat anyone who tried to stop him, then take Lynch away. Powerful Haki gathered around Kaido, causing the sky to change dramatically. The immense pressure even cracked the valuable tiles beneath his feet. At the same time, Kaido extended 3 thick fingers and began counting, 3, 2. When Kitakuri appeared on the stage after Kaido, it felt like the whole world was overshadowed at the wedding. Everyone watching the live broadcast was deeply shocked, their mouths hanging open and speechless for a long time. Oh my god. Before this, I never imagined that one day the 3 emperors would gather together at a wedding. It took a long time before someone recovered from the shock and sighed. Lynch Admiral is amazing. Even the fleet admiral doesn't have the power to gather all 3 emperors at once. I didn't expect Kaido of the Beasts to compete with Mr. Lynch for the vice-captain role. What a twist. Will Mr. Lynch accept him as his subordinate? It's nothing. Didn't you see that the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates are willing to go against Kaido for Lynch? His connections are terrifying. Ahem. If I remember correctly, Lynch is a Marine, right? Brother who spoke, are you sure? Didn't you see Vice Admiral Garp's hardened fist? I'm looking forward to it. I haven't seen the 4 emperors fight yet. The ticket price is definitely worth it. Marine headquarters. Yo, what a chaotic wedding. Kizaru took a sip of tea, crossed his legs, and spoke calmly. To watch the wedding, Sengoku bought a set of broadcast equipment. Kizaru, who happened to be on vacation today, was here to watch the live broadcast. Kizaru, when will you stop being so lazy? I really want to hit you when I see you. Sengoku was furious. Seeing Kizaru still enjoying himself made him even angrier. He couldn't believe that this kid Lynch was facing all 3 emperors at once. Sengoku had to consider how he would respond if something happened to Lynch and Garp in the West Blue. We can't get there in time anyway, so why not have some tea? Kizaru calmly poured a cup of tea for Sengoku, thinking, it's just a normal salary day. No need to stress, Fleet Admiral hair's already turning gray. Anyone who wants to be Fleet Admiral can go for it, but Kizaru isn't interested. Unless the salary is in place. Amazon Lily. Watching Lynch's every move, the Empress clutched her big chest. How can this be? Just seeing him makes my heart race. Sister, are you okay? Marigold asked, holding the Empress's arm with concern. From a distance, Gloriosa sighed deeply, leaning on her cane. What a sin. Chapter 94, 094 Wedding, Bride plus 1 Whole Cake Island. Well, if I had known Kaido would get involved, I wouldn't have agreed to Kitakuri's plan, Big Mom muttered. I should kill Lynch to get rid of this grudge. As she thought about what Lynch had done in the past, her expression grew more ferocious. Mom, remember, Lynch isn't just an admiral, he is the overlord of West Blue, Smoothie said as she approached, pushing a cart of cakes. Following Brother Kitakuri's plan is the best way to get the most out of this situation. Smoothie actually believed that the idea didn't originate with Kitakuri. It seemed more likely that someone else had suggested it, and Kitakuri just repeated it. Knowing her brother's personality, she found it hard to believe he'd come up with such a plan on his own. Only a few people on the island could influence Kitakuri to change his mind, and Smoothie had a good idea of who it might be. Unknown Island. Tom watched the live broadcast, and his anger boiled over. His face turned red, and steam seemed to rise from his head like a heated thermometer. Beasts pirates, daring to bully their master like that? Tom won't forget this. Meanwhile, on Lynch's side, Raimhack. The friendship between the 3 parties was long gone, but Kitakuri still wouldn't leave. The mace, wrapped in a terrifying black aura, came crashing down on Kitakuri's head. Just when the mace was about to hit Kitakuri, A western sword blocked the middle and collided with the mace. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air, sparks flew, and fierce black lightning crackled between the two weapons' boom. Thunder rumbled through the air, echoing with a red flash. Everyone looked up, and the sight was so terrifying that many collapsed to the ground in fear. The sky. The sky is split open. Can humans really have this kind of power? The crowd was stunned as they saw the once calm sky torn in half by the clash. The clouds parted in the middle, forming two halves that swirled inward, drawn toward the center of the chaos. The moment the two of them fought, Garp, Zephyr, Katakuri, the 8 Giants Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Mikoto, and Tsunoda all started moving. Only Lynch didn't take action. Because he knew that since this man was here, today's outcome was already determined. Everyone, stop. Please give me some face. Shank's voice rang out, and his powerful conqueror's haki shook the entire crowd. The force was so intense that tables and chairs shattered under the impact. Shank's conqueror's haki was so powerful that it nearly warped reality. Most people at the scene collapsed, their eyes turning white and their bodies going limp, while only a few remained standing and conscious. Garp, Marco and others stopped their attacks after hearing Shank's words and looked at the uninvited guest warily. They respected Shank's strength and decided it was best to hear him out before taking any further action. Lynch's lips curved into a smile. He knew that no one, from an 8-year-old child to an 80-year-old man, could disregard Shank's face. The fruit of face is so terrifying. Red-haired brat, you're not even one of the 4 emperors yet, but you're already trying to challenge me? Kaido was somewhat surprised that Shanks was able to block his blow. Kaido recalled that this red-haired kid had once been a member of Roger's crew and was a leading candidate to become one of the 4 emperors. Beyond that, he didn't think much of him. It seemed the outcome of the battle for the 4th emperor would be decided in a few years. That's enough for today, Shanks declared. If anyone still wants to fight, I'll be here to face them. He ignored Kaido's words and stood before everyone, gripping his western sword firmly. The current ocean situation has finally entered a stable period. If either Kaido, Marco, Katakuri, Zephyr or Lynch died, it would disrupt the balance between the Marines and the pirates. Shanks didn't want to see that happen, so he intervened. If only 2 of the 4 emperors remain, the Marine, with its current 4 admirals, might be tempted to act. The same would happen if Lynch, Garp, or Zephyr were to die here. As soon as Shanks finished speaking, Ben Beckman jumped down from the city wall and stood silently behind him. Red-haired brat, are you threatening me? No one has ever threatened me, Kaido. Kaido is confident in his own strength, but he is not stupid. When he saw everyone standing opposite him, Kaido knew that his purpose of kidnapping the vice-captain today had failed again. Especially with a current Marine Admiral, a former Marine Admiral, a Marine hero, and the red-haired pirate standing against him. The atmosphere was charged, and Kaido felt the need to find someone to vent his frustration on. Naturally, Kaido chose to focus his anger on the red-haired pirate. Out of everyone there, Shanks was the one who had irritated him the most. Red-haired kid, if you want to take it all by yourself, don't resist. Kaido transformed into a 200-meter-long green dragon, grabbed Shanks, and flew into the sky. Lynch mentally mourned 5 seconds of silence for Shanks, the celestial dragons, and didn't know if he could beat Kaido now. Farewell. Beckman took a deep look at everyone present and set off to chase Shanks and Kaido. Just when everyone thought things had settled, Katakuri shocked them by saying, Lynch, you have 2 choices now. First, marry my sister. From now on, the grudge between our Big Mom pirates and you will be wiped out. Second, if you refuse to marry Garrett, we will join forces with Kaido and launch a full-scale war against you? When everyone present heard Katakuri's words, question marks slowly floated above their heads. Is it really so sudden? Starting a war over not marrying your sister seems pretty extreme. traveling thousands of miles just to send Lynch a wife? Lynch glanced at the serious Kusagakure and then at the charming Garrett, lost in thought. He couldn't help but notice her striking features, those big white legs, those exaggerated curves, those high bulging breasts, those perky buttocks. He knew that the Big Mom pirates often used marriage to their advantage, but he didn't expect to be the target. He also understood that a marriage proposal from Big Mom wasn't simple, either they were interested in him personally or they coveted something he had. But how to calculate it is a matter for the future. It would be better if his kingdom was not immediately targeted by the two Emperor pirates. Especially seeing Garrett's appearance, she seems to be doing well. The only thing to consider is whether the world government will make a fuss about this. He wasn't too worried, since he planned to leave the Marines sooner or later. Meanwhile, audiences around the world were still focused on the clash between red-haired Shanks and Kaido. A little-known pirate suddenly appeared and had the power to compete with Kaido, and also prevented a wedding that was about to escalate into a war. For a time, Shanks' reputation soared. However, as Kusagakure spoke, the previously silent audience erupted into chaos again. Hiss, the Big Mom pirates are planning to marry Lynch. Chapter 95, 095 Wedding, End of Twist. Hiss, SSS is that the beauty he's supposed to marry? She's too beautiful. Admiral Sun Candle is so lucky. I've envied him for 100 years. If I could marry someone like her, I'd die without regrets. Do you even hear yourself? She's the beloved daughter of one of the 4 emperors. You might as well go to sleep, you can have anything you want in your dreams. Unknown Island, East Blue. Bad woman. Nami pointed angrily at Garrett on the screen, stomping her feet. She looked like a little girl whose favorite toy had been taken away, absolutely adorable. Nojiko looked at Nami curiously, wondering what had made her so angry. Bad woman. Kuina muttered angrily, her hand resting on the word Wado on her sword. In the crowd, little Nami and Kuina's eyes collided inadvertently, and they were stunned when they saw the anger in them, as if they had found the same kind of people. What's this, Nami? Do you want to be Lynch's bride when you grow up? Belmere teased, gently stroking Nami's orange hair. A handsome and powerful man like Lynch was bound to be popular with girls, and Nami was no exception. Belmere, with her outgoing personality, couldn't resist joking with Nami. Having once been a young girl herself, Belmere understood that Lynch had a strong appeal to girls like Nami. Belmere, what are you saying? Nami blushed with embarrassment at Belmere's teasing. The Whitebeard pirates. Gurarlinlin has good taste, Whitebeard laughed. It's a pity I haven't met any good daughter yet, or I'd have made this brat my son-in-law. Jazo and Thatch sighed at their father's words. Why was their father always thinking about Lynch? Welcoming him into the pirate group as a favor was kind, but the problem was, he was a Marine admiral. They didn't want any ties to a Marine admiral. Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. Lynch? Blackbeard's beady eyes kept darting around. He'd heard this guy was strong, so it'd be wise to keep his distance from him in the future. Teach prided himself on playing it safe. Thinking about how red-haired Shanks, who had fought him to a standstill, was now thriving at sea made Teach impatient. When would he get his chance? Teach was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to rise to the top of the world. For this reason, he was willing to wait decades if necessary. Whenever Teach looked at Whitebeard, complex emotions appeared in his eyes. Whitebeard had been like a father to him since childhood, and he had grown up under his protection. It would be a lie to say he felt nothing at all. But if compared to his own ambition, all family ties can be abandoned. If I can't find the opportunity I'm looking for, maybe this isn't so bad, Blackbeard murmured to himself as he ate the cherry pie. Katakuri waited quietly for Lynch's decision. Lynch's gaze moved over the 3 girls, Momouzagi and Robin. He felt a great sense of relief when he saw them nodding gently at him. I can marry Garrett, but not today. Today's wedding will be exclusively for my 3 wives, Lynch said firmly. Despite Garrett's beauty, she couldn't compare to Robin, Hina and Jian. They had supported him and worked quietly behind the scenes for many years. If Garrett were to marry together with them, it would undermine their efforts. To be blunt, her relationship with GLA was merely a political marriage. Good. Katakuri thought for a moment, then agreed. As long as the other party was on board, his goal was achieved. Despite some twists and turns, the wedding was successfully completed. Afterward, Katakuri and rest of Big Mom pirates left, leaving only Garrett behind. Night had fallen. The stars and moon hung high, and a gentle breeze blew. Lynch, now sober, washed his face outside. After some thought, he entered Hina's wedding room first. They were the first ones there. Through the red candlelight and the screen, Lynch could faintly see the shadows of several women. Whether it was an illusion or not, he wasn't sure. As morning arrived, Lynch dressed and quietly left the room, leaving his wife asleep inside. Remembering what Jian had said, Lynch went to find Garrett, who was still awake. Jian was right. Since he would eventually marry this woman, it was best to be clear about everything. He didn't want any surprises or hidden spies in his harem. Hey, the sun is shining on your butt and you still can't get up. Is this how things are with the Big Mom pirates? Lynch lifted the quilt and quickly covered it back up. What's all the fuss about? Haven't you seen a lazy woman before? Garrett opened her beautiful eyes lazily, stretched her arms like a lotus, and relaxed under the quilt. Garrett was deeply upset when she found out her mother planned to use her for marriage. The situation was even worse knowing that her partner would be Lynch, the man who had tortured her so badly she often had nightmares. Whenever she thinks of the last time Lynch almost killed her and her brother, Garrett wants to bite him to death. But she knew that no one could change her mother's decision. Unlike her older siblings, she had the courage to resist but ultimately accepted her fate quickly. After accepting her fate, Garrett started to think differently. Since her future was decided, she decided to approach it with a free and easy attitude. Anyway, my mother only wanted him to marry Lynch, and she didn't say anything else, not even a word of comfort. It can be said that at this time, Garrett has entered a state of self-destruction and mental breakdown. Seeing her laziness, Lynch couldn't help but twitch his lips. We haven't seen each other for just a few months, and now the once cold and aloof princess of Big Mom pirates has become like this? The words he originally intended to use as threats and warnings were all rotten in his stomach at this moment. Wanting to change Garrett's situation, those threatening words were no longer useful. The only thing that can change her is to be kind to her until it touches her and arouses her dead heart. Rest well. If you need anything, let me know. I'll be working on documents in the study, so you can find me there. After giving Garrett this advice, Lynch left the room. TCH, who wants to find you? Garrett stared at the direction Lynch had left, her gaze lingering for a few seconds before she returned to the warm bed, rolling around comfortably. She had expected to be threatened, coerced, or even tortured by Lynch. Who would have expected that Lynch, instead of being rude, unexpectedly so nice to her, caught her off guard? Chapter 96, 096 Daily Life after marriage. On the seventh day after the marriage, in the afternoon sun warmly bathed everything. Lynch lay on a lounge chair in the study while Robin, from behind, gently massaged his shoulders with her soft hands, making him feel very relaxed. On the desk nearby, Hina looked at the pile of documents on the desk with a sad face, lost in thought. Lynch, Robin, Hina, it's tea time. Let's take a break, Jian announced as she entered with a dining cart. It might have been an illusion, but Jian seemed to have a more refined presence, and her whole demeanor exuded a mature charm. Not just Jian, but also Hina and Robin had lost their youthful looks. Their faces now radiated maturity and attractiveness. Standing together, they resembled ripe peaches, pink and tender beneath their fair skin. Just looking at them was appetizing. Perhaps this was the difference between being a girl and being a wife. Long live Jian. Hina jumped up from her chair, cheering and hugging Giant like a koala. She was so happy to finally be free from the pile of documents that had been stressing her out. PFFT Sister Hina, I'll handle the files from now on, Robin said, amused by Hina's reaction. I don't know who it is, but I'll give it a try this morning. Robin, you're so kind, Hina responded gratefully. Alright, let's see what's for lunch this afternoon. Aren't you too tired of being together? Even though they had been married for a week, Lynch still couldn't get enough of his 3 lovely wives, who had beauty, grace, and great figures. Maybe it was just the honeymoon period. Coming. Hina grabbed Giant and gave her a passionate kiss before jumping off, eagerly opening the lid of the afternoon tea. It smells so good. Sister Giant, your cooking skills are getting better and better, Hina said, as the rich buttery aroma mixed with the fresh scent of octopus wafted through the hot steam. Octopus balls. And lemonade too. Can Hina really eat all this? Looking at the steaming takoyaki, Hina's mouth began to drool. Hina has such a sweet mouth. Eat up, this was made just for you. Thank you, Giant-san. Hina used a skewer to pick up a small octopus ball and took a bite. The rich flavor filled her mouth instantly, with the taste of octopus and bonito flakes dancing on her tongue. It's delicious. Hina's eyes narrowed with delight, turning into crescent shapes as she enjoyed the taste. After eating a few octopus balls and sipping lemonade to cut the greasiness, Hina's cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. Giant chuckled, finding Hina as cute as ever. She then opened the other 2 lids one by one. Strawberry pudding, pumpkin Montana Blink, and Caligula blueberry fruit tea, these are for you, Robin. Thank you, Momouzagi-san. Robin picked up the dessert spoon and ate gracefully. Meat grilled venison, spicy burger, and ice-cold Coke, these are for you, husband. Lynch, who ate a lot even without exercising, had a different afternoon tea from most people. He picked up the knife and fork and said, Sister Giant, let's eat together. No, I already ate in the kitchen. Giant, with gentle eyes, sat quietly, watching Lynch enjoy the meal she had prepared. The meat was perfectly grilled, golden brown on both sides, with the rich aroma of fine charcoal lingering. As Lynch enjoyed the meal, Giant added lemon juice to balance the rosemary seasoning. Suddenly, Lynch remembered something and called the attendant, prepare afternoon tea and send it to Garrett. Yes, Your Majesty, the attendant replied. The attendant bowed respectfully and left. How's Garrett doing these days? Giant asked. It's about the same as before. She eats, drinks, and tries not to take things too seriously, Lynch shrugged. But she does seem to be in a better mood lately. That's good. We're not in a hurry, as long as she doesn't cause trouble for us. That's what I think too. Let's keep her for now. I'll have Sasuke monitor her discreetly, he's very reliable. As they talked about Garrett, Lynch couldn't help but think about her strikingly beautiful figure. I miss Tom a little bit, and I don't know how long it will be before he comes back. Since meeting Tom, Giant, a cat lover, has never looked at other kittens. Speaking of which, she and Lynch were brought together thanks to Tom's help. This silly cat should be back soon. In Alabasta, Tom, who was fighting Crocodile, suddenly sneezed and looked around suspiciously. Who's talking behind his back? Tom was confused about his location and didn't know who Crocodile was. He had simply gotten lost on his way to find Hawkeye and ended up here by accident. Tom didn't understand why the man with the scarred face and broad back was so worked up. Cat, if you don't want to join my crew, then go to hell. Ground Sacco. Crocodile's voice snapped Tom back to reality. The desert beneath Tom's feet suddenly shifted, like a whirlpool in the sea, burying him deeply. Crocodile stood on the still desert ground. Seeing that Tom hadn't moved, he turned and walked away. This strange cat clearly isn't strong, but it refuses to die no matter how much it's hit or how much water its body loses. After much consideration, Crocodile decided to bury it underground. He swore he had never seen such a strange creature before. Half an hour later, Tom crawled out from several kilometers deep beneath the desert, emerging like a caterpillar. Lying flat on the sand, he felt a wave of loneliness. Tom suddenly lost his desire to find Hawkeye and just wanted to go home and see his master. Poor Cat. Chapter 97, 097 Charlotte Garrett, it's now an Empire Lynch. Mom wants to invite you to a tea party at Cake Island, Garrett said one day, finding Lynch in the study. Lynch had known that Big Mom had ulterior motives for arranging this marriage, but he hadn't expected her to act so soon. It hadn't even been 2 weeks. Why should I agree to go to Cake Island? Give me one good reason. Lynch said, crossing his legs and giving Garrett a half-smile. Because you're my husband, Garrett replied awkwardly, finally gathering the courage to speak. Garrett, now a 22-year-old woman, felt embarrassed saying such words, even in her current situation. Haha, let's wait until I officially become your husband, Lynch replied. Now, let me see you out. With that, he sent Garrett away. Did they really think he'd go to Cake Island? They must be dreaming. He wasn't foolish enough to walk into a Four Emperors' lair alone. Back in her room, Garrett used a den mushi to contact Big Mom. The response was loud and clear. Big Mom ordered her to marry Lynch quickly and then bring him back. After hanging up the den mushi, Garrett lay on the bed, sobbing until she had no tears left. Finally, she wiped her eyes, still red from crying, and walked to the mirror to start getting dressed. The habits ingrained in Garrett since childhood made it impossible for her to disobey her mother's orders. She picked out a cheongsam from the closet, which perfectly highlighted her curves. Wiping away her tears, Garrett steeled herself to carry out her mother's plan. Bang! The door suddenly flew open, and there stood Lynch, who had been eavesdropping for a while. You heard everything?" Garrett's face turned pale. That night, Garrett asked in a weak voice, "Will you go back to Cake Island with me now? Let's wait a few days." "I've been quite busy lately," Lynch replied. "By the way, this thing is too dangerous. If you need to make a call, just come to me." Before leaving, Lynch did not forget to take away the den mushi. Garrett was left alone in the room, staring blankly at the ceiling. She felt weak, pitiful, and helpless. Each day afterward, whenever Garrett asked Lynch about going to Cake Island, he neither refused nor agreed, always delaying the answer. Over time, the truth became clear. In the past few months, Garrett and Lynch had become unexpectedly close, and Garrett's unhappiness with him completely faded. By the Sea Circle calendar 1513, 2 years had passed since the conquest of the 7 countries. The year following Lynch's marriage brought an unusually calm period to the seas. Nothing sensational happened, everything went on smoothly. During this year, Lynch frequently traveled between the kingdom and marine headquarters. He also secretly established his own influence within the sword department of the Marines. In the sword department now, knowing Admiral Lynch is more important than knowing the fleet admiral or the world government. Lynch recalled that Teacher Zephyr was supposed to lose his hand this year. He had sent several sword members to keep an eye on him. In 2 years, the 7 countries were fully integrated, greatly boosting the kingdom's strength. No, with the current scale, it should be called an empire from now on. Early in the morning, Garrett left the study. "This girl, she doesn't even mention wanting me to go to Cake Island anymore when she visits," Lynch said with a laugh, shaking his head as he looked at the important annual report documents on the table. Even though they have been married for a year, Lynch won't consider having children until everything is fully settled. He picked up the report, which detailed the current situation in the Empire. Here's the current status of the Empire: population, 49,999,300 treasury, 50 billion belly and 30 large boxes of various treasures, army, 300,000 total, 200,000 marines, 100,000 infantry self-defense force, main arsenal, 400,000 precision-forged steel knives, 100,000 AK-47s, 2,000 Vulcan cannons, and assorted ammunition battleships, 80 large Plutons, each carrying 1,000 people, 100 medium-sized Pluton ships, each carrying 500 people, 50 assault Pluton ships, each carrying 80 people. The remaining warships are being replaced. Main specialties: iron, copper, aquatic products, silver, sulfur, wine, wheat, cotton, cattle, sheep, and leather. First of all, the population has skyrocketed from less than 4 million to nearly 50 million now. In terms of the treasury, it seems to be rich, but in fact it is not ideal. Mainly because in the past 2 years, Lynch has carried out drastic reforms in order to make the empire rise as soon as possible. Everything, from residential areas to military equipment, is being optimized. This has led to a lot of spending, but the country's large output of minerals, cattle, sheep, wine, and other goods provides enough revenue. What pleases Lynch the most is the improvement in wheat production. The wheat yield, drawn from a random lottery, is now at least double what was previously available in the pirate world. This not only ensured that the Empire's residents no longer faced hunger but also turned the Empire into a major food exporter. People from all over the West Blue and beyond came to buy food from them. With the increased wheat production, the wine industry and the cattle and sheep industry also grew. This development was important. Without it, the Empire might not have had enough money. Chapter 98, 098 Lottery points. In 2 years, the army expanded from 30,000 to 300,000, a tenfold increase. This includes 200,000 Marines and 100,000 soldiers. Given the Empire's large land area, a force of 100,000 soldiers is essential. They are not only responsible for the defense of the Empire, but also maintain law and order, eliminate banditry, fight floods and provide disaster relief, etc. These are all the jobs of the army. To sum up in one sentence, Marines are responsible for external campaigns, and the army is responsible for the internal stability of the empire. In terms of weapons, everything else remains the same, except that the number has increased. Only the army's cannons were replaced with more powerful Vulcan cannons, which are 3 to 5 times more effective than ordinary artillery. The Vulcan cannon was developed from old designs at Sky Island, where scholars spent their time studying Pluton battleship drawings. While easy to use, it is very expensive. Building 2,000 Vulcan cannons nearly bankrupted Lynch money. Finally, the most important battleship aspect was gradually replaced by the simplified Pluton. These ships lack the complex technologies and powerful weapons of the original, as no one has been able to recreate a true Pluton. The simplified Plutons have less than 1% of the power of the original. Even so, the simplified version of Pluton is enough to defeat any battleship on the sea. The old ships that were replaced were sold to other kingdoms instead of being wasted. Ding. The population under your rule has reached 50 million. To unlock the Kingdom of God function, please unify West Blue as soon as possible. Note: activating the Kingdom of God function will certainly impact the whole world. Please prepare a large amount of faith points beforehand. The long-awaited appearance of the system surprised and delighted Lynch. New babies are born in the Empire every day. According to the system, the population of the Empire has just passed the 50 million mark. Lynch wondered about the Kingdom of God function, but the system remained silent and didn't answer his question. Unify West Blue. Lynch gazed at the blue sky, feeling his ambition ignite. With the 7 kingdoms conquered and 1/7 of the West Blue under his control, it was time to seek new targets and unify the entire West Blue. Although starting is always tough, it's time to accelerate progress. Lynch plans to boost the Empire's hard power first. Over the past 2 years, he has accumulated 3 million faith points. While the system advised saving faith points rather than spending them all on lottery draws, he decided it was okay to use some. Good steel must be used on the blade, and you have to spend it. The Empire's sword is faster, and it will be easier to unify the West Blue. Here's the lottery list. Bronze lottery pool, 100 faith points per draw. Silver lottery pool, 1000 faith points per draw. Gold lottery pool, 10,000 faith points per draw. Naruto lottery pool, 1000 faith points per draw. New World lottery pool, coming soon. As he draw more, the prize pool increases. Lynch decided not to draw from the Naruto Ninja lottery pool this time. Though it's cheap and has a high upper limit, the chances of getting good rewards are very low. Lynch didn't know how many points he spent to get a Tsunade. He finally understood why the prize pool was so cheap. Lynch decided to focus on the more reliable lottery pools. He wasn't interested in the Naruto Ninja pool due to its low rewards. As for new lottery pool, Lynch put that aside altogether. Instead, he pondered over the options in the current pools. In this world, while combat power might not be very strong, there are always some incredibly powerful items and skills. The high cost of 10,000 faith points for a single draw likely reflects the value of these rare rewards. For now, Lynch decided to skip the Naruto Ninja lottery pool. With only a few desired items and low odds of getting them, it wasn't worth the risk. Instead, he focused on the gold lottery pool. At 10,000 faith points per draw, it offers random items from any world. The chance of getting something valuable is reasonable, making it a worthwhile investment. System: let's start with 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Deducting 100,000 faith points for the draw. Congratulations, host. You've won the item, Tsunade's J-Cup cover. The first item appeared on the desk, a black, translucent cover. Lynch was surprised by the unexpected prize. Lynch's first reaction was, should Tsunade wear this? I've never seen her wearing it before. It's huge, and it really is J-size. Lynch picked up Tsunade's bra, astonished by its large scale, truly an epic European style. As he brought it closer, a subtle fragrance filled the air. It can't be that Tsunade just wore this, the scent is so strong. The fragrance is incredibly pleasant, far better than high-end perfumes. Maybe those 10,000 faith points weren't a waste after all? Lynch. I have something to tell you. The door was suddenly pushed open, Tsunade hurriedly walked in, and Lynch quickly hid the bra behind him. This has to be discovered by Tsunade. With her hot temper, she won't care if he is the boss or something. Lynch, it's great that you are here. Let me tell you. Tsunade's voice suddenly stopped mid-sentence, and her eyes showed disdain. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Lynch felt uneasy and slightly annoyed under Tsunade's gaze. I didn't expect our esteemed emperor would have such a hobby, Tsunade said, pointing at the cover behind Lynch with clear distaste. Lynch had tried to hide the cover quickly, but a belt was still visible from behind the chair. Ahem, this was an accident, he said, stuffing the exposed belt back. You seem guilty. It's odd, but I feel like I've seen this before, Tsunade said, puzzled by the familiarity but unable to place it. It's odd. I wore it today, but why does it feel so loose? Tsunade wondered aloud. She then punched her breast twice on the chest, the hits echoing with a resounding boom. The sight of the full elasticity and rippling waves was quite the revelation for Lynch. Something's wrong. Tsunade suddenly realized, frowning slightly. Ignoring Lynch's presence, she reached out, opened her collar, and glanced down at the deep white cleavage exposed inside. The snow-white ditch, like the Somali trench, is deep and alluring, making Lynch unable to take his eyes away. So white, ah no, so big, ah no, so tender. After seeing the contents clearly, Tsunade's pupils shrank, and she finally figured out why the thing looked so familiar to her. When exactly is it? Tsunade clenched her teeth, glaring at Lynch with intense eyes, and spoke slowly, emphasizing each word, Lin. You. Looking for. Death. Bang bang. Tsunade punched Lynch twice, leaving 2 large bumps on his head. Angrily, she grabbed the bra, her face flushed, and walked out without looking back. Chapter 99, 099 Lottery, Soul of Admiral. After Tsunade stormed off, Lynch chuckled to himself, still amused by the unexpected turn of events. Despite the bumps on his head, he felt like he had come out ahead. With a grin, he decided it was time to continue the draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Cursed Emerald. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Hymn of the Black Emperor. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Zone Ancient Devil Fruit Model, Triceratops Fruit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Lord Dim's Fat Suit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Lord Dim's Black Stockings. Lynch stared at the fat suit and black stockings that appeared out of thin air in his hands, questioning his life choices. System, as expected of you. Was this really the same him who commanded the 5 elders? Lynch took a sniff and found the stockings surprisingly pleasant, no smell at all, definitely a good review. But why was there a lot of hair on the fat suit? Could him be a white tiger? Lynch felt as if he had discovered something extraordinary. I'm better put this away, Lynch thought. After all, these were personal items worn by the ruler of the world. If these were to be auctioned at the Sabati archipelago, the starting price would be 30 billion belly. Well, maybe that's a stretch, but still. Lynch carefully stashed the 2 items, and not because he had any particular interest in them, definitely not. If him found out that these were missing, especially through a certain devil fruit, it wouldn't end well. Item, Cursed Emerald. It brings unimaginable misfortune to its holder, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to resist its temptation. Host is immune. Overall, this draw was worth it. As soon as Lynch saw the Cursed Emerald, a plan to unify the West Blue began to form in his mind. Item, the Black Emperor's Hymn, a one-time item that summons the Black Emperor's undead army from hell to assist. Item, Zone, Ancient Species, Triceratops Fruit. Consuming it greatly enhances physical strength, allows 3 stages of transformation, and lets the user transform into a 6-ton Triceratops. Each item has its uses, and Lynch looked forward to seeing their effects. After calculating the remaining faith points, Lynch felt confident. System, draw 90 times from the gold lottery pool. Ding. 900,000 faith points deducted. Drawing, congratulations, host. You have obtained the item, Soul of Admiral. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a random title. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 5-dimensional fruit. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the devouring gene. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 beauty pills. From 90 draws, Lynch selected the 5 best items. Not to mention anything else, the Admiral's soul alone is worth 900,000 faith points. The Soul of Admiral. This item contains the lifelong inheritance of the first female admiral in the One Piece world. It grants her haki, swordsmanship, taijutsu, fighting skills, and physical fitness upon fusion. Note 1, only women can use it. Note 2, fusion takes time. The user will fall into a deep sleep during this period, and the process can last from 1 to 5 years, depending on compatibility with the female admiral. Spending 900,000 points for an admiral-level master seems like a great deal. However, the catch is that using it will cause a deep sleep lasting from 1 to 5 years, during which the user cannot wake up until the fusion is complete. This makes Lynch hesitant. Given the conditions, even if Lynch could use it, he wouldn't. After 5 years of sleep, who knows what the world will be like? Kaido might even come by and steal his coffin while he is out. Choosing who should use it is also a problem. Although Lynch prefers Giant, he doesn't want to force his will on his wife. Not everyone would be willing to spend several years in sleep. So, Lynch decided to ask for their opinions and instructed the guards to bring them over. If the fusion is successful, the candidate will become an admiral. The person must be someone close to Lynch, not someone like Tsunade, who isn't from the pirate world and would take the full 5 years to integrate. Soon, Hina, Robin, and Jian were called to the room. Hearing Lynch's words, the three of them were shocked that there was such a powerful thing, and at the same time, they fell into entanglement and hesitation. 5 years is a long time, and they needed to prepare for the worst-case scenario. They didn't want to wake up after 5 years to find their parents aging, themselves growing older, their partners becoming strangers, and the world changing. For them, these 5 years were a critical time of prosperity. They didn't know that Lynch had already drawn the beauty pills and that the lifespan fruit, which could extend life by 1 year, had appeared multiple times in the life selection system store. Most of their worries were unnecessary. "I'll do it, husband." Gathering up the courage, Jian took the lead and stood up. "I can feel that my strength has reached a bottleneck. If there are no great opportunities, I will only have the strength of an elite vice admiral in my life." "Are you sure, Jian? Have you thought about what you'll be facing?" Lynch asked repeatedly, knowing the integration would mean being out of action for a few years. "I'm sure." Jian's eyes became firm. For her husband, she must become stronger. "Okay, take this first." Lynch handed her a fragrant white wax pill from a small bottle. "Robin, Hina, you both take one too." The three women didn't hesitate. Each took a beauty pill and swallowed it. Lynch also took one for himself. From now on, their appearances would remain as they were at this moment. "It's so sweet and tastes like honey. What did you give us to eat, husband?" Hina licked her lips, still wanting more. "The beauty pill will keep our appearances ageless and our skin as smooth as it is now," Lynch explained. "Wow! Long live my husband." The three women's eyes brightened when they heard that they could keep their appearance forever, and they excitedly kissed the lipstick marks all over Lynch's face. The attraction of immortality to women is no less than being the king of the world. What makes Lynch even more gratified is that they have no doubts about his words. Although immortality is unheard of in this world, they truly believed in the agelessness he promised. "Jian, are you ready?" The three women stifled their excitement and smiles as Jian answered solemnly, "Let's begin." "Good." Lynch took out a white sphere of light and brought it close to Jian's body. Ding. "Do you wish to use the Admiral's soul on Jian?" "Use." The ball of light slowly sank into Jian's body, surrounding her with a glowing halo. "Husband, I'll see you in a year," Jian said with a smile, reassuring Lynch. Then, she felt sleepy, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep slumber. Lynch gently placed the unconscious Jian on the bed and said, "Bring me a crystal coffin. I'll stay with Jian for the day." "Yes, Your Majesty." After a while, Lynch looked at Jian's delicate face and rosy cheeks in the crystal coffin and felt an odd sensation. It was like a fairy tale, Sleeping Beauty. The crystal coffin was placed next to Lynch's bed. Chapter 100, 100 New title, Devouring Genes. Does host want to draw titles? Extract. The second benefit is the title itself. It's akin to a manifestation of rules and is extremely powerful. For example, like his Lily Killer title, which causes young girls to develop a crush on him involuntarily. Ding. Drawing title, ding. Extraction successful, congratulations, host. You've won the title, No Woman in My Heart. Women only influence how quickly a man draws his sword. However, Lawless can make your sword draw even faster, a woman can make your sword more powerful, the wealthy woman can make your sword sharper, holding a girl in your arms will double the damage, effect, each time a Lily with a score of 95 or above is collected. The host's sword drawing speed increases by 1%, up to a maximum of 10%, for each royal sister with a score of 95 or above. The host's sword power increases by 1%, up to a maximum of 10%. Ding. Current effect: the host has 4 royal sisters, increasing sword power by 4%. Lynch walked a 6. This system always gives him something fun to do every time. But this time, the title is not only practical but also powerful. In battles between masters, Even small mistakes can have huge consequences. A speed error of just 0.1 seconds can decide the outcome of a fight. A few injuries might be the difference between life and death. When the title is fully stacked, 10% of the speed and 10% of the strength can be said to have raised his strength to another level. The current increase of 4% in power cannot be underestimated. The third item, the 5-dimensional fruit, is 5 fruits with different colors. Ding. The 5-dimensional fruit enhances human potential. Red fruits boost strength, green fruits boost speed, blue fruits boost durability, yellow fruits boost defense, and pink fruits boost reflexes. Items that enhance potential are treasures in any world. Potential might sound mysterious and intangible, but it is real. For example, after Luffy ate the Nika fruit, his potential reached the level of the 4 emperors. On the other hand, no matter how hard Giant trains, she will only ever be a candidate for admiral at most. Being able to challenge Fujitora and Ryokaja while preventing Giant from becoming an admiral shows that her strength is still far from reaching that level. Tasty. The 5 fruits were about the size of a fingernail, and Lynch swallowed them in one gulp. The sweet and sour taste was appetizing. After eating them, Lynch felt a vague sense that his limits had indeed been raised. The last item is the Devouring Gene. It's quite powerful and might be too much for the room. Lynch went to the beach and transformed into a 35-meter-tall, sun-candlelit mythical beast. It has the head of a lion, antlers, tiger eyes, dragon scales, and a dragon tail. Standing 35 meters tall, it closely resembles the legendary Kirin. A black-red halo, about 35 meters wide, hovers behind it, with flames constantly burning on the halo. It's the Emperor. Wow, it's huge. The real thing is even more majestic and powerful than the statue. So hot. Fishermen on the beach exclaimed when they saw Lynch. In the Empire, Sun Candle has become a sacred beast and a symbol of the kingdom. Every citizen knows that seeing Sun Candle means encountering the incarnation of the king. The Sun Candle mythical beast is a terrifying monster in the eyes of the enemy, but it is their patron saint in the eyes of the people. Some elderly fishermen set aside their gear and bowed towards Lynch. Lynch looked at the people, then flew into the sky and said, "System, fuse and activate devouring genes." Ding. Phagocytosis gene fusion, ding. Fusion successful, devouring gene. After fusion, Sun Candle's form gains the ability to devour energy, increasing its size and strength. As it grows larger, it will also acquire new abilities. Hungry. Very hungry. F***ing hungry. After integrating the devouring gene, Lynch felt a deep hunger, as if every cell and pore in his body was sending the sensation to his brain. Devouring energy leads to evolution. Sea Kings, which contain the most energy in the world, are the primary source. The larger the Sea Kings, the more energy their meat contains. A Sea King with a volume of over 5,000 meters has meat that contains up to 100,000 times more energy than other meat. With their huge size and energy, Sea Kings are ideal for devouring evolution. Eating one Sea King is far better than consuming 10,000 pigs or sheep. A layer of black light suddenly appeared around Lynch on the halo behind Sun Candle. As the Sun Candle fruit develops, more abilities are gained. Can't the devil fruit power touch water? No problem, just isolate yourself from the sea like Vanderdecken 9. Lynch was originally wondering how he survived being knocked into the sea by Kaido last time. Thinking about it now, it was probably because of the halo that the ability to protect the user was triggered in the first place. With a loud plop, Lynch dove from the sky into the water, creating a massive splash that sent waves hundreds of meters high. As the eldest father of Dragon, Sun Candle is naturally born with water skill. Upon entering the water, every cell in his body felt like it was celebrating, as if he had come home. Lynch's speed underwater is almost as fast as in the sky, and he has no trouble breathing. No matter how deep he goes, the pitch black water is like night vision to him, allowing him to see farther than on land. Ugh, the deep-sea fish are really ugly. At a depth of 6,000 meters, the fish here can no longer be described as ugly, and they don't even need to be put into horror movies. Although it's not your fault that you are ugly, it is wrong for you to come out and scare people. Lynch looked at the strange and ugly fish in front of him and swallowed it in one bite. Crunchy and chicken-flavored. After eating this fish, Lynch's hunger wasn't satisfied, and his size seemed to increase by just 0.001 centimeters. It looks like he needs to go after sea kings. I found you. The deep sea is the domain of sea kings. It didn't take Lynch long to find a 300-meter-long sea king. This sea king resembled a mix between a fish and a chicken, with feathers on its body. It looked a lot like an old friend Lynch once knew. Sea kings are quite intelligent. Seeing Lynch's 35-meter size, this sea king immediately recognized the danger and turned to flee as if it had encountered its natural predator. Sea King's sixth sense tells it that Lynch is an existence it cannot afford to mess with. Where do you think you're going? Sea Kings are no match for Lynch's speed. As the current sweeps down, the 300-meter-long Sea King becomes a fragrant grilled fish. Chapter 101, 101 Devouring Evolution. The 300-meter-long Sea Kings was towed ashore by Lynch. With a height of 35 meters, standing in front of the huge Sea Kings, he looked like a child who had not grown up. Where should I start swallowing? Got it. Lynch came to the tail of Sea Kings, opened his huge mouth, and a small black hole emerged from his mouth, erupting with terrifying suction. With a whoosh, the Sea King's tail was sucked into Lynch's mouth. The massive tail miraculously shrank as it neared the black hole, making it just the right size to be swallowed. If it was still in its original size, it would have been impossible to eat. I'll swallow it whole. Lynch didn't bother chewing, he digested the Sea King directly through the black hole in his mouth. As he devoured the Sea King, his size began to increase visibly. 35 meters. 36 meters. 37 meters. 38 meters. 39 meters. 40 meters. The 300-meter-long, multi-ton Sea King was completely devoured by Lynch in minutes. As a result, Sun Candle's size increased to 40 meters. The hunger in his belly is relieved, and the cells in the whole body are cheering for this nourishment. Lynch smacked his lips as he felt the surging energy and blood in his body. He had fallen in love with this feeling of getting stronger quickly. It was still early, so he turned and plunged into the sea, looking for his next prey. As a result, the fishermen on this day saw a scene they would never forget. The Sea Kings, who used to be the overlord of the ocean, were treated as snacks by the king, and he ate them one after another. The fishermen looked at this scene, opened their mouths wide, and said blankly, "The Emperor is so awesome. Long live the Emperor." What fishermen fear most at sea is not pirates, but Sea Kings. In the big sea, who dares to mess with Sea Kings? Most avoid them, fearing to be targeted. Being targeted by a Sea King usually means their fate sealed in death, as they rule the ocean. Moreover, when Sea Kings passes by, a large number of fish nearby will disappear, causing fishermen to be unable to catch fish. Today, the Emperor dealt with these sea giants. This is what a good king does: he removes threats for the people, wins their hearts, and looks out for their well-being. Since Sea Kings have no natural predators in the sea, Lynch quickly caught another 300-meter-long Sea King. After eating it, his body size grew to 43 meters. Last time, he grew by 5 meters, but this time only 3 meters. It seems that even a 300-meter-long Sea King has less impact now. It seems that as his body grows, it becomes harder to gain more size. He needs to hunt even bigger Sea Kings. It was night, with the stars and moon high in the sky, and Lynch caught an 800-meter Sea Kings. After eating it, his height increased to 66 meters. "Your Majesty, it's getting late. Please rest and don't overexert yourself." "Yes, Lord Emperor, we are deeply moved by your efforts. Your Majesty, this is our homemade bread. if you don't mind." Thousands of residents gathered on the coast. They had heard that the king transformed into the divine beast Sun Candle to protect the people by eliminating threats at sea. They came to pay homage to his heroic deeds. In a kingdom surrounded by the sea, almost 1 in every 5 households relies on it for their livelihood. Lynch's actions protect the country and its people, ensuring their safety and securing their interests by removing dangers from the sea. According to incomplete statistics, at least 2,000 fishermen die at the hands of sea kings every year. After all, even the great red-haired Shanks had his arm bitten off by an 80-meter sea king, so it's no surprise that ordinary people face such dangers. "Your Majesty, the Emperor, is so huge." Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the Emperor was incredibly huge. People standing underneath looked like ants. They had to tilt their heads back to see Sun Candle's head. "Wow, it's so big." Some girls blushed just from looking at it. At 66 meters tall, it's like a 23-story building. Imagine a Kirin as high more than 20 stories high right in front of you. This is how the people feel. The halo of flames behind the Sun Candle illuminated the black night sky. Lynch looked at the vast sea of people and didn't know why. What's going on? Why are everyone gathering at the coast? Also, why is the faith value increasing so fast that it's like riding a rocket? After a long day of eating sea kings, Lynch wasn't sure what was happening. But overall, it was a good thing. It was getting late, and Lynch decided not to continue hunting sea kings. Success in this kind of task relies on persistence. Seeing the impressive increase in faith value, Lynch decided to treat everyone to dinner. The Sun Candle divine beast opened its mouth and shot out a lightning pillar dozens of meters thick, illuminating the night as bright as day. When the lightning pillar struck the sea, it caused the water to boil, bringing schools of fish to the surface with their scent. Lynch opened his mouth and sucked, drawing hundreds of thousands of grilled fish to the shore. "Your Majesty, you serve the fish to everyone. Thank the Emperor quickly." A clever child shouted. "Thank you, Lord Emperor. Long live the Emperor." As he received their gratitude, his faith value increased once more. After celebrating with the people, Lynch returned to the palace. He looked at his palms and felt something had changed. He cut open his wrist with a knife, and the injured wrist healed completely within a few seconds, leaving no trace of scar. The resilience is about 1/3 stronger than before. "This is my blood." Looking at the blood on his wrist, Lynch thought about the changes. In the Sun Candle state, the essence of the sea kings he ate was now part of his blood in human form. In simple terms, his current blood is better than any medicine. While it may not bring the dead back to life, it can fully heal serious injuries or severe bleeding, such as a broken arm or leg. In the future, even if his head is cut off, as long as it's not too cold, his blood can help reattach it. Invincible. From now on, Lynch can confidently claim to be the best in the world at trauma medicine. He took a drop of blood from his wrist and tossed it into the flower bed outside. The small yellow flower, originally just finger-sized, grew to 5 meters tall almost instantly. The 1 million lottery points this time are well spent. There were still 6 beauty pills left, so Lynch sent someone to give one to Garrett, one to Tsunade, and one to Mikoto Uchiha. All women should like this thing. He can draw it out once or twice. He is not afraid to waste it. They are all his own people anyway. Even though Tsunade has the Byakugan mark, it doesn't make her truly ageless. Once her chakra is depleted, she returns to her original state. At 20, Tsunade will be just fine after taking the beauty pill. Chapter 102. 102 The kings were changing faster than one could change a girlfriend. To unify the West Blue, he can't bypass the world government. He is explicitly forbidden from attacking other countries. Since now is not the time to clash with the world government, he must find other ways, but that doesn't bother Lynch at all. Early the next morning, he set off for the Kingdom of Willis. The Kingdom of Willis is the largest country in the West Blue besides Lynch's empire, with a population of over 10 million. Before the old king could get up from his concubine's bed, Lynch easily sneaked into the palace. As long as he wanted to, it would be just a snap to destroy the palace without letting the guards discover it, but he would not do that. Arriving at the throne, Lynch took out the cursed emerald he won in yesterday's lottery and placed it into the gap of the throne. Item: Cursed Emerald. It brings unimaginable misfortune to its holder, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to resist its temptation. Host is immune. After setting it up, Lynch left and returned to his empire to await the results. At 8 in the morning, the old king of the Kingdom of Willis slowly walked into the room, his belly leading the way. The old king is nearly 60 this year, but he is not a waste. The fact that he can sit in this position well until now proves that he has certain political skills. To ascend to the throne, he didn't hesitate to kill his eldest and third brothers and imprison his father. Later, by treating his people well and rewarding his heroes, he led the kingdom to expand its territory and reach its peak, earning him the reputation of Emperor Willis. Plop! The old king sat on the throne, and the emerald Lynch had hidden earlier popped out, rolling to the ground. The old king's eyes subconsciously rested on the emerald, and his eyes widened. Could this be the treasure hidden by the previous kings? The emerald seemed to possess a kind of magic, and as the old king picked it up, his eyes filled with greed. Come here. Place this emerald in my crown immediately. A week later, Lynch received news that the old king of Willis' kingdom actually choked to death on food while eating. After the death of the old king, the eldest prince successfully ascended the throne. Lynch smiled slightly, patted Garrett's butt, and asked her to change positions. It was just a matter of time now. After the eldest prince ascended the throne, he noticed the crown his father had left behind. The emerald on it caught his eye, and he couldn't resist putting the crown on his head. 5 days later, news came that the new King Willis had stepped on a banana peel and fell to his death. Lynch couldn't help but be impressed. The cursed emerald was even more powerful than he had imagined. With the physical fitness of people in this world, the chance of stepping on a banana peel and falling to death is more difficult than winning a 100 million lottery ticket. But it's not over yet. Lynch needed to wait for a puppet king he could control completely. After the eldest prince's death, the Willis kingdom didn't rush to choose a new heir. The palace ministers split into 2 factions, one supporting the third prince and the other backing the sixth prince. To compete for the throne, both sides engaged in a series of open and secret conflicts. Finally, a month later, after the sudden deaths of the second and third princes, the sixth prince successfully ascended to the throne. 3 days after becoming king, the royal family announced that he had succumbed to an old illness. In reality, he had slipped, fallen into a manure pit, and drowned. 3 kings died in a row, and each one of them died in an outrageous way. Everyone realized that something was wrong. The royal family brought in exorcists and bounty hunters to investigate, but they found nothing unusual. The people of the Willis kingdom were stunned. The kings were changing faster than one could change a girlfriend. In just 2 months, there had been 4 different kings. The day before, the country was draped in white to mourn the former king. The next day, red decorations filled the sky. Within a week, white paper money was floating around again. But the mourning didn't last long, less than half a month. Power is something people fight fiercely for. With most of the direct royal family gone, the 2 younger brothers of the old king, who were also the current Grand Dukes, began a power struggle with the 17-year-old 9th prince. 3 days later, one of the Duke emerged victorious and became king. A week after his ascension, he died in a terrible accident, falling from the 5th floor and suffering fatal injuries from multiple fractures. The last Grand Duke, a knowledgeable scholar, who didn't want to die early, decided that the 9th prince should become king despite opposition. He ignored the resistance and arranged for the 9th prince to ascend to the throne. He controls everything behind the scenes. After receiving a report from his subordinates, Lynch realized the opportunity had arrived. That night, he found the ninth prince sleeping soundly. Crack! Thunder flashed outside the window, waking the ninth prince. He saw Lynch standing by the bed and was nearly scared to death. Gar. Just as the ninth prince was about to call for help, Lynch covered his mouth and threatened, "If you don't want to die, don't scream." Yeah. The ninth prince nodded quickly. "My hero, I am just a puppet king. The real power lies in the hands of my uncle. I think you have found the wrong person. You don't know that the throne is cursed. No king lasts more than a week. If I could escape, I would. Please, take me away, hero." As soon as Lynch released him, the ninth prince began to complain. A king who can't survive more than a week, it's a death sentence. In his dream just now, he even dreamed that his father and 2 dead brothers were waving to him. He was still young, not even 18 years old, and he really didn't want to die. "I have a way for you to survive and stay in charge, but you must follow my instructions from now on," Lynch said seriously. "Okay. As long as it keeps me alive, I'll do whatever you say." The ninth prince replied eagerly. "Here, take this," Lynch said, handing over a pill. The ninth prince picked up the pill and threw it into his mouth. After eating it, he remembered and asked, "What did you give me to eat, hero?" "Poison." "Ah." The ninth prince was near tears. "My hero, you gave me poison when I'm already on the edge of death." "As long as I'm here, you won't die," Lynch said calmly, satisfied with his plan. Being young makes him easy to control, and his impulsive nature means he's not too thoughtful, perfect for a puppet. "Take the antidote I give you every 6 months, or you'll die from the poison." Wow! Heavy rain poured outside the window, hitting the glass with a cold patter. Lynch walked out alone. "Big brother, where are you going?" "To kill." Lynch replied and disappeared into the night. In the dim room, the ninth prince shuddered as he watched Lynch's figure disappear. Was that person really not a ghost? An hour later, Lynch returned to the room, with scarlet blood dripping from the heart of his demon sword. "The opposition is gone. I'll give you a month to take control. Don't disappoint me." Lynch's ghostly voice echoed, making the ninth prince tremble as he glanced at the bloodied sword. He could never have imagined that his powerful uncle might have fallen on this rainy night. Chapter 103, 103 War of West Blue, Money Problem. Lynch followed the same strategy, spending 3 months taking control of the 5 most powerful countries in West Blue, besides his own empire. Only the 5 puppet kings knew he was controlling everything from behind the scenes. Lynch is like the big hand behind the scenes, manipulating everything secretly. He gave these kings orders to attack other kingdoms and expand their territory at all costs in the following days. Under the influence of the 5 puppet kings, West Blue is engulfed in widespread war and chaos. The aggressive expansion of these kingdoms has created a growing sense of crisis among the other nations. Those big countries took the opportunity to declare war on the surrounding small countries and devour them to increase their national strength. In response, the small countries formed an alliance to resist the invasions of the big nations. For a time, West Blue became a paradise for war. There was no place where war was not going on, and it became the most chaotic sea area on the sea. Conquer each other and fight each other. The intensity of the fighting even surpassed that of the Grand Line at one point. This situation is beneficial to Lynch's development. The more chaotic West Blue is, the better it is for his plans. The big countries are helping Lynch by swallowing the small ones, saving him some effort. Eventually, he can just take over the big countries himself. While they are at war, the world government will be too distracted to focus on his 5 puppets. Time flew by, and half a year later, in Sea Circle Calendar 1514, each of the 5 kingdoms had captured an average of 4 countries, totaling 20 countries. This was pretty much what Lynch expected. The strength of the 5 kingdoms wasn't as great as his empires, so having this record was quite impressive. Despite Lynch's secret support, Iconic items such as the AK-47, Pluton battleship, Vulcan cannon, and giant rear admiral were still not available. Familiar faces like Tsunoda and the others can't appear either. Lynch only steps in personally when dealing with particularly tough problems. He knows that the more you move, the easier it is to get caught. In this way, relying solely on the kingdom's own military strength is an excellent result. At the same time, he had Mikoto Uchiha train many new recruits over the past 6 months for placement in the Five Empires. In this regard, the Uchiha family are experts among experts. Nowadays, almost all the top leaders of the Five Empires have been replaced by his people. West Blue has 58 countries in total, and currently, 33 of them are under his control. Most of West Blue is under his control. The date to become the king of West Blue is not far away. The day he becomes king of West Blue will mark the beginning of his break with the world government. Since he ignored the Five Elders' offer, the number of spies caught in the Empire has noticeably increased. It's clear who's behind it. As the Five Kingdoms waged wars one after another, the citizens were tired. In addition, almost each of them has 4 kingdoms to absorb, and there will be a truce for a period of time in the days to come. The kingdoms will need time to recover and integrate their new territories. However, since the 5 kingdoms are already quite large, this process won't take too long. Unlike the original empire, which rapidly absorbed 10 times its territory in one go. What are you talking about? Doflamingo is suppressing our black market operations. Doesn't he know that I'm the one behind it? Lynch frowned as he listened to Yakushi Kabuto's report in his study. Doflamingo is a smart man and will not offend an admiral unless there is some misunderstanding or someone intervenes. Send someone to warn him. If Doflamingo doesn't change his ways, I'll handle it myself. Yes, my lord, Yakushi Kabuto responded, putting away his fanatical gaze and stepping back respectfully. After Yakushi Kabuto left, Lynch stared at the treasury report showing a deficit for the year and fell into deep thought. Originally, the Empire's annual income was just enough to allow him to implement drastic reforms, rapidly build infrastructure, and improve both the military and the people's well-being. Thanks to his reforms, the Empire's food production has doubled, roads now stretch across the entire region, and every household has access to running water. The National Happiness Index skyrocketed, and the military grew stronger. Massive structures were constructed, including shelters, granaries capable of storing a decade's worth of food, and border guard towers. Various systems were also improved. Medical care, the military, the legal system, martial arts training, so many areas required funding, yet Lynch managed to spend wisely and efficiently. The delicate balance between income and expenditure was disrupted by the war in West Blue. The conflict kept merchant ships from other regions from coming to West Blue for trade, leading to a drop in the Empire's annual income. At present, everything is supported by the black market. If it fails, he has to tighten the Empire's funding and live minimally. I need to find more funds. The Empire can't go on like this. Without money, even a hero is powerless. The national treasury must be replenished. It's better to have such a wealthy person who can spend the rest of his life after one job. The Golden Emperor. If you're wondering who's the richest in the world government comes first, and the Golden Emperor is a close second. The world government's wealth is not owned by one individual, while the Golden Emperor's wealth belongs solely to him. By this measure, the Golden Emperor is still the richest. Known as Gilder Tizro, the Golden Emperor has the power of the Parimsha gold fruit. He started out as a poor young man, once a pure-hearted idealist who was forced to change his path. Now, he leads Grand Tizro, the world's largest entertainment city, and controls many industries around the world. Tizro controls 20% of the world's baileys, operating both legally and illegally. In the underground world, he is the Golden Emperor, using his wealth to dominate and extend his influence all over the world. If the Empire could obtain 1/5 of the world's Baileys, it would be financially secure for a long time. Lynch recalls that Shia Early from Fishman Island once gave him a note to find the Golden Emperor. Opening the note, Lynch found coordinates marked with the year 1514, which is this month. Having experienced Shia Early's prophetic abilities firsthand, Lynch realizes that she predicted he would visit the Golden Emperor at this exact time. She is truly remarkable, having predicted the era of great pirates at just 3 years old. Arlong could learn a lot from his sister. If Arlong had been half as remarkable and determined as she was, he wouldn't have suffered such defeats. After confirming the goal, the next step is to figure out how to act. Tetsuo himself is not weak, but it is not a big problem for Lynch. Most importantly, nearly 1/3 of the world government's heavenly gold is provided by Tetsuo every year. Otherwise, why would the world government ignore Tetsuo's mobile vault? To challenge Tetsuo, the world government would first have to agree. Celestial dragons frequently visit the Golden Emperor's casino, and if anything goes wrong, even the lowest admiral would be dispatched quickly. Therefore, if he wants to rob Tetsuo, he must first not reveal his true identity in front of everyone, and he must not let anyone know that he has been there. Second, it must be fast. Or maybe he can't make too much noise. Finishing everything before an admiral arrives. Wait. There might be another way. Chapter 104, 104 The Golden Ship in the New World. Belt Lynch stood quietly on a rock beside Fisher Tiger. Brother Lynch, I'm a fugitive now. Why did you bring me here? Come to meet an old friend of ours, Lynch said calmly. Do you know the Golden Emperor? You're joking, right? Everyone who's anyone among the world's richest has heard of him. The Golden Emperor, whose real name is Gilder Tetsuo, was captured by the Celestial Dragons and enslaved at 19. He was only rescued in Sea Circle Calendar 1506 by someone who climbed the Red Line. Lynch revealed an unknown secret. Aside from the Celestial Dragons and Lynch, everyone who knew the secret was killed by Tetsuo. We created the Golden Emperor? Tiger was shocked, feeling as if they had helped someone years ago, only for that person to become the richest man in the world later on. Lynch thought to himself, as long as you survive, you'll see just how powerful your connections can become. The Golden Emperor, the 3 Boa sisters, Koala from the Revolutionary Army, and others, they were all people he and Tiger had rescued in the past. Look into my eyes for a moment, then put this on, Lynch said, tossing a cloak to Tiger. Lynch then transformed into Nighthawk using the life return and put on his own cloak. After meeting the Golden Emperor, it would be best to negotiate peace as his savior. However, Lynch found it quite awkward. Although the Golden Emperor's humanity hadn't been completely lost, it was nearly gone. He had been beaten and scolded by his gambler father, disliked by his mother, and eventually abandoned after his father's death from alcoholism. Later, he found true love but was forced into slavery by the Celestial Dragons. No one knows the full extent of his suffering at their hands. It's a miracle he didn't lose all his humanity. His first love was the last piece of purity in his heart. The Golden Emperor's life, if he hadn't succeeded in his later comeback, would be described as nothing short of miserable. Even if peace talks fail, he can use his role as his savior back then to expose his flaws and wait for an opportunity to act. The ship is coming, Lynch said. In the distance, 2 giant turtles, as large as sea kings, emerged from the fog, revealing the world's largest golden ship. The Golden Emperor's ship is powered by 2 giant turtles, making it one of the few ships capable of traveling in the Belt, just like the Kuja pirates' ship. It takes 100 years for the turtles to sail that distance. This is the first time I've ever seen such an incredible ship, Tiger said, amazed. The Grand Tetsuo is a massive gold ship over 10,000 meters long, with its entire surface covered in gold. It gleams brightly under the sun's reflection. Only the Golden Emperor would dare to make such a bold and extravagant statement. A giant ship of 10,000 meters is approaching, and the visual shock it brings cannot be described in words. The giant turtles leading the way push through the waves, causing them to surge dramatically. "Quick!" Lynch said as he grabbed Tiger and flew into the sky, entering through the golden ship's entrance. "Cover yourself with armament hockey to keep the gold dust out of your body. The entryway is always filled with gold dust. Below Admiral level, gold dust entering the body can make people powerless against the Golden Emperor. As the world's largest casino, the ship welcomes all visitors, so there are no guards at the entrance. This allowed the two of them to easily enter the ship's interior. Few people know that, in addition to being the world's largest entertainment city, it is also a franchised and independent country recognized by the world government, with its own towns. Many people spend their entire lives here. "Sir, is this your first time here?" Almost as soon as the two of them entered, a bunny girl with a sweet smile came over immediately. Out of professionalism, the bunny girl didn't ask why the two of them were wearing black robes. She had seen a lot of weird customers, and there were all kinds of people. A few days ago, she saw a blind man gambling with a cane. "Don't you think it's funny? Blind people can also gamble. This is my first time here. Could you help us exchange this money for chips, miss?" Lynch didn't pretend to be an expert and handed the 50,000 Baileys he had with him to the bunny girl. Back then, the god of gambler Chen Daozai could win 37 million with 20 yuan. Today, Lynch can win 370 billion with 50,000 Baileys. "I'm sorry, sir, but the minimum exchange amount for newcomers is 100,000 Bailey," the bunny girl said with a sweet smile. Lynch. He silently handed over another 50,000 Bailey. "Excuse me, please wait a moment," the bunny girl said, giving Lynch a salute that revealed a lot of white snow, before turning to leave. It must be said, Tizolo really understands what men like. The clothes didn't cover much, leaving her chest fully exposed and her lower body so short that it seemed like she wasn't wearing any pants. Thin black stockings wrapped the entire long legs, and paired with cute earrings on the top of the head, ordinary men will see their blood pressure rise, trigger a rush of hormones, making it hard for them to focus on gambling. "Ha ha ha, Lin. Brother Nighthawk, don't be embarrassed. This is our first time here, and I didn't know there were such rules." Tiger looked at the pure gold floor under his feet, and then saw that even the stairs and chandeliers were made of pure gold. He couldn't help but sigh. "If you had randomly given a piece of gold to me when I was a child, I might never have become a pirate." "Sir, your chips are ready," the bunny girl said, handing Lynch several chips of different sizes. "Since this is your first time here, would you like me to be your guide?" "That would be perfect," Lynch replied with a smile. "Stop." Miss Bunny Girl waved her hand to stop a golden racing car. What's outrageous is that the driver was actually a kung fu dugong. "Sir, please get in the car. I'll take you to the gambling area," the bunny girl said, opening the car door. After closing the car door, the young lady sat on Lynch's lap. With woman in his arms, Lynch wondered if there were any special services offered. As the breeze blew on his face, he noticed some coolies working in the dark corners beneath the gold everywhere. These people likely owe money to the casino and are forced to work here indefinitely. Some even marry and have children, who will also have to work for Tizolo forever. It's a stark reminder that even the capitalists from previous years could learn a lot from Tizolo. "Sir," the bunny girl's gentle voice said, "you don't look like you've gambled before. Have you tried it?" "No." "Then I suggest starting with a simple game, like guessing the size. It's easy and suitable for beginners." "Okay, I'll leave it to you." "Ha ha ha ha, old blind man, can you really do this? It's laughable that a blind man of your age thinks he can gamble." Before he even reached the gaming table, laughter erupted from the crowd. Chapter 105, 105 Gamble Blind Man? Likes to gamble? The combination of these details reminded Lynch of someone he knew, so he walked over. He, everyone is just joking. Even though I'm blind, My intuition is sharp. Why can't I gamble? He didn't smile in response to the comments but placed his chips on the small spot on the table. Seeing this, others around him also placed their bets. Dealer, let's see if this old blind man guesses right. The crowd cheered. The dealer opened the dice cup and announced loudly, 4, 5, 6, big. Ha ha ha, this old blind man really can't do it, someone said. Old blind man, looks like you've been caught bragging. Everyone burst out laughing when they saw that Uchiha had indeed missed the mark. My luck in gambling is a bit bad today. I'll try again another day. See you all. After calculating the money he lost today, he found that the money in his pocket should be enough for drinking. Uchiha silently picked up his sword like a cane, turned around and left. TCH boring old blind man. Uchiha remained calm despite the comments and the dealer turned his attention back to the table. Come on guys, just continue. Uncle Fujitora. Lynch called out in surprise. The tall, blind man with a sword and cane, who seemed nearly 50 years old, matched Fujitora's description perfectly. However, Lynch couldn't recall Fujitora's real name. Are you calling me, little friend? Uchiha turned with a smile and said, I think you have the wrong person. My name is Uchiha. But Fujitora is a nice name. Uncle Fujitora, you won just now, didn't you? Lynch confirmed that Uchiha was indeed Fujitora before he became a Marine. Uchiha did not answer Lynch's question, but simply said, it's a small gamble for fun, what's the point of taking it too seriously? My friend, see you again when we are destined. Uchiha waved and left. Uncle, see you again when we are destined. Looking at Uchiha's leaving figure, Lynch lamented that Uchiha's character was still so gentle. Uchiha's starting point for gambling is different from others. Others do it to win money, but he does it for entertainment. With Uchiha's observation hockey, it would be hard for him to lose if he took gambling seriously. Brother Lynch, is there something special about the old blind man? You seem to be paying close attention to him, Tiger asked, curious. Nothing, let's just gamble. Winning money is secondary. Lynch's main goal is to win enough to be invited to the VIP room and meet the Golden Emperor. Following the bunny girl's instructions, Lynch took out 10,000 belly-in chips and placed them on the table. Big. It turns out to be a newbie. Seeing this, others quickly followed suit. Anyone who has gambled knows that good luck often starts with the first bet. 313, little one. The croupier revealed the dice. Ugh, this guy is really unlucky, someone complained. I lost 100,000 belly because of this bad luck. The loser gave Lynch a vicious look. The first round was actually intentional by Lynch to prevent gamblers from following suit. As the second round began, Lynch listened carefully to the dice in the cup. He quickly placed his 90,000 chips on big. This time, no one followed his lead, everyone placed their bets based on their own guesses. 366, big. The croupier announced as the dice cup was opened, and it was a win as expected. Lynch's chips doubled from 90,000 to 180,000. Next, Lynch repeated this operation, basically losing a few and winning a few. There was no clear pattern, yet his money steadily grew to 3 million. This made the other gamblers at the table envious. Some gamblers wanted to follow the bet, but found that they were always on the losing side no matter what, whether they followed Lynch bet or not. They were so angry that their eyes turned red. Damn it, I don't believe it. The man said, refusing to give up and placing another bet. He lost again as expected. Damn it, you did it on purpose. Angry, he slammed the table and fumed. If fighting were allowed, he would have beaten Lynch to death. I didn't ask you to bet with me. If you can't handle it, go to the children's table, Lynch said, pointing to a nearby table. Your sister. I'll get you back for this. The man vowed to seek revenge. He bet small while Lynch bet big, but he lost again. After losing 3 times in a row, the man collapsed and fell unconscious. Wow, someone here is really mad. The people at the gambling table watched in amazement. It was their first time seeing someone get so furious till collapse while gambling. Soon, word spread that a skilled gambler was in the area, and crowds gathered around Lynch's table to watch him play. His gambling capital had reached 10 million by this point, and the dealer rolling the dice for him was sweating nervously. Thinking that he had been staying in this casino for 3 months, this was the first time he had encountered such a difficult customer, and he was sweating profusely. "Stay back, I'll handle it." The commotion attracted the attention of the casino, and a veteran dealer in a suit arrived to take over. Although Lynch's winnings were not substantial yet, they needed to stop him from continuing. They were also ensuring that he wasn't cheating, as otherwise, he would have been arrested by now. "Brother, if you have the ability, come and guess again this time." The old dealer threw 2 more dice into the dice cup to make it more difficult to identify the dice by listening to the sound, and then started shaking them faster. Lynch listened carefully, his ears focused. The new dealer's skills were far superior. The dice clattered irregularly, making it nearly impossible to guess the result accurately. He even used 2 dice to cancel out the sounds, but Lynch's exceptional hearing allowed him to discern the outcome. Bang! The dealer slammed the dice cup onto the table with a confident smile. "Everyone, please place your bets." He was confident that Lynch would lose this time, no matter what. He had rigged the game to ensure a leopard was rolled, and if no one bet on it, the dealer would make sure everyone lost. The chance of rolling a leopard with 5 dice is just 1 in 1296. No one bets on a leopard, as it's extremely rare, unless they're foolish. The payout for a leopard is 197 times the bet, plus an additional bonus. People placed their bets one after another, and the dealer maintained a calm smile. At the last moment, Lynch bet all his money on rolling leopard. This shocked the crowd, and many thought Lynch had lost his mind. What? Someone bet on a leopard? He must be crazy. 10 million on a leopard is such a waste. That's right. Just give me the money if you don't want it. Serves you right. You'll lose all your winnings now. While everyone gloated, the dealer's face changed drastically. Chapter 106, 106 Gotta gamble, open it already, what are you waiting for? Hurry up, I can't wait to see this kid lose his money. The crowd grew impatient as the dealer hesitated, eagerly urging him to reveal the result. Open it now, come on. The crowd pressed harder. The dealer's lips trembled, and with one hand he discreetly reached under the table. If Lynch won this bet, the casino would lose close to 2 billion. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and sweat soaked the back of his shirt. Believe me, it's best to keep things fair. You wouldn't want to embarrass the casino, would you? Lynch smiled, noticing the dealer's subtle attempt to cheat. The dealer's hand hesitated over the hidden button, realizing he might be in deep trouble today. Hearing the young man's calm voice, the dealer realized Lynch was no ordinary gambler. The Golden Emperor might spare his life if he loses money, but if he ruins the reputation of the casino, the Golden Emperor will definitely kill him. Forcing a strained smile, the dealer pulled back his cheating hand and opened the dice cup on the table. 66666, leopard. There was a storm in the crowd, and everyone stared at the 5 dice on the table with their eyes wide open in disbelief. The probability of guessing is 1 in 1300, what kind of luck does this kid have? Until then, everyone understood. The man in the black robe wasn't a fool at all. It was clear now, he was a master at playing dumb to catch everyone off guard. He was clearly a gambling master, almost at the level of a god. Guessing 5 leopards wasn't just luck anymore. Everyone stared at Lynch with envy and amazement. When people find that the gap is so big that they are out of reach, emotions such as jealousy, hatred, etc. will all disappear. All that's left is envy. If they had this skill, would they ever worry about money again? With odds of 197 times and a full house sweep, that's 2 billion belly in chips. Take it, the dealer said, handing over the chip to Lynch. Thanks, In less than an hour, Lynch's chips had skyrocketed from 100,000 to 2 billion. Lynch glanced at the chips on the tray, then calmly took a 10 million chip and slipped it into the bunny girl's soft, delicate chest. "This is for you," he said casually. "Let's go find another game." He led Tiger away, leaving the bunny girl momentarily stunned. With a quick breath, she pulled the chip from her chest and hurried to catch up with Lynch, trotting after him. She had never received such a large tip. With this money, she could finally pay off her father's debt to the casino and gain her freedom. The thought made her so excited that her steps became noticeably lighter. Overcome with excitement, her chest nearly spilled from her outfit, making it seem as though her clothes might burst at any moment. The other bunny girls could only look at the retreating figure of this bunny girl with envy. Why can't they meet such a generous rich man? "Oh man, bunny girls making more in a day than I do in a year," a young rich guy muttered in disbelief. "I bet that guy's super handsome, just from the sound of his voice, huh? You're not after his looks, you just want his money. How shameless. I wonder if the casino needs more bunny girls. I suddenly feel like I could give it a try, damn it." Urakama from Kamibaka. "If you come to be a bunny girl, the casino will be completely empty." After everyone made a fuss, many people followed Lynch, wanting to see what other heaven-defying performances he had. The dealer was in a corner where people couldn't see him, and he was making special casino gestures to the monitoring Den Mushi with an anxious look on his face. "Sir, thank you so much for the tip." "Kinger is truly grateful." The bunny girl caught up to Lynch, bowing deeply in appreciation. Different from the previous gratitude, this time, she came from the heart. After hesitating for a second, Kinger whispered in Lynch's ear, "Sir, please leave now while you can, otherwise the casino will not let you go." Kinger isn't being paranoid. "I've been here for 9 months and have seen several people who won money taken away and never seen again. Thanks for the warning. I know what I'm doing. You're a rare one with a conscience. But what about you?" Lynch was surprised to see such honesty from the girl. "Kinger isn't afraid. You saved my life by giving me money. Once you leave, I plans to return to my hometown. Do you really think you can leave now?" Someone who can read lips might have overheard what you said through the surveillance phone bug. The girl was still naive, believing that paying the ransom would allow her to leave the casino freely. "Stay close to me, and I'll get you out safely." Noting the bunny girl's growing fear, Lynch decided to reassure her instead of frightening her further. "Thank you, sir." Perhaps because what Lynch just said scared her, the young lady almost clung to Lynch's body along the way. In the end, she simply picked up his arm and clamped it on her plump chest. Only in this way could she give her a sense of security. Lynch considered telling her, "You don't have to be afraid, no one can hurt you while you're with me." But as he felt the warm, soft touch of her arm against his, he decided to stay quiet. "Is there any game in the casino with high rewards and a simple but difficult setup?" Lynch asked Kinger. Betting on big or small felt too slow, and Lynch suspected the dealer might keep rigging the odds. He decided it was time to switch things up for faster wins. He has never gambled before, so something simple like slot machines would be better. Nothing complicated like card game, of course. The golden slot machine. Kinger replied enthusiastically, leading Lynch and Tiger to a massive slot machine that towered 30 meters high and stretched 200 meters long. Tiger's eyes lit up, his hands twitching with excitement. "How much do you think it'd cost to pack this up and take it home?" The golden slot machine looked as grand as its name suggested, with a body made entirely of gold. It resembled a massive 100-meter-long gold nugget, gleaming and impossible to miss. The sight was nothing short of spectacular. The golden slot machine is one of the casino's main attractions, the bunny girl explained. It has 3,600 rows of symbols spinning at high speed, with 108 symbols in each row. The game is simple, you just need to invest 10,000 chips per spin and pull the lever. Each time you pull, one row of patterns will stop. If you have 2 identical patterns in a row, you can get your money back. If you have 3 identical patterns, you can earn 100,000 billy. If you have 4 identical patterns in a row, you can earn 300,000 billy. But if all 3,600 rows land on the same symbol, you hit the jackpot, the casino's 30 billion grand prize. Tiger frowned. Brother Knight, the game isn't difficult, but it's too fast for me to follow. Let's try something else. Chapter 107, 107 Golden Slot Machine. The slot machine spun so fast that even Tiger, with his keen eyesight, couldn't keep up. Though it seemed simple, it was entirely based on luck. Even a skilled fighter like Tiger couldn't manipulate the outcome. Because it was difficult for him to see clearly, not to mention that it also tested his hand speed to pull the lever under the desired pattern. Even if these luck can be achieved once, it is impossible to achieve it 3,600 times in a row. In Tiger's view, it's too difficult to make money through this. Watch this, Lynch said as he placed 10,000 chips into the slot machine. Instantly, the golden slot machine spun even faster. The crowd, watching closely, was amazed by the spectacle. The god of gamblers is actually playing the giant slot machine, people whispered in awe. As one of the casino's landmarks, nearly everyone present had tried the golden slot machine. Those who had played knew just how difficult it was. No matter how skilled you are, slot machines depend purely on luck. Unlike betting on big or small, where you can use sound to judge, slot machines offer no such advantage. Ignoring the surrounding noise, Lynch focused intently on the spinning slot machine. At that moment, Lynch's eyes narrowed like an eagle's. He pulled the lever with precision. Click. The first row stopped on apples. Lynch continued, pulling the lever 9 times in a row. Kaka 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 apple, 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 apple. The patterns, without exception, are all apples. 10 small red apples lined up perfectly in a row. No way, is this really happening? I have a feeling the god of gamblers might set a new record. Everyone stared in disbelief, their eyes glued to the slot machine. More and more people gathered, drawn by the commotion. Soon, the golden slots area was packed with people. Tens of thousands people watched as Lynch continued to perform his miracle. The slot machine kept spinning, and Lynch's hand kept pulling the lever. Kaka 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 apple, 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 apple. With Lynch's incredible hand speed, the apples stacked up to 2,000 in front of everyone. Brother Lynch is amazing, Tiger said. He knew that Lynch wasn't cheating but was using only his sharp eyesight and fast hands. It was hard for anyone to even see clearly, but Lynch did it effortlessly. With such terrifying speed, it can only be said that he is worthy of being an admiral. The incident had already caught the attention of the casino executives and even the Golden Emperor. It seems that a great person has came to the casino today. Tetsuro played with the gold ring in his hand and sat arrogantly on the throne made of gold. The 2 dealers who had dealt with Lynch earlier knelt trembling on the floor, too scared to even lift their heads to meet the Golden Emperor's gaze. Baccarat, take him to the VIP room later. I'll play a couple of games with him myself, Tetsuro commanded. Understood, Baccarat replied with a knowing smile. She set down her wine glass, stood up, and gracefully left. In the pirate world, it's common knowledge that a person's appearance doesn't always match their true age, such as Baccarat. This year's Baccarat is only 16 years old, but she has already developed a curvy figure, with the front and back curved, and her figure is not inferior to that of Robin, who is now 20 years old. Robin has had a perfect royal figure since she was 17 years old. Later, it was deeply developed by Lynch. Now, she's even more voluptuous. The fact that Baccarat, at just 16, has already developed a figure comparable to Robin speaks volumes about her remarkable potential. Her long burgundy hair was slightly bent and spread behind her, revealing her smooth forehead. She was wearing a black dress that was slit to the base of her legs, exposing her two long, straight legs to the air. Her chest pushed against the fabric, revealing a deep cleavage. Judging by the size, it was at least an F, maybe even a G. Baccarat seems to be more open-minded than ordinary women and doesn't mind showing off her perfect figure at all. She wore moon-shaped earrings and a delicate gold necklace around her graceful neck. Always cautious, she kept black gloves on to avoid accidentally using her devil fruit powers on others. With her bronzed skin and alluring curves, Baccarat had a way of tempting any man who crossed her path. After she left, Tetsuro's gold ring transformed into a liquid, swiftly flowing into the nostrils of the two croupiers kneeling before him. They gasped in pain, suffocating to death. People who die of suffocation are extremely painful and die in a miserable way. The two struggled on the golden floor for 5 minutes before dying in endless pain. "Take them away and throw them into the sea," Tetsuro ordered with a casual wave, recalling the golden liquid as if he had just stepped on a couple of insignificant insects. Kaka 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 apple, 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 apple. Lynch, on his side, is still pulling the lever. Finally, all 3,600 rows of patterns were filled with apples. Bang! Bang! As Lynch completed the level, colorful lights flashed around the golden slot machine, gun salutes sounded, and gold ribbons fell from the sky. A large message on the central screen read, "Congratulations on passing the level. Big. God tier cleared it? Someone actually cleared this slot machine." Everyone gasped and then erupted into cheers. "The boss is amazing. 66,666, you'll always be a god in my eyes. With that 30 billion bonus, I'll never have to worry about money again. Seeing this makes me believe someone can really clear the golden slot machine. Is this the boss's world? It's incredible." Fujitora, among the crowd, looked hesitant. From his perspective, Fujitora sensed several malicious intentions aimed at Lynch and hesitated to warn him. After considering Lynch's strength, he decided Lynch could handle it on his own. Fujitora picked up a wine bottle from the table and left. But Fujitora still hasn't left too far. The young man has the ability to protect himself, but the young lady next to him may not. If they face danger, Fujitora is willing to protect her until the young man is safe. When the path gets tough, Fujitora is ready to draw his sword and assist. "Congratulations, sir. You're the first guest to win on our golden slot machine. Here are 30 billion belly-in chips. Please accept them." Two waiters had to work together to push a cart loaded with chips, highlighting just how heavy they were. The important thing is that, after running casinos for so many years, no one has ever withdrawn this many chips at once, even the arrogant celestial dragons. "Thank you." The two waiters struggled to push the cart, but Lynch effortlessly pushed it down with one hand. In less than 2 hours, the bounties for 6 of Roger's crew members and 10 of Luffy's crew members were collected. Chapter 108, 108 Gambling? Just do magic. "Sir, our casino owner would like to invite you to the VIP room for a private game. Would that be alright?" The charming Baccarat softly placed her hand on Lynch's shoulder. "Baccarat?" Lynch recognized her immediately. On the golden ship, not all the beauties were remarkable, but she stood out the moment he saw her. "That figure, TSK. The guest knows me?" Baccarat asked, a bit surprised. "Of course, who wouldn't recognize such a stunning beauty?" Lynch took her hand and gently kissed her wrist. "Let's go, we shouldn't keep your boss waiting." "Hee, follow me," Baccarat said, leading Lynch, Kinger the bunny girl and Fisher Tiger into the elevator. Inside, there was a strange man with a head as large as his body. "This is Mr. Tanaka, a devil fruit user who can pass through walls. We need him to enter the VIP casino." Lynch nodded without saying more. When the elevator reached the end, they were met with a sealed golden wall. "Guest, please grab my hand," Tanaka said as he led the group, passing through the golden wall as if the laws of physics didn't apply. Such is the magic of a devil fruit. Oh? A new guest again. I wonder who this person is, murmured someone inside the VIP casino. The people in the room, all wealthy or noble, turned their attention to the newcomers as Tanaka led them in. Sir, our boss is waiting for you inside, Baccarat said, opening the door. The room was quiet, a stark contrast to the lively casino outside. The Golden Emperor, Tetsulo, sat alone in a chair, his gaze fixed on the only ring finger on his left hand that was missing a gold ring. He looked gloomy. When Baccarat brought the group in, Tetsulo's expression changed back to his usual smile. He clapped his hands and laughed, "Ha ha ha, welcome. I've heard you're the best gambler in the world. Do you want to bet with me?" "What kind of bet?" Lynch asked, as he, Tiger, and Miss Bunny Girl took their seats across from the Golden Emperor. "I don't like small bets. It's like taking a weak shower, satisfying only when it's strong. How about this, we play best 2 out of 3. You choose the games. If you win, I'll give you 100 billion. If you lose, I won't ask for 100 billion. I just want all the money you've won since entering the casino." "Sure, no problem," Lynch agreed. Lynch casually lifted his hood, followed by Tiger, revealing their true faces. Lynch, of course, was in disguise. Fisher Tiger. "And you? Our fist sword Nighthawk?" Tetsulo's signature smile vanished, his mind drifting back to that fateful night years ago. If it weren't for Tiger and Nighthawk, he might still be a slave to the celestial dragons. "You too, I've changed my mind. You can take the 32 billion belly you won and leave. Just don't come back here again." Tetsulo decided not only to let them go but also to give them an additional 3 million belly as a token of gratitude for their past kindness. This was Tetsulo's only remaining sense of conscience. Otherwise, he wouldn't have believed that they could beat him in gambling or in a fight. "No, let's make it interesting with 2 bets. Come and try your luck with the dice." Lynch narrowed his eyes. Given Tetsulo's intelligence, he must have realized they were here to discuss something, yet he chose to offer 30 billion belly as a gesture of goodwill. It seems playing the favor card isn't very effective. It's somewhat useful, but not much. "All right, if you're insisting on giving me money," Tetsulo said. At his signal, Baccarat returned with 2 dice cups. "Why couldn't you have come 3 years earlier?" Before the bet began, Tetsulo touched the ring finger of his left hand, bowed his head, and muttered something unclear. Lynch was likely the only one who understood. Tetsulo was probably thinking about his girlfriend, who might still be alive if they had arrived a few years earlier. Everyone rolls the dice and places their bets. "Is that all right?" "Yes, let's start with small bets in the first round." Each of them placed 3 dice into their respective cups and began shaking them. At this time, Baccarat quietly took off her white gloves and approached Lynch from behind. As a devil fruit user with the power to control luck, anyone she touches will lose, no matter their gambling skills. This is why Tetsulo has remained unbeatable for so many years. Huh. Just as Baccarat's hand was about to touch Lynch's shoulder, he suddenly grabbed her wrist and said, "Miss Baccarat, please don't touch me yet." "Baccarat, step aside. The gambling between Nighthawk and me doesn't need those tricks," Tetsulo said. "I understand," Baccarat replied, retracting her hand and sitting down to the side, rubbing her sore wrists. What a rough man. After shaking the dice, Tetsulo slowly lifted the cup. The 3 dice inside were stacked on top of each other, showing a total of 1 point. "Your turn," Tetsulo said confidently. Even without cheating, he was sure he could beat anyone at gambling. Lynch lifted his cup and found the dice inside shattered into pieces. Baccarat stared, her mouth slightly open, and asked, "Is this supposed to happen?" "Of course, you win the first round." If it were anyone else who played like this, Tetsulo would have thrown them into the sea. But since it's Nighthawk playing, he let it slide. No matter how he plays, he always wins in the end. "For the second game, let's compete. I'll go first." Tetsulo shook the cup quickly. When he opened it, the dice showed a total of 63 points, with each side accurately displayed. With a total of 63 points on the 3 dice, no one could surpass Tetsuo in this game. Haha, I'm sorry. When Lynch opened his cup, over 20 small dice spilled out densely. Although he's not skilled at gambling, he can use electromagnetic force to control the dice. Lynch melted all the dice, then used his incredible control to reshape them into small dice, quickly solidifying them with cold air. Tanaka rubbed his eyes. Good guys, while others are playing gambling, you two are playing magic. Give them 100 billion belly and let them go, Tetsuo said, standing up to leave. He hadn't lost in years. Although the win was due to cheating, he knew that gambling often involved tricks and deception. 100 billion belly is a lot, but it's not too much for Tetsuo. After all, it's just the equivalent of the heads of 20 pirate kings. Tetsuo, out of all 10 fingers, only the ring finger on your left hand is without a ring. I guess you haven't forgotten her, right? What do you know? Tetsuo turned around sharply and glared at Lynch. Chapter 109, 109 Ganfu Okodi Dio. Let hear out, and let's talk. Alright, I want to hear what you want from me today. Tesoro waved everyone away. She was the pain that would never leave his heart. If Nighthawk couldn't give him a good reason and dared to use her to provoke him, well, he'd regret it. You haven't forgotten your hatred for the celestial dragons, have you? Of course, if you have, don't want revenge, and plan to remain a coward who only runs away, then our conversation ends here. What exactly do you want to say? Tesoro looked at Lynch ferociously. Lynch's words have already triggered one of his most painful memories. It's simple, we work together. Lynch leaned forward, slamming the table. You provide the money, and I'll help you take down the celestial dragons. It's that simple. Hee, Nighthawk, you have no idea how terrifying the celestial dragons truly are. I admit, your bravely rescue at the Holy Land Mage's was an incredible feat, Tesoro said with a grin. But thinking you can kill them on with just that? It's too far-fetched. Despite his words, Tesoro had never forgotten his hatred for the celestial dragons. What the celestial dragons had done to him and to her was like a knife stabbing into Tesoro's heart, exuding heartbreaking pain every moment. It is precisely because of his hatred of the celestial dragons that Tesoro is fully aware of the terror of the celestial dragons. Even though he is now known as the Golden Emperor, he doesn't dare to challenge the celestial dragons directly. Seeing the celestial dragons visit his territory every day, Tesoro wanted nothing more than to kill them. But each time, he held back. He knew that once he killed the celestial dragons, it would be all over. He still needs to continue to endure and develop his strength until he is confident that he can destroy all celestial dragons. In order to achieve his goal, he did not hesitate to bear the humiliation and pay huge amounts of heavenly gold to the celestial dragons every year in exchange for precious time. Whenever he thinks of her, Tesoro's heart is aching, and he keeps numbing himself with alcohol and singing. He never spoke of this to anyone, but facing the two who were wanted by the world government and had saved him, Tesoro could finally express his feelings. Your current strength isn't even enough to beat me, so why should I trust you? Tesoro said. How about a fight? If I win, we work together, I'll help you with the celestial dragons, and you pay me. For now, reaching a peaceful agreement with Tesoro was the best approach. After all, the other party is an existence that can call to admirals at any time. The huge amount of gold he pays each year isn't for nothing. The world government won't just stand by and let anything happen to him. Any big movement would likely be dealt quickly. The Golden Emperor could summon one, and the celestial dragons on the ship could call another, bringing in almost 2 people with admiral-level strength at once. By then, even Lynch would have a hard time. For now, though, the situation couldn't be better. Do you still think that I am the slave from before? Come with me. Tesoro held out a glimmer of hope for Nighthawk's strength. It would be great if someone stronger than him was willing to help deal with the celestial dragons. Tesoro's strength is not weak. After all, he mastered the golden fruit and even managed to awaken its power. In the series, he was a ruthless figure who once defeated the Straw Hats. With the help of all the crew, Luffy had to use his fourth gear twice before he could barely defeat Tesoro. Why twice? Because after changing to the fourth gear for the first time, he was hammered back by Tesoro. If it weren't for the halo of the protagonist, the Straw Hats would have died at least 3 times at the hands of Tesoro. If there's to rank Tesoro's strength, he would probably be above an elite vice admiral but below an admiral. Although Tesoro is very strong, he's still far from being on the level of an admiral. Admirals level powerhouse are extremely rare and highly powerful. Even with the awakened gold fruit and the advantage of his gold ship, Tesoro could only hold his own against an admiral for a while. He would not be able to defeat one. Not to mention, if you pair Tesoro with Enel, who has now learned Haki, they might actually be able to challenge an admiral, Lynch thought. Combining the golden fruit with the thunder fruit would be an incredible sight. Plus, if Enel uses his gloam paddling ability, the gold could conduct electricity, creating a powerful combo. We arrive. Tesoro led them to a golden arena. Tiger stepped back, and the two began their battle. Golden Bomb. Tesoro slammed his palm on the ground, causing an explosion of gold fragments to fly towards Lynch. Behind the golden fragments is a golden wave like a sea wave. Those with the golden fruit ability can convert gold into any form at will. When awakened, the fruit allows him to turn any item into gold. As long as it doesn't come into contact with seawater, it looks and behaves exactly like real gold, making it indistinguishable from the real thing. Ding 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 ding. Lynch allowed the gold fragments to hit his body. Not only was his body fine, the gold fragments were also bounced back. As the golden waves approached, he slowly extended a finger. An endless wave of cold air shot out, freezing the entire wave of gold. Tesoro, let me remind you, I may be stronger than you think. If you don't use your full strength, you won't have a chance when I decide to act. Besides, Lynch looked at the gold powder scattered from the sky. With the armament Haki all over his body, I know all about your little tricks. Humphrey, don't blame me if you die. Tesoro snorted coldly, and the overwhelming golden liquid gathered towards him. In an instant, 100-meter-tall golden giant rose from the ground. Tesoro's body was hidden in the giant's brain, protected inside by several meters of gold. Ganfu Okodi Dio. Tesoro used Haki as an energy source and heated it through mechanical means within the giant's body. This generated high-temperature, high-density energy that rapidly expanded. He then fired lasers from the giant's eyes. In the original story, Tetsuo used this move to destroy a large warship from 10 kilometers away with a single blast. Shave. Lynch vanished from his spot and reappeared on top of the golden giant. Boom! The laser hit the ground. Luckily, the arena was reinforced with several layers, otherwise, the blast would have penetrated the structure. Is the boss serious? Outside the golden arena, Bakura leaned against the wall, feeling the trembling coming from the wall, and said in surprise. She knew the boss's strength best, and he used all his strength. It seemed that Nighthawk was very powerful. Yeah, do you want me to take you in to watch the battle? Tanaka asked with a silly smile. Goodbye, I don't want to be blown to pieces by the aftermath. By the way, I forgot to tell you that I have sucked all the luck out of you. You will probably die after entering Chapter 110, 110 Cooperation, Fuusha Village. Tanaka shuddered and silently moved away from Bakura. What a scary woman. Gold Inferno. Tetsuo covered the golden giant's fist in golden flames and brought it crashing up toward Lynch. Thermal radiation from the explosion illuminated the entire arena. Roar! A dragon-like roar sounded, and a legendary 100-meter-long beast appeared on top of the golden giant. The beast took the full force of Tetsuo's attack, but nothing happened. Tear the sun candle. Divine beast tripped open the golden giant's head with its sharp claws, grabbed Tetsuo inside, and slammed him to the ground. PFFT. Tetsuo crashed to the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood and immediately becoming sluggish. The golden giant lost control and collapsed, causing the entire golden ship to tremble from the weight. Do you want to continue? Lynch flew down, looking down like a god, and stepped on Tesoro with his house-like claws. I surrender. As Tesoro spoke, blood mixed with internal organ fragments continued to pour out of his mouth. The force of Lynch's fall was huge, and few could survive such a blow. At 100 meters tall, Lynch's strength is extraordinary. Lifting an island with sheer power would be no problem for him. As long as Luffy doesn't cheat, even his fourth gear won't withstand such a powerful attack. It's comparable to the level of damage Luffy suffered from Kaido's strike, which left him unconscious. Open your mouth. Lynch returned to his normal size, opened his palm, and let a drop of life energy-filled blood fall into Tesoro's mouth. The injuries on the Golden Emperor recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 1 minute, Tesoro himself couldn't believe that the injury was healed like this. Who are you? People like you are by no means unknown on the sea. Tesoro asked. You should have guessed it. Lynch said. With a thought, he cancelled the effect of the life return power, and his original appearance was restored. Tesoro's expression confirmed his realization. I didn't expect a Marine Admiral to be behind the rescue of the slaves. It seems the Marines aren't just full of lackeys. An admiral wanting to overthrow the celestial dragons? That's interesting, Tesoro said, laughing heartily and clapping his hands. Suddenly, Tesoro's expression turned serious. I'll provide everything you need, even if it means cooperating with me. But you have to promise that I'll be with you when the celestial dragons are destroyed. Absolutely. The two shook hands in midair. Here's to a successful partnership. The outcome of this visit exceeded Lynch's expectations. He hadn't anticipated how easily Tesoro would agree to cooperate. Thanks to celestial dragons for helping him draw hatred, and thanks to himself for participating in the rescue of slaves. I will let Bakura lead the team for the first tranche of funds and send it to you as soon as possible. Bakura will be our contact person from now on. I don't have much else, just a lot of money. The gold created by Tesoro's devil fruit is real as long as it doesn't touch water. That's why his wealth is essentially limitless, he can print his own money. Thank you. After achieving his goal, Lynch did not stay long and left the golden ship with Tiger and Kinger. As they watched the golden ship disappear into the distance, Kinger cried with relief she was finally going home. Wherever your home is, I'll take you back. Lynch said. A good man always does his best, and he didn't mind helping this kind little girl. Otherwise, with Kinger's beauty, she might be captured by pirates who covet her beauty before she returns to her hometown. For a girl like her, whether she can survive on the Grand Line is a question, let alone go home. It is better for her to be a good person and go to the end to send Buddha to the west. Is it really possible? Kinger asked, her eyes shining with hope. Thank you, my benefactor. My hometown is East Blue Fuusha Village. Fuusha Village? Lynch recalled it wasn't Luffy's village. Do you know Luffy? Luffy? How do you know him, sir? Kinger asked, surprised and happy. It seems it really is Fuusha Village. I'll take you back. Luffy's grandfather is my friend. Wow. Then you're a Marine? No wonder you're so heroic. I admire Marines the most. Kinger said, her eyes wide with excitement. Lynch wasn't sure how to respond. This Marine is specifically against the world government. Let's go. Tiger was first sent back to Fishman Island, and then Lynch took Kinger and flew through the sky. This was Kinger's first time flying in the sky. She was amazed by the sights and sounds, chirping with excitement and adding a bit of fun to the long journey. Half a month later. East Blue, Fuusha Village. Kinger approached her home and knocked on the door with a mix of anxiety and hope. After being away for over a year, Kinger had faced many hardships. Her father had been killed over a gambling dispute, and she had been trafficked into a casino. She worried about how her mother was managing alone at home. The door opened to reveal a middle-aged woman who looked much older than her years. Her dark hair had streaks of white, and her eyes, which seemed unfocused at first, gradually brightened as she recognized Kinger. "Is that you, Kinger? Oh, you're finally back," the woman cried with joy as she hugged Kinger. "I'm back, Mom," Kinger replied, holding her mother tightly and crying. "I won't leave again. I'll stay here to take care of you. It's good to come back, it's good to go home." After a long time, the woman remembered that there was another person next to her and said cautiously, "Who is this?" "Mom, it's thanks to this kind person that I'm home. He's my benefactor." The woman quickly took Lynch's hand and said, "Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing Kinger home. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Please wait here. I'll buy some pork and cook a delicious meal for you both. Kinger loves my stir-fried pork." "No, and I have other plans, so I'll leave now." With Kinger reunited with her family, Lynch's mission was complete. Having visited Fuusha village, he was eager to explore its unique features. Since Lynch was in disguise, no one could recognize him. By the time Kinger and her mother looked around, he had already disappeared. "Thank you, benefactor. Kinger will always remember you." Kinger cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted out toward the sea. If she didn't have a mother to take care of, she might have asked to stay with her benefactor and look after him in return. Chapter 111, 111 Makino Tavern, Bandit. At the tavern in Fuusha village, Lynch met the woman who seemed to be Red Hair Shank's wife, Makino. "2 glasses of good wine, please," Lynch requested. Coming right up, Makino said with a gentle smile, pouring the drinks. Few outsiders visit the village, so Makino's eyes were fixed on Lynch from the moment he entered. Lynch took a long sip of the wine, savoring its flavor. It seemed to be a fine vintage from the red-haired pirates. Just as Lynch was about to order another drink, the pub's wooden door was suddenly kicked open by a group of ruthless bandits. "Lady boss, bring all the good wine to me. Gee, this is the tavern Higuma talked about. The lady boss is quite beautiful. After drinking, we'll have some fun," another bandit sneered. Makino's face went pale, and she tried to escape through the back door, but a bandit's accomplice blocked her way. "Ha ha ha, woman, where do you think you're going?" one of the bandits said as he reached out to grab Makino, but she slapped his hand away. "You're pretty strong. I like women like you," the bandit laughed. "Let's see how tough you really are." Boom. Lynch slammed the wine glass down on the table, drawing the attention of the bandits. The leader, Yugra, walked over, drew his short sword, and stuck it into the table in front of Lynch. He said menacingly, "Who do you think you are? Get out of here and don't interrupt my fun." Yugra drew his short sword and pointed it at Lynch's neck. Smiling, he said, "GGG, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you live. I've taken down 56 people like you." Lynch asked calmly, "What's your connection with Higuma?" Higuma was the bandit who was killed by Shanks. "Where did the bandit in front of him come from?" "Humphrey, so you know my good-for-nothing brother. I heard that he was beaten to death by a group of unknown little pirates. He really embarrassed us bandits." Yugra grabbed Lynch's collar and said, "Let me tell you, I'm aiming to become the Bandit King. People will be impressed when they see me in the future." Ding. New life choices available. Life choice 1, defeat Bandit King Yugra, hold a bottle of wine, step on the future Pirate King, and defeat Yugra. Reward, +1 level Conqueror's Hockey Coating. Life choice 2, destroy all bandits, eliminate all bandits. Reward, +10 favorability with Makino, Sun Candle form size increased by 30 meters. Life choice 3, Go find Bandit Didin and make her rescue you. Reward, a leg of deer, choice 2. Lynch grabbed Yugra's hand with a firm grip and said, "Have I mentioned that I don't like people shouting at me?" Click. Lynch applied a bit of pressure, and the bones in Yugra's hand were crushed to pieces. Ah! Yugra howled in agony like a wounded animal. "Get him! Kill this guy, kill them all!" he screamed, directing his men in desperation. The bandits, hearing their leader's cries, charged with their blades raised. Electricity. Lynch flicked his finger, and a bolt of lightning surged through the crowd, striking down the bandits instantly. In the blink of an eye, there were only charred corpses on the ground in the tavern. Bandit Yugra was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground, like a duck with his throat strangled, unable to make a sound. Lynch looked down at him, giving a devilish smile. "You said you killed 56 people like me?" Bang! With a final blow, the Bandit King's mind went blank, and he was sent to meet his god. "Thank you. I don't have much to offer, but the drinks are on the house today," Makino said, her calm demeanor reflecting the strength of someone who had seen much. She took out 2 bottles of her best wine from behind the counter, placing them on Lynch's table with a gentle smile, then quietly started cleaning up the corpses on the floor. If it hadn't been for this kind gentleman here today, the consequences would have been disastrous. "It's nothing," Lynch replied casually, opening the bottle with a flick of his gun. The cut was so clean it looked like glass. "I need to ask you something. Ask anything, and I'll do my best to answer," Makino replied. "Where is Luffy?" Lynch took a sip of wine. "Or which mountain Didin is hiding on?" Makino froze for a moment, her hands pausing as she cleaned up the bodies. Her expression became cautious. "What do you want with Luffy?" "His grandfather, Garp, and I are colleagues," Lynch explained. "So you're not just any marine?" Makino's wariness faded at the mention of Garp's name. "Luffy usually stays with Didin, they live on that hilltop." Makino pointed toward the distant mountains. "Thanks." Lynch left some money on the table and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. Bandit Didin's residence. Lynch appeared out of nowhere, like a ghost, startling the bandits. They quickly drew their weapons, pointing them at him. "Who are you?" Lynch didn't say a word. He simply smiled and raised his fist in silence. 1 minute later, a group of bandits lay on the ground with their heads covered with big bags, grinning and gasping for air. They wondered why it hurt so much when this person hit them. Didin was on the verge of crying. "You told me earlier that you were a Garp colleague, but you were afraid that we wouldn't believe it and you would beat us up?" Didin had never seen such an evil man before. He was just afraid that they wouldn't believe him, so he simply used force to prove it. Sure enough, anyone who has anything to do with Bastard Garp is not easy to mess with. How long until Luffy comes back? Lynch, having been in this world for years, was finally about to meet the legendary Luffy. Lynch was eager to see what the legendary Luffy looked like as a child, with his unique traits. "It's almost dinner time, they usually return by then," Didin said. Just as he finished speaking, a young, cheerful voice could be heard coming from outside. "Didin, is the meal ready? Luffy and I are going to starve to death. I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Get lost. I am the one who wants to become the Pirate King. Lealios Melias, I am the man who will become the Pirate King." The conversation between the two was heard in the room. Didin's expression suddenly changed, and he secretly looked at Lynch's expression. Did she know that Garp's colleague is a marine? Bang! The door was pushed open, and a boy, who was about 14 or 15 years old with a dot in his face, and a boy who looked like a little monkey, who was only about 11 or 12 years old, came into view. The first boy is, of course, Ace, and the one who looks like a skinny monkey is definitely Luffy. Lynch flashed and appeared in front of the two of them, smiling sinisterly. "What kind of king did you just say you wanted to be?" As the current Marine Admiral, Lynch decided to help Garp and his two grandsons get rid of their addiction. Ace already felt something was wrong, but Luffy still said stupidly, I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Okay, Pirate King, right? You're a man, have you even grow your hair yet, little brat? Ace, feeling uneasy, tried to run away, but Lynch stopped him. Luffy was not able to escape either. Lynch grabbed him under his arm and walked outside. Today, Uncle is here to help you to get rid of your addiction. Chapter 112, 112 Beat up the future Pirate King. Sad news, what are you going to do? Let me go. Ace struggled fiercely. And me too. Let me go. Luffy swung his arm and hit Lynch's face weakly. Hee hee. Lynch smiled mischievously, and the two kids sensed something was wrong. Ah, stop hitting me. Ace, save me. Why does your hit feel like Grandpa? It hurts so much. Luffy was pinned to the ground, with Lynch rubbing his knuckles on his head, leaving a few big bumps. Luffy is a rubber man who has eaten rubber fruit and cannot feel pain from a blunt weapon or a normal punch. Ace is nearly 15 years old this year and has a strong self-esteem. Lynch only punched him twice and threw him aside. When it came to being hit, Luffy actually felt better, like rubber, much more resilient than a sandbag. Ace rubbed the bump on his head, grinning as he jumped up into a tree. He gave Luffy a helpless look, as if saying, what did we get ourselves into? He also saw that the man had no ill intentions towards them, he just had a problem with them wanting to become pirate kings, and he probably had something to do with Old Man Garp. The worst Luffy could get was a beating, but nothing too serious. Still, Ace couldn't help but think, this guy's punches really hurt. Ace, who once got bitten by a tiger without shedding a tear, was now forced to cry after just 2 punches. Uncle, if you don't stop, I'll fight back. Gamu Gamu. Luffy's arm stretched out, but instead of landing a punch, he ended up hanging himself from a tree. Smart enough to hang yourself up for a beating, Lynch chuckled. Luffy. Ace face-bombed, shaking his head in embarrassment. Seriously, you even managed to tie yourself to a tree? It hurts so much. Ace, help. Luffy cried out, his head swelling like he'd been stung by bees. Though it looked bad, with Luffy's rubbery body, he'd be fine after a nap. Tell me again, what kind of king do you want to be? Lynch asked as he stretched Luffy like noodles, tying him to a tree like a rubber band. With no fear, Luffy lifted his head and shouted, I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Uncle, please stop hitting me. I'll be your vice captain. Luffy pleaded. You asshole. Become the Marine King instead. Lynch yelled, feeling like Garp as his blood pressure rising dealing with the stubborn Luffy. Poor Garp, his son became a fugitive, and now his grandson was swayed by that red-haired pirate. He wonders if Garp will leave a slipper mark on Luffy's face later. Probably not, after all, Luffy is his eldest grandson and dear to his heart. Luffy, completely stubborn, refused to change his mind, no matter how much he was beaten or scolded. He was truly determined on becoming the Pirate King. Idiot, why don't you just change your story and trick him away first? Ace said, frustrated with his brother's stubbornness. Bandit Didon, who had been watching the scene from behind the door, was heartbroken. Having watched the 2 children grow up as if they were her own, she couldn't bear to see them being beaten and rushed forward in distress. If you want to fight, come and fight me. I'm the one who wants to become the Bandit King. The Bandit brothers, who had failed to capture the boss, were disheartened. They wondered if she really thought every Marine was like Garp. What kind of king do you think you're going to be? Lynch asked, turning around. Having just defeated a Bandit King earlier, he was now facing another one. No, you heard wrong, Didon quickly said, meeting Lynch's gaze with fear. She forced a smile and added, I meant that kid is tough and doesn't give up easily. Feel free to beat him as much as you need, but remember to take a break and rest before you continue. Luffy. Ace. If I can't get these 2 troublemakers to change, I'll leave it to Garp to deal with them, Lynch said. "Uncle, do you know my grandfather?" Luffy asked, confused. "We know each other," Lynch said, as he untied Luffy. He took out a large piece of sea king meat from his storage ring and threw it to Didon. "Help these kids get their strength back. I'll go. There's no need to see me off." With his goal accomplished, Lynch left Fuusha village without staying longer. Meat. Luffy's eyes lit up, and his pain seemed to just disappear as he rushed at the sea king meat with a drooling mouth. He suddenly thought that trading a beating for a meal of meat wasn't such a bad deal. While Lynch was in midair, he received a call from Garp. "Lynch, if you have time, come back." Garp's voice sounded unusually low, with a hint of anger. "What's wrong?" "Zephyr. His arm was cut off by a pirate." "I understand. I'll be back immediately." After hanging up the Dendenmushi, Lynch looked gloomy and uncertain. To say who in Marine helped him the most, it was Zephyr. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was his mentor. He recalled that Zephyr's arm was cut off in 1513 and had sent people to keep an eye on him. But now it was C-Circle Calendar 1514. Could he have remembered wrong? No, he was sure of it. Maybe Zephyr's arm was simply destined to be lost. It's not that Lynch was thinking about conspiracy theories, it was just too much of a coincidence. Zephyr's broken arm, who benefits from this? Pirates? World government? Or 5 elders? Marine headquarters. Dong dong dong, Teacher Zephyr, can I come in? After asking at the nurse's station, Lynch knocked on the door. "It's Lynch, come in." "Teacher Zephyr." Zephyr looked much different from before. He was thinner and had more white hair. His right arm was missing and covered in thick bandages. Before Lynch entered, Zephyr was staring blankly out the window toward the Marine training camp. He hadn't slept in days and, whenever he closed his eyes, he saw images of his students dying in front of him. His broken arm seemed insignificant compared to their loss. These days, Zephyr thinks back on his life, and scenes from the past flood into his mind. Joined Marine Corps at the age of 14. Participated in actual combat at the age of 18. Promoted to captain at the age of 28. At the age of 34, he stood out from the Marine with his armament hockey and won the title of Black Arm. Zephyr became a Marine Admiral at age 38, known as the No-Kill Admiral for his refusal to kill pirates. That same year, he got married and had a child the following year, reaching the peak of his life. Just when Zephyr thought that the rest of his life would be a happy one, he opened a tragic beginning. By the time he was 42 years old, Zephyr's entire family had been slaughtered by pirates in an act of revenge. His wife died at the hands of the pirates he spared during his career, and even his young son was not spared. At this moment, Zephyr was shaken by the faith he had held on to throughout his life. He wondered if kindness towards pirates was truly the right approach. From then on, he abandoned his merciful stance and no longer showed pirates any mercy. After his family was killed, Zephyr felt both physically and mentally exhausted. Unable to continue as admiral, he chose to step down. Despite his discouragement, he stayed with the Marine and became an instructor, training new generations of Marines. Chapter 113, 113 Marines Hospital. Zephyr had trained some of the most powerful Marines, including the current admirals, Okainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and the new admiral, Sun Candle, as well as a lot of vice admirals. They are all his disciples. From this point of view, Zephyr is very proud. Looking at the disciples he trained, Zephyr seemed to have found hope again. However, fate seemed unwilling to spare Zephyr. At 66, he was attacked by pirates, and all his students, except for 2, were killed. His right arm was severed, leaving him devastated. Once again, Zephyr's lifelong beliefs were shaken to their core. Teacher Zephyr. Lynch looked at the much older man and, for a moment, was lost for words. Offering condolences or advice would only feel like twisting the knife further into the heart of someone already so broken. "Don't feel sorry for me, Come and sit, Zephyr said, patting the spot beside the bed with his remaining arm. Lynch gently helped him sit down. I'll help you get revenge. Zephyr covered his broken arm, eyes distant with memories. No need. I'm not so old that I need my disciples to fight my battles. I'll handle it myself. Lynch nodded. All right, it's up to you. Lynch followed Zephyr's words, took the water glass nearby. Without warning, he made a swift cut on his wrist, and crystal-clear blood flowed out, startling Zephyr. This young man. But Zephyr didn't ask any questions. He knew Lynch well enough to trust there was a reason behind his actions. Before much blood could flow, the wound healed on its own. Lynch repeated the process several times until a third of the cup was filled. Teacher Zephyr, trust me and drink this, Lynch said with a hint of a smile, planning to surprise him. You brat, Zephyr muttered, forcing a smile. He took the glass and drank it all in one gulp. Something's off. This blood. Zephyr frowned. The next moment, boom, a surge of warmth coursed through his body as the blood spread, energizing his limbs and bones. Zephyr was shocked by the changes in his body. He suddenly felt strong enough to leave the hospital. Grabbing a nearby mirror, he noticed his complexion had improved, and the wrinkles around his eyes had faded. It didn't look like he'd just been through a major injury. Lynch. Before Zephyr had a chance to speak from the feeling of strength returning to his body, a strange itching sensation came from his right arm. His expression shifted as he quickly tore off the bandages. To his shock, the arm was regenerating at very fast speed, first the bones, then the muscles, and finally the skin. Zephyr was very shocked by the new arm. For someone of his expertise, if the regenerated arm were as fragile as a normal person's, it might have been better not to regenerate it at all. But the new arm felt just as strong and functional as the original. Filled with excitement, Zephyr realized he could now better execute the plans he had been considering. Lynch, thank you. Mr. Zephyr, you're joking. I wouldn't be where I'm today without you. All right, you don't need to stay with an old man like me. When you have time, visit your junior sisters and brothers next door. They're your fans. Zephyr said as he prepared to leave the hospital. Now that he was well, Zephyr couldn't wait to leave the hospital and get back to fighting pirates. From today on, don't even think about a single pirate leaving his hands alive. He would make sure no pirate got away, and he would only let them go if he was blind. Just as Lynch was about to leave, Zephyr suddenly stopped him. I've always believed you could become an excellent Marine, Zephyr said, watching Lynch with relief. Thank you, Mr. Zephyr. I believe so too, Lynch replied with a grin as he left the room. He then knocked on the door of the next ward. Can I come in? Please wait a moment, a soft female voice replied from inside the room. Moments later, Lynch saw a beautiful girl with a cane, limping over to open the door. The girl was a beautiful young woman with long, ocean blue wavy hair, wearing a purple tank top and black shorts. Her right leg was wrapped in a thick bandage. You must be Ain. I've often heard Teacher Zephyr talk about you, Lynch said with a smile, gently patting her head. Admiral Suncandle? Ain's face flushed red with surprise. What are you doing here? Am I not welcome? Lynch asked with a smile. No, that's not it. Please, come in quickly, Ain replied hurriedly, her face lighting up like a fan meeting their idol. Ain's devil fruit is the regression fruit, which has the unique ability to make a person's body regress by 12 years. Another rule-based ability, similar to sugar hobby or childlike fruit, is incredibly powerful. If used on Whitebeard during the Summit War, a 12-year younger Whitebeard might have saved Ace. Since graduating from the elite camp last year, Ain has been working with Zephyr. Admiral Suncandle, is it Admiral Suncandle? Only then did Lynch notice that there was a mummy lying on a bed in the room. Are you, Vince? Looking at the guy in front of him who was wrapped in bandages with only his eyes exposed, Lynch was really unsure. Whoa, I'm so touched that my idol recognizes me, Vince said, clearly moved. "Admiral Sun Candle, please sign for me." "Sure." As Lynch took out the pen and prepared to ask where to sign, Vince wiggled over like a caterpillar. "Please sign it on the bandage," Vince requested. Lynch signed the bandage with his name. Due to being too excited, he fainted from his injury. "Is he okay?" Lynch asked, concerned. "He's fine," Ain reassured him. "Vince ate Paramsha grow fruit, so he's very resilient." Ain then stood in front of Lynch, her face blushing with excitement. She was so thrilled that she didn't know what to say, looking like an eager fan. She couldn't believe it, Admiral Sun Candle, Lynch had really come to see her. "Can you show me your legs?" Lynch asked, pointing to Ain's snow-white thighs. He remembered that Ain would have an ugly scar on her thigh in the future, and he suspected it might be from this time. "Ah." Lynch's words caused Ain's brain to shut down. Does Mr. Lynch really want to see her legs? Could it be that he likes her? Ain's head is about to smoke. Should things be moving this quickly? Even if she didn't object if Mr. Lynch confesses his love to her later, should she agree, or should she agree tactfully? Chapter 114, 114 Pirates Gorillas, the real beast pirates. What's wrong? Can't I? Lynch asked with a playful smile. No. Of course you can, Ain stammered, her heart racing like a wild deer. She shyly avoided Lynch's gaze, gently lifting the hem of her skirt to reveal her smooth ivory legs. Okay. Okay, Ain muttered, lowering her head like an ostrich, almost burying her face in her chest. Lynch realized Ain had misunderstood, but instead of correcting her, he smiled and said, "Good job. Let me check your wound. It might hurt a little, so try not to move." Ah. Ain's thoughts spiraled as she misunderstood Lynch's words. Look at the wound? Wait. Does he mean that? This is our first real meeting, isn't his moving too fast? And when he said it might hurt a little, how does he know it's my first time? Her mind spun in confusion, caught in a whirlwind of nervous thoughts. Lynch was also stunned this time when he saw Ain covering the hem of her skirt tightly, like a wooden man. They say girls are fickle. What did this stupid girl think of? Without hesitating further, he reached out and gently removed the bandage from her thigh. A sharp pain jolted Ain back to reality, pulling her from her daydream. Realizing what Lynch was actually doing, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. So, it was this wound. She mumbled, wishing she could disappear into the floor. Be gentle, it hurts. Ain winced as Lynch peeled back the gauze. The bandage had stuck to the skin, reopening the wound slightly, and fresh blood began to flow out. Why is it still bleeding? I'll be more gentle, Lynch said with concern. Yeah, thank you. Maybe it's because it's my first time, Ain responded, a bit flustered. Outside the door, Zephyr, passing by, overheard the exchange and froze, as if he'd been struck by lightning. What kind of outrageous conversation is this? Kama, could it be that they're really inside? Zephyr took a breath of air and lamented that the progress was too fast. Since his time in the elite camp, Zephyr had always thought Lynch was a genius in picking up girls. If he had even half of Lynch's talent, he might not have waited so long to get married. As one of the few survivors of this incident, Ain was like a daughter to Zephyr. Thinking of the daughter he raised and care was being raped by pigs so quickly, his heart ached. If it hadn't been for Lynch, who's making his hand back and were full of flesh, he would have definitely rushed in and beaten that bastard to death. Hey, this young man. In the end, Zephyr decided to leave it to the younger generation. As an old-timer, he felt it was best not to interfere. That boy has 3 wives. I'll need to ask him to give Ain a wedding later, Zephyr thought as he walked outside. After removing the gauze from Ain's thigh, a nasty cross scar was exposed. Ain, who was concerned about her appearance, asked anxiously, "Mr. Lynch, will there be a scar?" It would have, but now that I'm here, it won't happen. Lynch touched Ain's leg gently. For a small wound like this, there's no need for special treatment, The natural healing power is enough. It might feel a bit itchy, don't scratch it, just wait a moment. As Lynch touched Aiden's leg, the wound seemed to disappear, leaving the skin smooth and elastic again. Amazing. Aiden's eyes sparkled with admiration. She stood up and said sweetly, "Thank you, Admiral Lynch." Then, with a quick kiss on Lynch's cheek, like a dragonfly landing, Aine ran away shyly. "This is your reward," Aine's cheerful voice echoed in Lynch's ears. "This girl." Lynch touched the area where he was kissed and smiled helplessly. The next day, he received news that Zephyr had established a pirate guerrilla. Aine and Benz had joined the group, focusing on hunting pirates. Far to the west, on the sea, Master Cat, "Is it really okay for us to be called the Beasts Pirates?" On the boat, a talking mouse whispered to Tom. The name frightened him, worried that the real Beasts Pirates might come after them someday. Tom turned around, and disappointment flashed in his eyes. Even though they were all mice, they were not the real Beasts Pirates after all. "Don't worry, I'm here," Tom said, taking out a pen and paper to write. Since Kaido's disruption at Lynch's wedding, his name had been noted in Tom's notebook. Looking at the crew of the boat, a talking mouse, 2 kung fu dugong, 2 bears, and himself, Tom knew they were far from the real beast pirates. Kaido is a human being, so he is not a beast. Tom is the real beast pirates. Actually, there's still one more person on board, a birdman. A birdwoman to be precise. "Master Cat, are you okay?" Monet asked with a warm smile. Tom turned his gaze away. Tom was suspicious of Monet, who had joined the crew on her own. After some thought, he came to a surprising conclusion: could it be that she's interested in his master? Pirate guerrillas. In the office, Lynch listened to the reports from his subordinates. After all that happened, Teacher Zephyr still embarked on this path. It seemed that Zephyr had left the Marine and started a new force around the same time Marine recruited Whitebeard too. "Edward Weevil as Shichibukai. This Teacher Zephyr really took our jobs," Lynch said to Mark as he prepared to sail out to sea to assist Zephyr and earn some points in the process. Zephyr, still reeling from his emotional turmoil, was restless. If he lost control, he might confront Whitebeard too and take drastic action. It would be a tragic end for a hero. The former Black Arm Admiral, now 66, found himself unable to defeat Whitebeard too and had even lost one of his arms. Mark, Lynch's favorite subordinate in the sword department, is just 25 years old but already has Rear Admiral level strength. Lynch recently gave him the zone, ancient species, Triceratops fruit that Mark won in a lottery. With the vitality of the ancient zone, there are not many pirates on the sea who are his opponents. With the vitality of the ancient zone, few pirates can match Mark's strength. Great, my subordinates will finally see your heroic side again. I bet the pirates are so scared of your reputation that they've fled before you even showed up, Mark said, his face flushed with excitement. Mark is a good guy, but his only flaw is that he's too good at bragging. Sometimes, Lynch feels embarrassed by his bragging. Mark bragged that he nearly punched the 4 emperors to death and stepped on the future pirate king. When he heard this, he had to step in and deal with both of them. But wait, it seems the future pirate king has already been defeated. Lynch successfully boarded Zephyr's warship. Despite Zephyr's high standing in the Marines and his desire to form a pirate guerrilla group, even Sengoku couldn't stop him. Zephyr looked at Lynch with relief, but didn't say much. He instinctively understands his disciples' thoughts. As he looked out at the sea, Zephyr's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Chapter 115, 115 Blood Slaughter Pirates. "Mr. Lynch." Aine called out as she spotted him and rushed over. "Please take care of Teacher Zephyr while I'm away." Lynch gently patted her head, and Aine nodded eagerly in response. "Yeah. Admiral Sun Candle, woohoo. My biggest dream is to go to sea with you," Binz said, covered in bandages and slowly approaching in a wheelchair. "I never thought this dream would come true." "Haha, you may be injured, But you've got a strong spirit, Lynch remarked. Though the young man insisted on going to sea despite his condition, Lynch wondered if it was truly necessary. There were too many injured Marines, and if Lynch tried to donate blood to everyone, he'd risk kidney failure within days. Mark heard Benz's words and grew wary, feeling his position as the top henchman might be threatened. He secretly vowed to prove himself on this voyage and keep his place in Boss Lynch's heart. As the ship slowly left port, he knew finding pirates wouldn't be easy. Meanwhile, the sun shone brightly on the calm sea as Lynch relaxed in a deck chair, reading a newspaper. "Mr. Lynch, I heard about your legend when I first joined the Marines. You're so awesome. Do you think Kaido of the Beasts really eats people?" Mr. Lynch, what kind of girl do you like?" Ain asked, fluttering around him like a butterfly. Just by looking at them, anyone would have thought they were a family on vacation. Watching them, Zephyr felt a sense of family, like having children and grandchildren, which eased the hostility in his heart. Meanwhile, Benz and Mark stood silently on the deck, staring at each other. "Ha ha ha ha, you blinked, you lost." Mark laughed after a while. "Tch, if I wasn't injured, you wouldn't have won," Benz grumbled. "If you're so tough, let's see who can eat more donuts in one go." Ignoring their petty competition, the journey remained uneventful. They encountered a small pirate group of 20. Without Lynch needing to lift a finger, Zephyr sent a speedboat to take them out. The young pirates, stunned, cursed before meeting their end. "Marines, isn't sending a warship after just 20 of us a bit much? It's like using a cannon to kill a chicken." "Jai ha ha ha, I didn't expect my future Pirate King journey to end here." "No, the captain's sick again." "Where's the medicine?" "I'm not sick. Let me go, I'm the Pirate King." Jai ha ha ha. With a single shell, the chatty pirates were wiped out at sea. It wasn't until the second day at sea that they encountered a group of real pirates. "Sir, this is the Bloody Butcher Kusagakure, captain of Blood Slaughter Pirates, a big pirate with a bounty of 1.33 billion, Mark reported, holding up a wanted poster. Remembering every bounty is a basic skill for a Marine soldier. Note this down and prepare to fight. Zephyr commanded from the bow of the ship, glaring at the 5 large pirate ships ahead. "Yes, Admiral Zephyr," the soldiers replied. Following the order, they loaded ammunition into their flintlock muskets and readied their short swords. Boxes of high-quality artillery shells were moved out of the warehouse, filling the air with the smell of gunpowder and impending conflict. First, fire long-range artillery to take out all their ranged attacks. Then, board their ships and make sure no enemy escapes. Zephyr ordered. However, the artillery in this world was somewhat underwhelming. Unless used by skilled firearms experts, but by regular soldiers. It's basically useless, a high-end combat power basically immune by it. Once part of the body is covered by armament hockey, artillery becomes ineffective and leads to close combat. At sea, artillery is mainly used to clear out minor troops and destroy ships. Boo-ah-ha-ha-ha, which Marine dares to challenge me? The bloody massacre. The Marines spotted the pirates, and the pirates saw the Marines. The burly man, wearing only a pair of pants and with scars covering his upper body, laughed loudly. "Who do you think I am? Little ones, move the ship over. Don't fire the cannons, my axe is already thirsty for blood." "Yes, boss. Make sure the Marines look bad. Remember, don't kill any Marine girls. I haven't had my fun with them yet." A group of pirates followed Kusagakure, laughing cruelly. Clearly, this wasn't their first time behaving this way. The pirates' favorite thing was robbing ships, killing the men, and keeping the women for their pleasure. Bang! 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 On the Marine side, shells were loaded into the cannons. The fuse was lit, and dozens of cannonballs flew into the sky, trailing smoke as they smashed into the pirate ship. "Cannonballs are useless against big pirates like us, you bastard Marines. The captain of the 1st Division of the Blood Slaughter Pirates leaped into the air, waved his hand, and unleashed hundreds of half-moon-shaped sword slashes, creating a large net in midair that sliced through all the cannonballs. "I'm a cauldron man who ate the cauldron fruit," the man said with an evil grin as he landed on the deck. "Marine, that's all." PFFT. Before he could finish, a speeding cannonball hit him in the abdomen, sending him crashing into the sea. Team leader. A group of pirates jumped down anxiously to rescue their first captain. Everyone knew that devil fruit users would only die if they fell into the sea. "Evil pirate, what are you shouting about?" Zephyr appeared in front of everyone with a cannonball in his hand. There was no doubt who had thrown the cannonball just now. "Zephyr? So it's you, old man. I heard you hadn't retired and were still teaching students. Aren't you afraid of breaking your bones in the rough sea wind?" Kusagakure recognized Zephyr immediately. The former Marine Admiral had been a man of the sea for many years. When people think of Sengoku and Garp, they often also think of Zephyr and Tsuru. The Marine F4 from that time remains top-notch even today. "Oh, I remember now, your whole family is dead, right?" Kusagakure recalled a past incident and suddenly realized, "So, you're an old man who's bored with living alone and came out here looking for a fight, right? GG, don't waste your efforts. It'll just increase my bounty." As a man in his 70s, Kusagakure didn't think he couldn't defeat Zephyr. Kusagakure trembled with excitement at the thought of the fame from killing Zephyr. "You're dead." Kusagakure's challenge made it clear that Zephyr was in for a fierce fight. Zephyr, who had just experienced a broken arm incident, was instantly furious. Zephyr fired several cannonballs at speeds faster than sound. Other than the initial sonic boom, the shells reached Kusagakure almost instantly. "Is this all you've got, old man?" Kusagakure taunted as he caught several shells with his armament hockey. When the smoke cleared after the explosions, Kusagakure appeared unscathed. Chapter 116, 116 Pirates Guerrillas, Kusagakure the posing king evil pirate, "I'll kill you today," Zephyr declared. "Boo-you-ah-ha-ha-ha, old man, let's see who kills whom," Kusagakure replied with a laugh. Kusagakure pulled out his giant axe, and his intense murderous aura became substance like conqueror hockey, with strands of blood mist swirling around him. The powerful armament hockey quietly spread up Zephyr's arm. Just as the tension was about to erupt, a hand landed on Zephyr's shoulder. Lynch, having just woken up and removed his blindfold, exposed one eye and grinned at Zephyr. "Teacher Zephyr, you don't need to take the initiative. I'll handle this." Admiral Sun Candle. On the distant ship, Kusagakure's pupils suddenly widened in fear as he instinctively considered retreating. Unlike Zephyr, who was old and frail, this was the current admiral in his prime. He is one of the most popular admirals and, at just 26 years old, is said to already have the strength to stand at the top of the sea. Kusagakure didn't think he could defeat him. When the admiral was still a colonel, he was already known as a pirate nemesis. Whenever a pirate encounters him, it will not end well. Even the mighty Four Emperors Kaido had suffered a loss to him. Pirates across the sea would flee at the sight of him. After a brief moment of hesitation, Kusagakure shifted his goal from killing Zephyr to escaping from here. He was confident that if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. "Hey, looks like he's recognized me," Lynch said lazily, almost as if channeling Kizaru. "Huh, just two admirals? Watch me slaughter you both," Kusagakure thought. However, while his thoughts were bold, his actions were different. In front of his subordinates, he couldn't afford to lose his composure. Maintaining his reputation as a leader was very important. "Boss is amazing. Boss, kill those two admirals quickly." "Ha ha ha, thief, our boss can destroy a warship with a single blow. You're as good as dead." The pirates watched Kusagakure with fanatical admiration. To them, it was clear that even admirals didn't intimidate their boss. Years of brainwashing had led these pirates to blindly worship and trust Kusagakure. As is often the case with pirates, Their loyalty was unquestioning and unreasonable, with few exhibiting any sense of normalcy, Buggy the King of Luck being a best example. "What nonsense, Admiral Sun Candle, it's nothing in front of our boss. Come on, boss, beat the shit out of him. Damn it, am I really going to fight this guy?" Kusagakure cursed inwardly, wondering how he could come up with an excuse to escape. He said, "Ha ha ha, Admiral? What a joke. Watch me, Kusagakure, beat him with one hand. I can't leave without losing face, you bastard." The Marines were furious at the pirates' arrogance and wondered why Admiral Lynch hadn't taken action yet. "You guys are too noisy." Lynch suddenly turned his head, his eyes glowing red. The terrifying Conqueror's haki surged forth, creating visible ripples in the air as it blasted toward the pirates. Click, click. The planks of the 5 large pirate ships cracked under the immense pressure. Kusagakure's mind felt like it had been struck hard. Stunned, he quickly recovered and gasped, "What a terrifying Conqueror's haki! Is this the power of Admiral Sun Candle? Ah! Boss, help! This is the power of the devil." Seeing their comrades fall like wheat, the remaining pirates panicked. Soon, they too collapsed, their eyes rolling back as they followed their companions in defeat. Boom! The shock from the Conqueror's haki shattered the sails and killed many pirates. The hull cracked further, with some sections starting to leak. When Kusagakure turned around, he was shocked to find that he was the only one left standing in the pirate group of 300 people. The remaining 300 people were wiped out and fell into a coma. Conqueror's haki is this powerful? Kusagakure couldn't believe how such an attack could affect reality itself. The ship was damaged and started to leak. It was absurd. "If you dare hurt my loyal subordinates, I, the bloody butcher Kusagakure, will be your enemy." Kusagakure roared in fury. Just when everyone thought he was about to charge for revenge, he made a feint and quickly turned to run away. Are you kidding? With his crew gone, why should he care about his reputation? As long as he survives, he can always start a new pirate crew. "Bah, how shameless," Aizen said, feeling embarrassed by Kusagakure's behavior. "Pirates are getting more pathetic these days," Benz remarked, speechless. Kusagakure's survival so far showed he was no pushover. "Sir, let me handle this." Mark, eager to prove himself, rushed forward. Lynch watched without intervening, curious to see how Mark, with his rear admiral skills and the ancient zone fruit, would perform. Mark used moonwalk to approach quickly. "You little brat, you think you can chase me? You're overestimating yourself." Kusagakure sneered. Kusagakure quickly counterattacked as Mark approached. With a powerful swing of his axe, he knocked Mark out of his beast form and sent him tumbling into the sea. "No, go and save people." Zephyr ordered the soldiers to go into the water and rescue those who had fallen. Lynch frowned slightly at the scene. Why was he knocked out? Mark thought he could last longer in the fight. Was he too weak, or was Kusagakure, with a bounty of 1.33 billion, too strong? It's worth noting that 8 years later, when Luffy was called the 5th Emperor of the Sea, his bounty was only slightly higher. Luffy's bounty was 1.5 billion. Although he was considered a 5th Emperor, that was 8 years later. Lynch hadn't thought much about it. For him, dealing with a bounty like that would take just 1 or 2 sword strikes. It seems that the big pirate is still a threat that cannot be underestimated to others. Mark, the young man, was quite brave. The Marine can take a beating, Kusagakure thought. He considered delivering another blow, but when he saw Lynch closing in, he felt a chill and started to panic. Kusagakure was shocked, never having felt such an overwhelming pressure before. He quickly abandoned the idea of fighting to the death. It's your axe that's holding you back. Why not throw it away, even if it's a demon axe? Lynch said, calmly walking over like a god to catch up with Kusagakure. With each step, Lynch covered dozens of meters. The aura from Kusagakure's axe reminded him of the demon sword Dragon Slayer and the demon gutter. It was clear that this axe was also a cursed weapon. Don't worry, I'll let you have it later. The ghostly face on the demon cutter flickered, and a ghostly aura spread into the air. A ghostly claw extended dozens of meters to grab Kusagakure, trying to snatch the demon axe. After reassuring the weapon, Lynch returned to normal. Chapter 117, 117 Demon Axe eats its owner. You're also using a demon weapon. Kusagakure felt horrified as he gripped the blood axe in his hand. To his shock, it was actually trembling. He believed that the only reason he had fought his way to this point and earned the name Bloodslaughter was because of the blood axe. That's why he would rather be killed than let go of the weapon. What shocked Kusagakure was that the demon axe, which had always driven him to kill, now had a new emotion: fear. This had never happened before. One sword style, swift slash. Lynch closed the distance and swung his sword effortlessly. Since he wielded a demon sword, the once colorless strike was now tinted black and purple, radiating a dark, evil aura that made his aura look eerie. Kusagakure spun around and swung his axe, sending a flying slash to meet Lynch's attack. But it instantly shattered on impact. The slash stretched 100 meters and closed in on Kusagakure. He quickly raised his demon axe to block it. A sharp clang echoed across the sea as the demon axe nearly flew out of Kusagakure's hand. He spun through the air dozens of times like an acrobat before coming to a stop. So strong. Kusagakure looked down at his trembling hands, utterly shocked. Is this the peak of an admiral's strength? He had barely managed to block that strike. All right, if you can block my casual strike, I acknowledge your strength. Kusagakure wore a bitter expression. He would rather not have this recognition. At that moment, he felt like a clown. But how will you handle this one? One sword style, Wukong world, boundless strike. As the sword was unsheathed, everything around turned white, and time seemed to stop, along with Kusagakure. Just as the slash reached him, Kusagakure suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm, snapping him back to reality. A psychic attack. Kusagakure was horrified as he stared at the attack inches away. If the blood axe hadn't snapped him back to reality, he'd probably be dead already. No, he's still going to die. PFFT, the attack was too close to dodge, and Kusagakure could only shift to avoid a fatal blow. But he underestimated the force of Lynch's strike. His waist was sliced in half, intestines spilling into the sea as blood sprayed out. Ah! Despite the severe injury, Kusagakure didn't die instantly. He roared to the sky, grabbed his severed lower body with one hand, tucked the demon axe under his arm, and laughed maniacally. Haven't you always wanted to eat me? Fine. Eat me now. Kusagakure suddenly twisted his arm, ripped out his heart, and pressed it against the blood axe, leaving a large, dark hole in his chest. In this moment of life and death, he finally displayed the courage worthy of a great pirate. As it absorbed its master's heart, the demon axe began to glow with a hazy black light, enveloping Kusagakure. When the black light faded, Kusagakure, who had been severed in half, appeared completely intact. However, one of his arms was now fused with the demon axe and could never be separated. Only the whites of his eyes remained visible, suggesting that Kusagakure had been completely taken over by the demon axe. The demon axe eats their master. Lynch slowly uttered those 4 words. According to legend, no one who becomes a host for demon weapons has a good end. This was the first time he had witnessed such a scene. Kusagakure, now occupied by the demon, twisted his neck and stared at Lynch with a mechanical gaze. No, to be precise, he was staring at the demon cutter sword in his hand. Suddenly, Kusagakure fled quickly. Without the weight of the demon axe, he moved with extremely fast speed. If no one stopped him, he would be out of sight in just a few breaths. Lynch got up and chased after him. As he got closer, Kusagakure suddenly lowered his head and stepped back. He knew that his only chance to escape was to find the right moment to injure Admiral Sun Candle, and this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. His earlier feigned escape had been a trap to lure his enemy in closer. It's now. The demon axe was bloody and possessed a strange ability. Each time it killed someone, it accumulated power until it exploded all at once. The last time Kusagakure used this trick was 5 years ago. In 5 years, he had killed more than 10,000 people with his own hands. A sudden burst of power could seriously injure or even kill an admiral. This was Kusagakure's confidence when facing Zephyr. Bang! A violent explosion erupted around the blood axe, and scarlet brilliance enveloped both of them. A massive crater formed several kilometers wide on the sea surface from the explosion's impact. Countless fish were turned to bloody foam under the pressure. The resulting waves reached heights of hundreds of meters, pushing distant warships further away. Mr. Lynch, Admiral Aine and Mark, who had just been rescued, felt their hearts tighten. Mark, true to his ancient zone, was still coughing up water and nearly drowned, but all his injuries had healed. "Calm down, it's Lynch. He'll be fine." In that critical moment, Zephyr stood tall, becoming the pillar of strength for everyone. "I believe in him, just as I always believed he would be a great marine." Zephyr's old eyes gazed out at the sea. The new seedlings had grown into towering trees, and perhaps his old tree could finally rest in peace. As the explosion dissipated, Lynch emerged unharmed, a layer of armament hockey shimmering around his clothes. Under Kusagakure's horrified gaze, Lynch swiftly cut off his head, then chopped off the arm fused with the demon axe. A mere 1.3 billion little pirate wants to create more drama for himself. Lynch brushed the dust off his collar, grabbed the broken arm with the demon axe, and turned to leave. It was supposed to be a matter of 2 seconds, but the other party put a layer of time bomb on himself. Are the 1.3 billion pirates weak? Of course not. Even among the 4 emperors, they could hold their own as a front. However, due to many evil things they did and the countless people they killed, the Marines placed a bounty on them even larger than Katakure's. Katakuri had a bounty of 1 billion, while both Marco and King had bounties of 1.3 billion. Unfortunately for him, he faced an admiral in their prime. Especially the final move, which was so powerful it could likely destroy a small island. He wasn't sure if Zephyr, now nearly 70 years old, could handle it. Lynch felt grateful that he had come out with Zephyr this time. This bounty pirate, known across the sea, was no exaggeration, and they had just happened to cross paths with him. Long live Admiral Sun Candle! Long live Admiral Sun Candle! Ha ha ha, what about bloody slaughter? Nothing can stop our Admiral's casual attack. I'm telling you, as long as the Admiral is around, pirates will have to kneel when they see him. The Marines on the ship watched from a distance as Kusagakure was defeated and erupted into loud cheers. Chapter 118 118 Sensational news. Mr. Lynch, are you okay? When Lynch returned, the little Angeline clenched her fists, looking at him with concern. Seeing her expression, he realized that if it weren't for the usual boundaries between men and women, she might have rushed to check on him. "I'm fine, don't worry." "Lynch, why did you bring the demon axe back?" Zephyr asked, looking at the arm that was fused with the axe. He hesitated, knowing that this was not a good thing. "I'm sensible, Mr. Zephyr." The ghostly face on the demon cutter's sword flickered, absorbing the energy from the demon axe. Soon enough, the demon axe would be reduced to a pile of scrap metal. The big pirate who killed so many was easily taken down by the admiral. The admiration from the subordinates for the admiral flows like a torrential river. Mark skillfully flattered him, making a sliding gesture as he spoke. Binns, feeling jealous, scowled. "TCH, I can't believe I let this guy take the lead. I need to study the art of persuasion when I get back." In the following days, Lynch didn't encounter another big pirate like Kusagakure. He seemed to have become a ruthless clearing machine. With a shake of his body, his conqueror's haki surged, causing all but a few pirates to fall. The Marines simply had to step forward and take them down. Zephyr praised it more than once. Conqueror's haki is truly an effective way to clear out enemies. The casualties among the Marine troops were almost zero. "Mr. Lynch, is this intensity okay?" "Yes, not bad." Lynch lay on the beach chair, threw a grape into his mouth while enjoying Aizen's massage. He just said that he had been lying there for a long time and his body was sore. This girl actually took the initiative to give him a massage. Huh. As Aizen massaged Lynch, her face turned red. Lynch smelled so good. Does he know that there are countless sluts in Marine who are greedy for Mr. Lynch's body? Of her 6 previous roommates alone, 5 were Mr. Lynch's crushes, and 1 was A. It's hard not to fall for a handsome and capable man, especially one who understands romance so well. Sometimes, they even have shy dreams about Mr. Lynch and share them as secrets in the dormitory the next day. For girls, it's really no big deal to have an affair, it's just part of their charm. She felt so happy to be able to interact closely with her idol. Zephyr stood nearby, glancing at the two of them with a shake of his head and a sigh. As he got older, it became harder for him to understand the world of young people. It hadn't been like this when he first became an admiral. It seemed that someone had been chasing Garp at that time, but Garp thought they were coming to challenge him and ended up beating them badly. Since then, the female Marines always took a detour when they saw Garp. Remembering the past, Zephyr couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Mark stood next to Lynch, writing furiously, though no one knew what he was recording. Rule number 1 for picking up girls: you must have the same handsome appearance as Mr. Lynch. Rule number 2, learn everything from Mr. Lynch. Rule number 3, everything Mr. Lynch says is right. After the demon cutter sword absorbed the demon axe, it couldn't change size like the dragon's lair, but it seemed to have become more sinister. Without Lynch by their side, the demon's swords would be easily manipulated the people nearby whenever they got close, becoming puppets that only knew how to kill. Lynch Admiral, here's today's paper. Thanks. In the sea of boredom, reading the newspaper every day had become a habit for Lynch. When he opened today's paper, he saw what was written inside. Shock. A new beast's pirates has born, and the captain is actually a cat. Why does the goat in Sengoku's room scream every night for no reason? Why are women's marine underwear frequently stolen? Dive into the legendary life of Sengoku, a record of epic proportions. Crocodile, the great hero of Alabasta, the big pirate suspected of seeing Hawkeye rowing a boat at night with a black knife, was chased by Hawkeye for 3,000 miles. Reveal, is the mark on Dragon's face a tattoo or a slipper mark? Just as Lynch wondered why the newspaper was so bold, he saw the Morgan's logo on the back and stopped being surprised. The main theme of this newspaper is rebellion, yet it remains obedient and submissive to the world government. As Lynch was enjoying himself, he suddenly spotted a section about himself below and immediately stopped laughing. Admiral Sun Candle has not been seen for many days and is suspected to have been drained by his 3 beautiful wives. Lynch's fists clenched in anger. He hoped he wouldn't run into Morgans again in the future. Otherwise, there would be trouble. Come quickly. There's a man floating in the sea. Someone suddenly shouted. Doctor, come quickly. The Marines worked together to rescue the little girl drifting in the water. When she was pulled from the water, the little girl's lips were already purple, and her hands and feet were stiff. If it weren't for the fact that she was still breathing, everyone would have thought she was dead. As it was, there was little hope for healing. The doctor opened her clothes and saw her body covered in shocking needle marks, with bruises all over her skin. The doctors worked tirelessly to save the girl, but aside from vomiting a large amount of seawater, her vital signs gradually faded. Zephyr looked at Lynch unconsciously. Don't look at me like that, I know. Who asked us to be kind? Lynch pricked his finger and a drop of bright red blood flowed down. For an ordinary person, 1 drop of blood is enough. As the blood dripped onto the girl's lips, her face quickly regained color, and she woke up from the brink of death. Please don't kill me, she cried out, seeing everyone kneeling around her in a small group, her little body trembling with fear. Zephyr's eyes were filled with anger. Don't be afraid. We are Marines, and we won't hurt you. You're safe now. Saved? The little girl's big eyes were full of confusion as she looked at Mark. I'm not ugly, right? Mark's expression darkened. You all should leave for now. The child is nervous with so many people around. I'll talk to her, Ain said, gently urging everyone away as she comforted the girl like an angel. After a while, Ain took the girl to the cabin to rest and then stepped outside. She said she was thrown off a ship as a slave. There were many slaves like her on that ship, kept for the entertainment of some nobles. When they were close to death, they were either fed to wild animals or thrown into the sea like her. Before Ain finished speaking, Lynch and Zephyr already had their suspicions. 80% of the country's nobles, pirates, and slave traders could be involved. But the problem is, the Marines can't act against countries with world government ties. Moreover, according to the laws of this world, Marines have no right to interfere with how people handle the slaves they've legally bought. Chapter 119, 119 Idolize the Celestial Dragon Teacher Zephyr, let's go into the cabin to talk. Okay. Once inside, they exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Lynch used his observation haki to avoid all the eyes on the ship and disappear into the sea. Everyone saw that he was staying in the cabin with Mr. Zephyr at this time. With Zephyr as a witness, no one dared to doubt him. Based on the direction in which the girl floated, Lynch searched based on the ocean currents. According to the little girl's situation, the fact that she is not dead yet proves that the other party is not too far away. At times like this, it was time for the expert, Nighthawk, who specialized in stealth operations. Found it. Not long after, a huge, luxuriously decorated ship appeared on the sea level. An exquisite dragon head is carved on the bow of the ship, and the flag has a pattern of maple leaves. Lynch remembers that this country was really one of the countries that joined the world government. It seems to be called the Kingdom of Usk. At the same time, on the luxury cruise ship, a fat and ugly man stood at the bow of the ship, with a large number of guards nervously guarding him. Second Prince, please don't stand on the edge of the boat. If you fall, we can't handle it. You guys know nothing. I saw the celestial dragons do this last time. I want to learn from them too. As the nobles of a country member of the world government, celestial dragons are the idols of many nobles. They imitate the behavior of celestial dragons without any bottom line, dreaming of one day becoming like them. Many people idolize the celestial dragons, including the nobles aboard this ship. Quickly, find some slaves and throw them down. I want to practice my marksmanship. The second prince took out a gold revolver from his waist. But, second prince, the waves are too strong. If we throw them now, they'll be swallowed by the sea instantly. Who dares to question me? The second prince spun around, furious at the objection. The guards' hearts skipped a beat and they pushed out the guard who had just spoken. You are the only one who has the right to speak, right? You can question my decision. He raised the golden revolver and pointed it at the guard. The terrified guard dropped his weapon and fell to his knees, pleading, Your Highness, please spare me. I won't ever speak out again. The boy just joined, he's not thinking straight. Please, second prince, forgive him this once, the attendant pleaded. As he spoke, he slapped himself hard across the face, left and right, until his mouth bled. Even though he could easily overpower the second prince, the consequences of such an act were too severe to risk. For the sake of his family, the attendant wouldn't dare resist, even if it meant his death. Filthy lowlife. It's beneath me to breathe the same air as you. Maybe I should start wearing a hood like the celestial dragons. Faced with the attendant's plea for mercy, the second prince pulled the trigger without hesitation. After the gunshot, the attendant's body was tossed into the sea. The remaining attendants lowered their heads, too afraid to challenge the second prince. He glanced at the other guards, contemplating his next move. He is different from those lower-class people who need to work. All he needs to do every day is to have fun in various ways. Ordinary games no longer satisfied the second prince, so his tastes became more and more twisted. The guards tensed, aware of his unusual preference for men. Just then, a guard pointed up and exclaimed, "Your Highness, look! There's someone flying in the sky." All right, watch this prince shoot." The second prince's interest peaked when he saw Lynch. If he could shot someone in the sky, he'd be even more impressive than the celestial dragons, who could only shoot people on the land. As for concerns? Sorry, the second prince never knows how to write the word worry. Not to mention someone who can only fly, even the dignified Marine Vice Admiral sometimes has to act as a bodyguard for them. It was that untouchable's honor to be his prey. Boom. A bullet fired from the golden revolver, heading straight for Lynch. He stretched out 2 fingers and effortlessly caught the bullet in midair. Very good. I plan to investigate before acting, but it seems that won't be necessary. Lynch smiled with contempt, flicked his fingers, and sent the bullet flying back. Unfortunately, his aim was slightly off, and instead of hitting the second prince, he struck one of the nearby guards instead. Damn you! How dare you fight back? The second prince shouted in rage. Bang bang bang. He fired repeatedly at Lynch until his gun was empty, breathing heavily as he finally stopped. Hurry and protect his highness. Shoot. Shoot now. Bang bang bang. The guards surrounded the second prince and fired their flintlock muskets in a volley. A mere grain of sand can't hurt me. Ignoring the bullets, Lynch appeared before the second prince. In the prince's terrified gaze, he grabbed his throat and lifted him up. Help! Help! With his feet off the ground, the second prince struggled for breath, his face turning purple. Let go of his highness. The guards drew their long sword and attacked fiercely. Sparks flew as their blades shattered against Lynch's body. Their hands went numb, and they stood in shock. What kind of monster this is? I'll take care of you lackeys later. Fat pig, watch with your dog eyes, you don't even deserve to hold a gun. Lynch took the golden revolver from the second prince's hand, loaded a bullet into it with one hand, and pulled the trigger. Boom. The second prince's head exploded, splattering his brains as his body slumped lifelessly. His Royal Highness. With their leader dead, the remaining guards charged forward, roaring in desperation, knowing they wouldn't escape their fate. Lynch swung his hand and smashed the prince's head like a watermelon. Headless corpses fell on the deck. Lynch casually wiped the blood on his hand on the second prince's clothes and strode towards the interior of the cabin. In the luxuriously decorated cabin, screams could be heard from different rooms from time to time. The slave in the cell heard the screams, and their body couldn't stop shaking. Slaves with broken arms and legs are very common here. They are not born with disabilities, but come from the games played by the nobles. The nobles each select a slave and then remove a part of their body each day. First, they take limbs, then ears, noses, eyes, teeth, and genitals. Finally, if the slave is still alive, they begin cutting away sections from the lower body daily until the slave dies. The goal is for whoever selects a slave to survive until the end is the winner. There are many cruel games like this on this magnificent ship. As the name suggests, learn from the great celestial dragons. Chapter 120, 120 Regular Day of Nobles in Pirates World. Another one dead? At this rate, all the slaves will be dead before we even return to the kingdom. SHH. Just do whatever I ask you to do. If you dare to talk about the nobles, you will die. The 2 attendants communicated in low voices while entering the prison where the slaves were kept. When they saw someone coming in, the slaves in the prison huddled in the corner, buried their heads in their knees, and did not dare to breathe. The room fell into an eerie silence. It's your turn, come out. One attendant unlocked the iron door and roughly dragged a man out from inside. No. My husband. A woman with dirty, long hair covering her face clung desperately to the attendant's trousers, like a mad woman, trying to stop them from taking the man away. "Let go, you filthy woman!" the attendant shouted, slapping her hard across the face. The blow sent her stumbling back, and as she fell, the other attendant quickly dragged the man away. A thick atmosphere of despair hung in the prison. No one felt relief for not being chosen, only dread that their turn would come next, with a fate perhaps worse than the man's. "Sir, the slave is here," one attendant said as they dragged the man by his hair into a nearby room. The attendants kept their heads low, avoiding the sight of what was inside the room. Beautiful women lay naked on soft fur carpets, while a variety of torture instruments stood ominously in the background. A group of overweight, shirtless men sat around, holding women and drinking from glasses, with wet blood stains on the floor beneath them. If Lynch were there, he'd probably remark how the wealthy sure know how to indulge without worrying about getting sick. Hiccup. Hopefully this toy is stronger than the last one. That one barely lasted a few games before dying, such a disappointment. Cold sweat dripped from the attendants' foreheads. "Sir, this one is definitely strong." "Good. Now that it's here, get out. Don't just stand there in the way." "Yes, sir." The two attendants quickly stepped back, relieved. Prince William pushed the woman off him, dragged his bloated belly, and walked over to grab the numb man. He dragged him toward the torture device. "Who wants to play darts this time? Count me in. I'll join too." Most of the nobles eagerly joined the game. Their version of darts wasn't aimed at a target, but at people. A hit to the head earned 10 points, 6 points for the torso, and 3 for the limbs. If the dart hit the eyeball, the score was doubled. The man's limbs were tied to the torture device, and Prince William was the first to pick up the darts. The palm-sized dart was sharpened to a deadly point, capable of piercing the skin and damaging internal organs. "Go." Prince William threw the dart, hitting the man squarely in the cheek. The numb man trembled for a moment before falling still again. "Ha ha ha, let's see how good I am. I'll bet 5 million belly." Prince William laughed proudly. "Awesome, worthy of being Prince William. Watch me." The nobles took bets and began throwing darts one after another. Before long, the man's body was covered in darts, making him look quite gruesome. The man was already numb. His internal organs were penetrated, but he didn't realize it. Now he only expected to die soon. In the first round, the Duke Moss scored 46 points, Prince William scored 40 points, and Archduke Kusagakure scored 33 points. The maid pulled the dart out of the man's body and recorded the score. If Lynch were here, he would immediately recognize the man's wounds, small, needle-like punctures covering his body. They were disturbingly similar to those he had seen on the little girl he rescued from the sea. There was no doubt in his mind now, she had been forced to endure the same horrifying fate, used as a living target in these twisted darts games. While the nobles continued their cruel games, they were unaware that a Shinigami had infiltrated the cabin. The powerful observation hockey activated, and in just a moment, Lynch understood what was happening inside the ship. "Which lord are you serving?" "Who are you?" the patrolling guard replied, not recognizing Lynch and failing to see him as a threat. No enemy at sea could bypass the external guards and get in, but they didn't realize that the guard outside was killed the moment he saw Lynch, so quickly that he didn't have time to raise the alarm. "To kill your people," Lynch said, too uninterested to waste words. He fired 2 shots, ending their lives. It was no loss to eliminate such lackeys. Ahem. The speed was so swift that they didn't even feel pain at first. It wasn't until they tried to speak that they realized their throats had been pierced, and blood was bubbling out in large amounts. The 2 of them fell to the ground, struggling like ducks with their throats cut, their eyes losing focus. Lynch moved deeper into the cabin, showing no mercy. He took down one person every 10 steps, and with each step, his shoes filled with blood, leaving a crimson mark behind him. The nobles were lost in their pleasures, unaware that the outside world had turned into a slaughterhouse. Their guards were falling one by one. In front of a room, Lynch paused and crushed the iron door lock with a slight push. As the door swung open, a strong smell of blood hit them. "Who dares disturb this prince's pleasure?" one of the men in the room shouted angrily. The other man was tied to an iron bed, his arms and one leg had been sawed off, and blood pooled around him. His upper body was covered with centipede-like sutures. The man on the bed looked near death, his pale face suggesting he might die at any moment. The other man, holding a bloody saw and wearing a twisted smile, turned toward the door with a violent glint in his eyes. Lynch stepped into the room, his shoes splashing through the blood on the floor. "What the hell? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear my question? Which family do you serve? I'll have your eyes dug out." He called for his attendants, but no one responded. Lynch's intense gaze made him uneasy. This group of useless trash. I'll kill them all sooner or later. With no attendants showing up, the eldest prince felt he had to act himself, confident that this lowly pariah wouldn't dare to resist. "Pa!" Lynch seized the eldest prince's outstretched arm and, with a swift motion, crushed the bones in his arm. The prince's hand dropped to the ground. "Ah!" The eldest prince clutched his broken arm, howling in agony as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. "Who are you?" Chapter 121, 121 Iron Punisher. The eldest prince trembled in pain, retreating to the corner. As the crown prince, he quickly understood that this man was not one of his attendants. "Do people in your country like to talk nonsense before they die?" Lynch asked, crushing the prince's palm with a kick as he stepped closer. The eldest prince's face turned pale. Losing his hand would mean being crippled for life. But right now, he needed to focus on how to survive. "Sir, there's no hatred between us. I believe you were provoked by thieves. I don't blame you as long as you let me go. I'll agree to any conditions. I can offer you money, beauty, or status. I'll even share the kingdom with you if you spare me." In a desperate attempt to survive, he racked his brain for anything that might save him. If only the pain in his arm weren't so distracting, he thought he could come up with even more offers. At the same time, he secretly cursed those useless guards in his heart. He had been waiting for so long and no one had come to rescue him yet. If he survives this time, kill them all when he returns. Those are some tempting offers. Lynch's tone made the eldest prince feel hopeful. He quickly replied, "You see? It makes sense, right? Just tell me what you want, and I'll agree, as long as you let me go." "Is it really possible under any conditions?" "Absolutely, I swear." "Okay, how about 100 beauties and 100 million belly for your life?" "No problem. I agree." The eldest prince sighed in relief, feeling as if he had escaped a disaster. He thought he had saved his own life. At the same time, he secretly cursed Lynch for being so stupid, thinking he was just a country bumpkin willing to throw away 100 beauties and 100 million belly. Wait. He will definitely avenge this hatred. He promised that when the time comes, the man's life will be worse than death. However, Lynch's next words made his face change drastically. "Idiot, I was just teasing you, and you actually believed it. An ordinary brainless pirate might fall for that, but it's too bad you met me." The eldest prince went from despair to hope and back to despair again. He felt crushed, realizing how truly dangerous the situation was. "Wait. Don't." "Ah." Lynch tore off the eldest prince's two arms. For Lynch, it was always tooth for tooth. "Let you experience the feeling of being amputated," Lynch said solemnly, glancing at the crippled man on the iron bed. "You. I will definitely kill you." Blood poured from the broken arms as the eldest prince trembled, his teeth clenched as he roared like a wild beast. A cold voice replied, "You can go die." "No, you can't kill me. My father will never let you go." Click. The eldest prince's neck snapped, and he fell limp. "Please. Just kill me." The man on the iron bed, weak and filled with despair, pleaded with Lynch to end his life. "Have a good trip." Lynch ended the man's life, The look in his eyes showed he wanted to die. Even if Lynch could heal physical injuries, he knew he couldn't erase the man's mental scars. The man's spirit had broken. All he wanted was to end his suffering as quickly as possible. The horrific scene in the cabin deepened Lynch's disdain for the nobles. He lifted his head and walked out of the room, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Such nobles do not need to exist in the world. They are a greater scourge than pirates, just like the celestial dragons. Most nobles are cruel and evil, unlike the few decent royal families, like Halabasta. Most of the nobles are cruel and evil like the celestial dragons. When he becomes the king of West Blue, the first thing he has to do is to completely clean up these nobles who are harming the world in West Blue. In a nearby room, a strong man nearly 4 meters tall was tied to a cross with dozens of iron ropes. "Damn it, you're a slave and still cling to your dignity. You deserve to be beaten to death," the attendant said as he picked up a whip soaked in salt water and struck the man hard. There are fine iron nails on the whip. Every time the whip is struck, a piece of flesh can be torn from the man's body. In a matter of moments, the man's body was already in terrible shape, and his bones were exposed in some places. Despite the pain, he bit down hard on his teeth, not screaming but instead glaring at the attendant with intense hatred. The attendant felt a chill at the sight of the man's fierce glare, realizing he was actually intimidated despite the man's restraints. "Fine, I admire your toughness. Let's see how long you can hold out." He set aside the bloodied whip and carefully picked up a vise from the pile of torture tools. The attendants violently pulled out the strong man's toenails, tearing them from the flesh. After removing 10 nails, they turned their attention to his fingernails. The strong man gritted his teeth, veins bulging like snakes under his skin, ready to burst from the strain. In the end, the strong man was covered in blood, with injuries on his hands and feet. "Just give in and say a few nice words. Maybe the master will take it easy on you," the servant said with a triumphant smile. This bitch dared to scare him just now. He will repay this hatred tenfold and slowly torture the man to death. Pooh. When the attendant was complacent and relaxed his vigilance, the strong man propped up his weak body and spit a large mouthful of blood and broken tooth fragments into the attendant's face. "You damn bastard." The attendant's eyes filled with rage as he grabbed an iron mask from the stove, its surface glowing red with heat. "Let's see how you like this." With a sizzling sound, the hot iron mask was pressed onto the strong man's face. Green smoke rose as his flesh melted away, blisters bursting and filling the room with the horrific smell of burnt meat. The strong man's body twitched violently, foaming at the mouth, but he never let out a scream. When the red-hot iron mask cooled down, it was completely stuck to the strong man's face and could never be removed. The strong man's body also became motionless. "Idiot, this is what you get for defying me." Just as the attendant thought the man was dead, the strong man's body suddenly twitched. "Ha ha ha, he's still alive. Let me think of something else we can do," the attendant said, grinning with excitement. Suddenly, the iron door was kicked open. It was Lynch, arriving on the scene. Chapter 122, 122 Harvest and Crisis. A servant, just like his master. Lynch cut off the attendant's head with his sword, and then cut off the iron chains that bound the strong man. "Can you still move?" "You're free now, thanks," the strong man replied, standing up slowly. His voice was hoarse, as if his vocal cords were damaged beyond repair. He nodded to Lynch and strode out of the room, searching for the galley on the ship. In total, he hasn't eaten any food for half a month. Every step he took would leave a pool of blood on the ground, but his tall body remained unshaken, like an iron fortress. The strong man, towering like a black bear, stormed into the kitchen and ripped several chefs apart with ease. Without hesitation, he plunged his hand into a pot of boiling water, scooping out chunks of meat and devouring them. Although his face was covered with an iron mask, he could still eat, drink, and see without any problem. This kind of thing itself is designed to ensure that prisoners can survive. Thousands of kilograms of meat were just eaten into the man's stomach, and his injuries were also recovering quickly. His torn-out fingernails started to grow back, and the wounds on his body scabbed over, stopping the bleeding. The strong man patted his full belly, found Lynch, and knelt down, bowing his head twice. "My benefactor, please let me follow you. You want to join me?" Lynch raised an eyebrow. He admired the man's resilience, but that didn't mean he'd accept just anyone. "Yes. My entire family is gone, please take me in," the strong man said with determination. "I won't hesitate to go through hell for you. If anyone wants to harm you, they'll have to get through me first." "All right, then follow me. For now you should know where the prison on the ship is. I'll give you the first task, to free the people." "Yes," the strong man replied before heading off to rescue the slaves, while Lynch made his way to the deepest part of the cabin. As Lynch opened the door, the shocking scene nearly blinded him. Inside, all the men and women were naked. The man who was initially used as a living target had been dead for a long time and was left alone. Who are you? Bold. If you don't get back, I'll wipe out your entire clan." A group of pot-bellied men turned around and yelled. That scene was so disgusting. "Haha, you like walking birds, right?" In a flash of his sword, none of them could see how quickly he moved. Blood splattered, eggs flew, and more than a dozen eunuchs of the new era were born. "Ah! Someone, come quickly. Someone come. Kill him." A group of old men covered their bloodied crotches and almost fainted from the pain. The women in the room screamed and became confused. "My benefactor, all the prisoners on the ship have been released." The strong man appeared behind him and said respectfully, "Well done. My benefactor, can you give me the chance to kill them?" "Go ahead," Lynch said casually. With Lynch's permission, the strong man entered the room, mercilessly tearing the nobles apart with brute force. 5 minutes later, no one in the room was left alive. The strong man had killed them all, and each death was gruesome. "I haven't asked your name yet," the strong man touched the iron mask on his face and replied solemnly, "Iron Punisher." Under Lynch's direction, the slaves on the ship boarded small boats and regained their freedom. He gave Iron Punisher an address and instructed him to wait for him there by boat. Finally, Lynch swung his sword and cut the ship in half, sending it sinking into the sea. No evidence of death remained. Lynch carefully avoided drawing attention to himself, returning to his original appearance before making his way back to the warship. "Is it done?" Zephyr asked, opening his eyes. "It's done." Zephyr naturally knew what Lynch meant, nodded happily and did not continue to ask further questions. He believed in Lynch more than he believed in himself. "Come on, let's go out for a walk." "Good." They stepped outside the warship, making their presence known within the ship. Afterward, Lynch quietly returned to his quarters. Sitting down, he checked the guilt points he had just earned from his actions aboard the noble ship. Sin points +3, Sin points +5, Sin points +8,868, Sin points +12, Sin points +3,365. The highest score ever was as high as 8,868 points, almost catching up with celestial dragons. It seems that he did justice after killing the king. He can imagine how many bad things he did. In terms of sin points, each murder counts as 1 point. This means the terrible acts he committed are equivalent to killing over 8,000 people himself. Their death brings no pity. System, how many points do I have now? Ding. Returning to host, your current permanent points are 325,000 points, so many. It had been a while since he checked his points, and Lynch was surprised to find he already had 325,000 points. That amount could buy 2 average Logia devil fruits or a top-tier mythical beast species. Time to check the system store today. Quadruple body training scroll, 1 week, price, 500 points, Lifespan fruit, not a devil fruit, increases your lifespan by 1 year. Price, 10,000 points, Paramsha, repulsion fruit. Price, 155,555 points, Paramsha, hairy fruit. Price, 3,666 points, Fishman tribe bloodline. Price, 60,000 points, Zone, bird fruit, model, Simony chicken form. Price, 3,500 points. The system mall has refreshed with many great items this time. The lifespan fruit is definitely a bit expensive, but it's important to buy it whenever it appears since he's relying on it to live forever. Including this one, he currently has 3 lifespan fruits in his warehouse. The repulsion fruit is very powerful and is on par with Fujitori's gravity fruit as a top-tier Paramsha. Lynch hesitated and decided not to buy it. Most of the people important to him have already eaten devil fruits, so it would be a waste. He preferred to save his points for something better that might come later. System, what's the use of the Fishman bloodline? Why is it so expensive? Ding. After merging with the Fishman bloodline, the host can breathe underwater and transform into a Fishman form. In Lynch's mind, he subconsciously recalled the image of Jinbei's fat blue man and shuddered. Never mind, that looks too ugly. If it were mermaid blood, maybe I'd consider it. Besides, his sun candle form can already breathe underwater, so spending so many points on the Fishman bloodline isn't cost-effective. He decided to save his points for something more useful. In the West Blue, within the Empire, a group of men in black suddenly appeared in the peaceful palace and launched a sneak attack on Hina. The man in black, dressed in black clothes, appeared before Hina like lightning, his fingers transforming into guns as he attacked at fast speed. It's instant transmission and finger gun from the Marine 6 styles. Who are you? Hina used paper arts to deftly dodge his attacks, quickly recognizing the techniques he used. Chapter 123, 123 Hina Assassination. Surrender without resistance, it will save you a lot of suffering. The 3 men in black formed a zigzag formation and coordinated their surprise attack on Hina. Then Hina will catch you and torture you. Hina shouted coldly, crossing her arms in front of her chest. Black chains materialized from thin air, coiling around them like a black dragon. Your information has already been investigated, so don't resist unnecessarily. A terrifying magnetic force suddenly erupted from the hands of a man in black in the distance, locking several of Hina's chains in place. Hina's expression shifted slightly. Finger gun stinger. Plum star. Disease. In the blink of an eye, the 3 men in black surrounded Hina, launching attacks aimed at her chin, temples, neck, and other vulnerable areas. They intended to capture her alive. Hina quickly sensed their intentions. Paper arts, butterfly dance. Hina's body suddenly became as light as paper, causing the attacks from her opponents to land softly, as if hitting cotton and lacking any force. Hina glided with the wind, moving 5 meters away. She bent slightly, breathing heavily. It took a lot of her mental and physical energy to deflect the simultaneous attacks from the 3 men. After their failed assault, the man in black turned to his companions and said, "I didn't expect you to have mastered paper arts to this extent. Given your condition, how long do you think you can last?" Hina's strength wasn't very strong. Even though Lynch trained her often, she couldn't match the first team of men in black. She realized she couldn't keep fighting like this. God Gate. Several fences came down from the sky at extremely fast speeds, catching the man in black who could control magnetism to the ground. Then several more fences sat down, embedding the limbs and neck of the man in black on the ground. This should be able to restrain you for a while. Hina slapped her chest again with trembling arms. Room of torture. With the courtyard as the center, the ground around her transformed into 4 iron walls. The iron walls suddenly closed in, forming an iron prison that trapped everyone inside. Dense chains writhed beneath their feet, and various torture instruments appeared around them. "No, you can't be using the cage fruit," the man in black exclaimed in surprise. "You figured it out too late." Suddenly, several chains extended from the execution chair, binding the three nearest people to it, while iron spears stabbed toward their heads. Buzz! The iron spears abruptly stopped in midair. The man who controlled magnetism had freed himself. "Wonderful, you almost had me." The man in black applauded, using his hands to free his companions from their restraints. "It's a pity that as long as it's metal, I can control it." "You." Hina gritted her teeth. It was clear these individuals were deliberately targeting her to suppress her devil fruit ability. With not much physical strength left, Hina wondered, could they really caught her? Heaven kick of pain. At that moment, a heroic voice rang out, and with a loud bang, a large hole was opened in the iron wall as two fiery figures burst in. "Tsunade! Mikoto!" Hina exclaimed, surprised to see them. Who else besides Tsunade and Mikoto Uchiha? "Don't be afraid, we're here," Mikoto Uchiha said with a gentle smile. "You all are gonna die." Seeing her sisters in distress, Tsunade's anger surged, and she quietly activated the Seal of Hundreds. Black lines spread across her body, and a diamond-shaped mark appeared between her eyebrows. After many years, Tsunade and Mikoto had both mastered Haki. Mikoto Uchiha activated her three Tomoe Sharingan, quietly controlling one of the men. Tsunade moved with incredible speed, able to kill a person instantly with a single punch thanks to her immense strength. The remaining two men in black sensed danger and prepared to abandon their teammates. Their superiors had warned them before arriving that there were many experts in the palace and that the situation was dangerous. If discovered, they should flee quickly. "This guy seems to be controlled by a devil fruit, kill him." To ensure no one was left alive, they decisively killed the man in black who was under Mikoto's control as they attempted to escape. "You want to leave, but it's too late." Tsunade, combining her Haki with her elite Vice Admiral strength, quickly formed a seal with her hands. Water style, water prison jutsu. She aimed to capture the two alive, using her superhuman speed to trap them in a water prison. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? The remaining two were shocked, having never seen such a power before. "Can you tell me who sent you here?" Tsunade asked coldly, standing beside the water prison with her arms crossed. After several attempts, they still couldn't break free from the water prison. The two laughed. "Ha ha ha, you want us to betray our superior? Just dream. They're trying to commit suicide, stop them." Mikoto Uchiha realized what was happening and tried to use an illusion to stop them, but it was too late. The two had already taken their own lives in the water prison. People leave their heads behind after death. Is there really no secret technique in this world to extract information from the brain? Tsunade almost laughed. "Go and call Yamanaka Ino. Their brain manipulation skills should help us find out who's behind this." Soon after, Ino arrived, followed by Shikamaru and Robin, who came after hearing the news. "Allowing enemies to break into the palace is a dereliction of duty. Please punish me, mistress." Shikamaru knelt on one knee in front of Hina. "Hina doesn't blame you. The palace is large, and it's inevitable that someone will take advantage of it," Hina said, shaking her head slightly. "Even the Holy Land Mary-Ijos has had intruders. It was no surprise they faced challenges too." "Yes, Shikamaru, you did well. Don't blame yourself," Robin said, defending him. "Thank you, mistress," Shikamaru replied. He stepped aside, feeling very remorseful and secretly determined to increase the number of guards at the palace when he returned. "The murderer behind the scenes has been identified," Ino said, suddenly opening her eyes after placing her hand on the dead body. "Who is it? A pirate, the Revolutionary Army, or the world government?" While the man in black used Marine 6 styles, it was known that many pirates could do the same. "It's the 5 old men known as the 5 elders." Among those present, Only Robin and Hina had learned about the Five Elders from Lynch. As the leaders of the world government, the Five Elders had always held a mysterious image in the eyes of the world. Their mission was simply to capture Miss Hina so they could use her to threaten Mr. Lynch at a critical moment. They don't know anything else. I understand. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, Robin quickly gave instructions before heading back to her room to call Lynch. The frightened Hina was helped back to her room by Mikoto Uchiha. If Mikoto and Tsunade hadn't happened to pass by today, the consequences could have been disastrous. Chapter 124, 124 Mirror Twins I See. After hanging up the Dendenmushi, Lynch's eyes flickered as he pondered his thoughts. Those old men really aren't holding back anything good these days. Whenever they get together, they either talk about other people's wives or are too exhausted to think of anything else. Had his secret actions been discovered? No, if they had, he wouldn't have just targeted Hina. The Five Elders likely picked up on some clues and were afraid of losing control, so they deliberately set a trap. After all, he is different from other admirals and poses a significant threat to the world government. If he decides to cause trouble, he could be just as dangerous as the Revolutionary Army and the Four Emperors. But they never expected that Ino could actually search the brains of the dead. Hey, it looks like I need to find a time to secretly relocate the family members of the Sword Department. If the Five Elders want to be suspicious, so be it. Anyway, he doesn't plan to stay in the Marines forever. He will resign once the West Blue matter is completely resolved and unified. As long as the Five Elders don't have evidence of his crimes, it doesn't matter for now. Being an admiral doesn't mean he can just move freely whenever he wants. Before he steps down, he needs to consider what else he can gain from the world government when he takes people out of the Marines. It will look like he's falling out with the world government, making it harder to benefit from them. Five Elders, just wait for me to take advantage of you, Lynch thought, already planning his next move. After half a month at sea, Lynch, Zephyr, and the others returned to the Marine base. The familiar earthy scent filled his nostrils as Lynch took a deep breath. Stepping onto solid ground, he felt a weight beneath his feet. He definitely preferred being on land to being in a rickety boat. Admiral Suncandle, you're back. At this time, a Marine walked over and saluted Lynch. There's a girl who has been waiting for you in the reception room for 3 days. Would you like to meet her? A girl? Did she mention her name? Lynch thought about which girls he might know. She didn't say, the Marine replied. All right, please lead the way. It's an honor to guide you. The Marine was excited to be with the legendary Admiral Suncandle as they headed to the reception room. Lynch looked at the girl sitting in the chair and almost didn't recognize her. It's said that women can undergo transformations, but this change was too big. Her skin had shifted from slightly dark to very fair, and her short hair had grown into long, flowing locks. To avoid interfering with her actions, her long hair was styled in a traditional married woman braid, hanging down in front of her. It looked good, but the hairstyle seemed a bit risky. Her figure had changed, too. She had gone from being flat to having noticeable curves. Lynch could still recognize her by the Wado sword hanging at her waist. Brother Lynch, I came to find you, Kuina said, approaching him gracefully with a bright smile. I can't believe how much you've grown since I last saw you, Lynch teased, holding his hand up to gauge her height. I still remember when you were so little, always calling me big brother. That was all in the past, Kuina said with a subtle smile. You told my father that I could come to see you in the future. Now that I'm here, you can't leave me alone. What Kuina didn't say was that Lynch was the only person who truly believed she could become a great female swordsman. Of course, you can stay with me from now on. Thanks to your father for teaching me swordsmanship, I'll make sure to train you well. Lynch planned to give Kuina a Marine identity first, otherwise, it would be inconvenient for her to stay at the Marine base. He had to admit that the Marine was indeed a great place to gain experience. Kuina was already 15 and would turn 16 in a few months. Luffy could start a pirate's journey with a barrel at 17, and all the things needed to be gathered, especially for a girl as mature as Kuina. Watching Lynch walk away, Kuina smiled and hurried to catch up. "Wait a minute, Zoro. With Brother Lynch's training, I'll definitely beat you so badly that your father won't recognize you next time we meet." Unlike in the original story, Zoro had never surpassed Kuina since childhood. Every time he challenged her, he was always beaten badly. On their way, they ran into Smoker. "Huh? Tashigi, I haven't seen you in half a month. Why did you change your hairstyle and your sword?" Smoker stopped, cigar in mouth, looking confused at Kuina behind Lynch. Hearing this, Kuina crossed her arms, ignored Smoker, and hid behind Lynch. Why is this strange uncle still using such old-fashioned pickup lines? What year is it? Lynch watched the scene with amusement and realized his mistake. Kuina and Tashigi do look alike, which is probably why Smoker made that mistake. They could easily be mistaken for twins. Smoker hadn't seen the little girl Tashigi in a long time. And Lynch was curious about what would happen when these two met. It was an interesting thought. Starsea. Just as Smoker was about to speak, wondering why Tashigi was acting so differently today, a soft voice called out from a distance. "Sir, long time no see. I heard you forgot something, so I brought it for you," Tashigi said, holding a sword and some documents while catching her breath. Smoker looked puzzled. "If you're Tashigi, then who is this?" Smoker's eyes flickered back and forth between Tashigi and Kuina, becoming more and more confused. When Tashigi's father asked him to look after her, he never mentioned she had a twin sister. It made sense that Smoker was confused. The two looked so alike that even sisters wouldn't resemble each other this much. "Who are you? Who are you?" Kuina and Tashigi exchanged glances, both wide-eyed and dumbfounded. "Is she my father's illegitimate daughter? Father never mentioned I had a sister." Both of them thought the same thing. "You're not some kind of devil fruit ability, are you?" Kuina suddenly reached out and playfully rubbed Tashigi's cheek with her cat-like hands, applying a bit of pressure. "Oh, you're hurting me," Tashigi pouted, speaking through a smile. "It's a real person," Kuina exclaimed in surprise. Should she go back and ask her father about this? "Ha ha ha, let me explain." Lynch had seen enough of the excitement and stood up to explain. "You two just look alike. There are such coincidences in the world." Smoker realized it only after he finished burning the cigar. "It really does seem that way," Kuina and Tashigi said, still in shock. When they looked at each other, it felt like they were staring into a mirror, like seeing another version of themselves. Chapter 125 125 Enel wants to be an astronaut. Despite their similar appearances, he can still tell Kuina and Tashigi apart, even beyond their hairstyles and outfits. Tashigi has softer facial features, and her demeanor often gives off a more gentle, easygoing vibe, making her seem like someone easily being bullied. In contrast, Kuina carries herself with confidence and strength, giving the impression of a capable and assertive girl. When he looks into their eyes, Kuina's are sharp and determined, like a torch burning with resolve. Tashigi, on the other hand, has soft and adorable eyes. Naturally, if he didn't know them well or hadn't observed them closely, it would be hard to tell them apart at first glance. All right, Lynch said with a smile, "It looks like you two have a lot to talk about. Let's have a hot pot party at my place tonight. You can talk as much as you want. Smoker, you're invited too." Ding. The system has detected that the Lilai you've developed is starting to report back. The Lilai development title has now upgraded to advanced level. Lynch couldn't be bothered with the system's nonsense. It felt more childish than ever. Sky Island. Shishi. You bastard, Enel, I'm outta here. Sky Island's all yours now, don't miss me. Moria shouted from the bow of a ship, waving goodbye to Enel, who stood on the shore of the Cloud Sea. After years of battling and pushing each other, both had reached the peak of their strength, hitting a bottleneck. Staying on Sky Island any longer wouldn't help him grow stronger, so Moria decided to return to the Blue Sea, waiting for the right moment to take revenge on Kaido. "TCH, you bastard Shadow, who'd miss you? Just get out of here. You annoy me every time I see you," Enel grumbled. Enel crossed his arms, looking away with pride. "If you really wanted me to come see you off, just say it, don't be so two-faced." Moria smirked, but his expression quickly changed as he sensed lightning gathering in the air. "Enel, you idiot. Don't attack, my ship can't handle it," Moria yelled, panicking. Moria glanced at the sailor and urged, "Get moving quickly, before this guy explodes with rage." As the ship sailed away, Enel dispersed the gathering lightning in the sky. Moria's voice echoed through the clouds, "Thunder fool. We'll meet again in the Blue Sea. Oh, and tell Lynch I owe him one, I'll repay the favor." "Humphrey," Enel snorted, turning his back to Moria. He took a couple of steps away and muttered under his breath, "See you later." "Ugh, do you guys have to be so gross?" Perona, sitting at the edge of the boat in her gothic dress, swung her feet and cringed at the duo. She felt physically uncomfortable when she heard the two men flirting. Could it be that the boss has been on Sky Island for too long and his orientation changed? Perona muttered to herself, feeling uneasy. She, Perona, this is what we call manly friendship. You just don't get it, Moria said with a grin, staring off into the distance with fiery determination. He's always been someone who deeply values his comrades, which only fueled his hatred for Kaido even more. Perona stared at the small cake in her hand, and for some reason, her thoughts drifted to Lynch, that big bad guy. Ugh! Big bad guy. The worst. She muttered, her frustration bubbling up. Perona was not one to easily forget a grudge, especially not the embarrassment of being knocked out and losing one of her favorite cakes in the process. Enel returned to the temple alone and felt lonely for no reason when he saw that there was an empty room that Moria previously stayed in. Moria is the first and only friend he has made since childhood. Although he didn't want to admit it, after several years of companionship, he was suddenly the only one left alone, and he was still a little uncomfortable. At this time, Enel glanced at the ark that had been built outside, and a bold idea came to his mind. How about going to the place he's always wanted to visit? Enel looked up toward the moon. He was determined to prove that his dream was the very fart. That day, he disappeared from Sky Island aboard the Ark Maxims. At night, in Lynch's three-story apartment, a group gathered around a large table, enjoying hot pot and singing songs. Tashigi, Kuina, Smoker, Momonga, Mark, and Kujaku were all there, surrounded by good company. It was a lively scene, though Tom and Hina-jian's absence was felt. Their presence would have made the evening perfect. Drink up. Don't be shy. Lynch encouraged, you three aren't old enough to drink yet, so focus on eating more meat. He waved his hand, inviting everyone to enjoy the food and drinks. Great wine. Momonga exclaimed as he gulped a glass in one go. His face turned red, and after a long sigh of relief, he felt all his fatigue fade away. Smoker entertained everyone with a show about cigarettes and alcohol, drinking more with each passing moment. White smoke swirled around his wine glass, making it seem like the drink had been spiked. Thank you, sir, for the wine. Mark felt like he was in a dream as he joined the adults' family dinner. It all seemed unreal. Lynch glanced at him and said, no need to be polite, before lifting his glass of hot wine to take a drink. It's unfair. Why can't I drink? It looks so good. Tashigi exclaimed, looking the wine glass in Lynch's hand, her mouth watering. The food on her chopsticks suddenly lost its appeal and seemed too cute to eat. Meanwhile, the atmosphere between Kujaku and Kuina was tense. They exchanged glances that suggested a confrontation was brewing. If Tashigi weren't there to act as a buffer, it might have escalated into a fight. This woman is a threat. She's here to steal my big brother from me. Both Kuina and Kujaku decided to confront the situation together. Brother, can you come out with me for a moment? Just after 2 glasses of wine, Lynch heard someone calling him, and it turned out to be Kujaku. Come out? Can't you say it here? Oh, big brother, just come with me, Kujaku replied, standing up and playfully taking Lynch's hand. Sorry, everyone, excuse me. Lynch was gently pulled by Kujaku as they returned to his room, and she closed the door behind them. Now that it's just the 2 of us, what do you want to do? Once inside the room, Kujaku suddenly felt shy, her small hands nervously fidgeting in front of her. Chapter 126, 126 Hot Pot Party. Tom, why isn't Lynch back? Why does it take so long to say something? Smoker took a puff of cigarette and asked in confusion. Momonga gave Smoker a knowing look, as if to say, it's no wonder you're still single. Meanwhile, Lynch, who had left at the same time as Smoker, now had several wives, while Smoker remained alone. Thinking about this, Momonga tensed up, changed his position, and quietly moved further away from Smoker. After all, he had a wife. 5 minutes later, Kujaku hummed a song and walked out of the room, the smile on her face never breaking. She sat down, picked up a piece of meat, and took a bite, casting a playful look at Kuina. She seemed to be in a great mood. Humphrey. Kuina snorted coldly and grabbed the hem of Lynch's clothes just as he was about to sit down. Brother Lynch, please come with me. Huh? I haven't finished my meat yet. Lynch realized that the tension between the 2 girls had turned him into their battlefield. It's a shame they're still too young. If they were adults, he wouldn't mind. His wives showed that he wasn't just some playboy. He had trained one girl, but she wanted to keep it all to herself, which was a pity for his stomach. Bang! Kuina slammed the door, and the room fell silent. She was angry with Kujaku, and if she really wanted to confront Lynch alone, she wasn't sure what to say. Moreover, before setting out to sea this time, her father asked a village aunt to explain matters of men and women to her. So, Kuina wasn't as innocent as she was in childhood, she understood everything now. With a man and a woman alone in the same room, Kuina's face gradually turned red. Lynch couldn't help but find her naive expression adorable. Kuina was a sword fanatic, practicing her swordsmanship every day in the village. In the whole world, they were probably among the most innocent people. Hearing the noise outside, Lynch sighed and decided to start a conversation. Zoro has green hair, right? Huh? You know Zoro? Yes, his hair is green. Green is a special color in my country. There's also a song called A Light on the Head, which is so green it makes you panic. The 2 started chatting. After a while, they went outside, and Lynch finally got to enjoy the hot pot he had been craving for. Kuina, feeling like a victorious champion, sat down and began to eat. Roru Tashigi was the only one who didn't realize what was happening. She kept staring at the meat that had just been placed in the pot. After 3 rounds of drinks and plenty of food, everyone returned home happily. Kujaku went to her own room and fell asleep. Kuina and Tashigi settled into the guest room, chatting as they fell asleep together. The 2 girls, who looked almost identical, quickly became best friends and talked about everything. While Kujaku slept soundly that night, Lynch struggled with insomnia. He missed his wife, and without hesitation, he took out the transfer scroll and instantly returned to the West Blue Palace. The next day, in the kingdom, Lynch was still asleep while some people had already begun their work. Mikoto Uchiha, wearing a kimono, pushed up her black-rimmed glasses as she went about her tasks. Today, we begin our 3rd lesson on the self-training of spies and high-ranking officials. A group of new spies listened attentively below. In the future, they would be sent to other countries to replace all the top leaders except for the king, fulfilling their roles. When it comes to training spies, the Uchiha family is professional. Shikamaru was reviewing a pile of papers on his desk. Meanwhile, Ino and Choji sat by the roadside, eating ramen and debating whether to bring a bowl to Shikamaru. Forget it. Shikamaru doesn't like ramen, so I'll just eat it for him, Choji decided, ordering another bowl. Teenager Sasuke watched a group of rookies playfully teasing each other in the army. He smirked and joked, "The Uchiha are professionals when it comes to taijutsu, so let me take good care of them." On the side, Yakushi Kabuto shook his head helplessly and began to audit the situation in the arsenal. Tsunade went to the hospital as usual, and after confirming that there were no patients, she started today's gamble. "Ha ha ha. I'm definitely going to win today. Let's see who dares to call me the big fat sheep." With confidence, Tsunade walked into the casino. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Robin suddenly woke up in Lynch's arms and playfully punched him. "It's all your fault. Look at the time. I need to handle the documents." Lynch gently stroked Robin's hair and said, "Thank you for being here. It's good that you know. Who told you to marry me?" Robin replied as she quickly got dressed and rushed off to work. Hina was still asleep when Lynch used the transfer scroll to return to the marine base in an instant. Kuina, who had been waiting for him, saw Lynch walk out of the room and greeted him. "Can you take me to the Marines training ground? I want to practice my swordsmanship." Lynch noticed Dashigi pouting with jealousy and chuckled to himself. This girl clearly also wanted to practice swordplay with him instead of watching away. Since he had a free day, he decided not to say anything. "All right, you two follow me." Meanwhile, on the distant sea, on Koregana Island where Hawkeye lives, Master Cat, you really want to challenge Hawkeye? In front of Hawkeye's castle, the mouse was so frightened that he stammered. Monet also frowned, trying to dissuade him. Hawkeye was a 7 warlords of the seas like her young master and extremely powerful. She admitted that the cat was weird, but it was still no match for Hawkeye. If Tom were to die, how could she complete the spy mission assigned by her young master? After many years of searching, Tom had finally found Hawkeye's hideout. Ignoring everyone's warnings, he pushed open the castle door without hesitation. "Ah la la la!" Tom stuck out his tongue and shouted into the castle, but there was no response. Tom stuck out his tongue and shouted into the castle, but there was no response. "Master Cat, why don't we just leave?" The cold wind blew by, making the mouse's legs tremble. Tom glanced at the mouse and shook his head in disappointment. Compared to his old friend, this mouse was too timid. He walked around the castle but found that Hawkeye wasn't home. Tom decided to stay there until Hawkeye returned. Chapter 127, 127 Swordsman Duel, Tom vs. Hawkeye at the 7th Training Ground. Before Lynch and his 2 companions even got close, they heard the loud commotion coming from inside. They listened in. "Wow, Vice Admiral Tokakake is here to train again. He only slept 2 hours yesterday. Is he trying to push himself to the limit? Hey, ever since Vice Admiral Jian got married, Vice Admiral Tokakake seems like a different person. He doesn't care about his health anymore. That's not all. I heard he talks to himself every night, like he's losing it. Didn't you see him take down those pirates? It was terrifying, he looked like a madman. Have you heard? Vice Admiral Tokakake's new breathing technique is almost finished. Once it's mastered, his swordsmanship will have devastating power. Did he give it a name yet? I think I heard Vice Admiral call it the missing rabbit breathing method. Oh, poor guy. Everyone looked at Tokakake with pity. Who at headquarters didn't know that Tokakake was a hopeless romantic? Even though Jian hardly pays attention to him, he's still so devoted to her. TSK, he deserves it. Dog lickers should be ranked lower than the dogs, they bring it on themselves. So pathetic. Looking like that, he actually dared to compete with Admiral Sun Candle for a woman? No self-awareness at all. I'm not exaggerating, But with my looks combined with Admiral Sun Candle, we could shake up the entire Marines headquarters. Everyone whispered quietly among themselves. Could you open the door, please? Lynch's gentle voice came from behind. Admiral Sun Candle. Those who realized quickly snapped to attention, saluting with respect as they cleared a path. Please, go ahead. Thanks. Admiral Lynch. Admiral Sun Candle. With Lynch's arrival, everyone immediately fell silent, too afraid to continue their conversation. To them, an admiral was someone far beyond their reach. Lynch walked through the crowd and reached the front, where he saw Vice Admiral Tokakake in the middle of a sparring match with another Vice Admiral. Sword light flashed in all directions, and energy from the blades shot through the air. Lynch gently patted Kuina and Tashigi on their heads. Watch closely and learn. It's rare to see Vice Admirals sparring. Kuina, a sword fanatic, was already captivated by the duel, so much so that she didn't even notice Lynch's touch. So this is the real world of the strong. Tashigi's eyes were fixed on the swords they wielded. She opened the sword atlas she brought and realized they were both wielding famous blades, if only she could touch one. In the arena, Tokakake was locked in a fierce battle with the other Vice Admiral. Suddenly, Tokakake sneered, "You haven't made much progress lately." He quietly activated the missing rabbit breathing method he had developed. As a rush of air flowed through his nasal cavity to speed up blood circulation, his nose gradually turned redder. Tokakake's nose turned red, much like Buggy the Clown. At the same time, his sword strikes grew faster, and the green glow of his blade even tinted his hair green. The other Vice Admiral struggled, retreating under the relentless assault. By the 70th move, his sword was knocked clean out of his hand. I lost. The Vice Admiral shrugged as he picked up his sword. Losing to Tokakake didn't bother him. In their training sessions, Tokakake and Giant consistently ranked first and second, showing their strong potential. After the intense duel, Tokakake noticed Lynch and turned away expressionlessly. This guy, Lynch chuckled, shaking his head. He hadn't seen Tokakake in a long time, and unlike the villains in stories, Tokakake had never come to bother him. Since their first meeting, Tokakake had never spoken to Lynch again. As long as the other person wasn't crazy, Lynch didn't see the need to engage. On the training ground, Lynch began teaching the two girls how to use a sword. "Mr. Lynch, can I see your supreme sword?" Tashigi asked eagerly, always wanting to take a look at Demon's sword in Lynch's waist. "Be obedient and don't search for trouble." On the other side, Hawkeye returned to the island on the coffin boat, looking at the scene in front of him with a slightly condensed expression. What happened while he was gone? Who came to the island and defeated his pet? At the edge of the forest, he found hundreds of unconscious gorillas, all with stars in their eyes. This group of gorillas isn't ordinary, they are a type of creature called human imitators, and they are quite strong. To defeat them, one would need to be at least a skilled swordsman. With the keen eyesight of the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye quickly recognized that the injuries were caused by a sword. They didn't kill these gorillas after defeating them, so it seems there was no malicious intent. The island hasn't been destroyed. Are they here to challenge my swordsmanship? Through clues, Hawkeye quickly deduced everything. Kai 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 kai. Just then, an orangutan woke up from its coma, hugged Hawkeye's leg, and cried out, pointing in a direction as if trying to complain. "I understand. You should get some rest." With his hawk-like eyes narrowed, he walked toward his castle. Meanwhile, the beasts roasting marshmallows in front of the castle were unaware of the danger approaching them. "Master Cat is so powerful. You've defeated all those strong orangutans," the mouse said, flattering Tom. After watching Tom defeat the group of orangutans, the mouse's confidence in him was sky high. Suddenly, he felt that Hawkeye was nothing compared to Mr. Cat. Ho ho! The two bears ate the honey and nodded, clearly agreeing with the mouse. Only Monet looked down, absent-mindedly staring at the marshmallow in her hand. She had came to understand the power of 7 warlords of the seas through her young master. If Tom got into trouble, would she be strong enough to save him, or would she just run away? Suddenly, Tom stood up and looked toward the forest. Hawkeye was walking out of the bushes. "I found you, few little bugs, meow meow meow." Tom spoke to the mouse, who acted as his interpreter. "Ahem. Our cat master said he's going to challenge you. If you're scared, kneel and admit defeat." The mouse shouted in a mocking tone. Tom Cat raised an eyebrow in confusion. He only wanted to challenge Hawkeye. Why was the mouse adding all this drama? But it didn't matter, they were going to fight anyway. "Haha. Are you the one challenging me, kitty?" Hawkeye was very interested. This was the first time he had accepted a challenge from an animal swordsman. He slowly removed the knife from his necklace, holding it between his fingers. "I don't have a smaller knife than this," he said in a smooth, magnetic voice. Whoosh! Tom Cat leaped into the air and swung several meter-long slashes. "Too weak, kitty. Use all your strength," Hawkeye said, effortlessly countering with his knife, which was only as long as his index finger. Tom Cat took a deep breath from his cigarette and exhaled the smoke. 9 mountains and 8 seas, the vast world of cats. With a gleam in his eye, he tightened his grip on the long sword. Suddenly, he pressed his body to its limits and turned into a bolt of lightning, disappearing from sight. Chapter 128, 128 Swordsman Duel, Tom vs. Hawkeye. "Oh, too so fast. Where's Mr. Cat?" No one present, except Hawkeye, could keep track of Tom Cat. Tom Cat seemed to have disappeared from the world. At the same time, Hawkeye also moved. Man and cat became streaks of lightning, crisscrossing through the air. After a flash of swords, Hawkeye stood unharmed, calmly placing the small knife back into his necklace. He murmured, "I wanted to spare your life, but fate has other plans." Dear Tom's figure reappeared, taking a few sluggish steps forward. A sharp crack formed between his brows, and his body split in two, collapsing to the ground. "Master Cat!" The mouse cried in panic. "Cat!" Monet gasped, covering her mouth with her wings. Everything had happened so fast, too quickly for her to intervene. Woo! The two bears hugged each other, tears streaming down their faces. "So brave for an ordinary swordsman to challenge me." "Time to go," Hawkeye said, losing interest. He glanced at the others, but left them alone. He had expected more from the cat, thinking it must have some real strength to challenge him. But in the end, it was just an average swordsman, nothing special. The dividing line between swordsmen has become huge. A swordsman who has just learned to cut through iron is called a swordsman, and so is someone on the verge of becoming a great swordsman. Though they share the same title, their combat abilities differ by hundreds of times. Huh? Where did the firecrackers come from? As Hawkeye was about to head back to the castle, a small red firecracker suddenly rolled up from nowhere. It looked like the kind kids play with during the New Year. Hawkeye glanced briefly at the tiny firecracker, barely the size of his pinky finger, and then looked away. "Where's the cat?" But something felt off. When he looked again, Tom's body had disappeared. Everyone else was right in front of him. There was no way someone had taken Tom's body without his noticing. Unless the cat wasn't actually dead. How could that be? He was certain he had cut the cat in half. Could this be some kind of devil fruit ability? Hawkeye narrowed his eyes and activated his observation hockey again, scanning the area for any sign of Tom's presence. Suddenly, Hawkeye's expression changed for the first time. He actually discovered the danger from that small firecracker. Boom! The firecrackers suddenly exploded violently, and the explosion was no less than 10 cannon shells exploding at the same time, engulfing Hawkeye in a massive explosion. Hearing the explosion, the head of a British short-hair cat popped out of the ground nearby, eyes gleaming with wisdom as it looked toward the blast. "Master Cat, you're alive?" the mouse exclaimed, changing from shock to joy. They knew Tom had some healing abilities, but usually, it was only for minor injuries like a broken arm or leg. Who would have thought he could survive being split in half? Monet's eyes narrowed in curiosity. What devil fruit did this cat eat? After the explosion, a deep crater several meters wide formed at the site. In the center of the pit stood a figure as black as coal. Ha 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 ha! Looking at the black ball in front of him, Tom slapped his knees wildly and laughed. But the next moment, Tom couldn't laugh anymore. Hawkeye cancelled the armament hockey attached to his body, and the black powder covering his body also fell off. Hawkeye's eyes gleamed with a trace of murderous intent as he stared coldly at Tom. "You threw that firecracker, cat." With a righteous look on his face, Tom shook his head repeatedly and pointed at Monet beside him. As if he was just an innocent kitten. However, at this moment, a firecracker happened to fall out of Tom's tail. Everyone's eyes turned to Tom, creating an incredibly awkward moment. Realizing his trick had been exposed, Tom showed his teeth in a shy grin. He quickly reached down to pick up the firecracker that had fallen on the ground. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled some smoke and spit out a line of words. "As a swordsman, is it normal for me to carry a few firecrackers with me?" Tom smiled innocently, making him seem like just an innocent little kitten to those who didn't know better. In his haste, he didn't realize that a machine gun had fallen out from his tail fur. Once fresh, twice familiar, this time Tom had experience and repeated his old tricks, taking a deep breath of cigarette. "As a swordsman, is it normal for me to carry a few machine guns?" The mouse was speechless. Monet was taken aback. Brother Bear simply stared in confusion, thinking. Hawkeye's eyes narrowed as he focused intently on the cat in front of him. The machine gun was larger than Tom's body. How did he hide it? Did he have some kind of extra-dimensional space in his tail? And what about his ability to come back from the dead? Hawkeye had traveled the seas for many years, but this was the first time he encountered such a strange devil fruit. "Cat, your strength has earned my respect." Mihawk pulled out the supreme black sword knight hidden behind his back. "I will use this sword to defeat you." Every devil fruit has its flaws, and there is no absolutely invincible devil fruit. Hawkeye believed that if he could find the cat's flaw, he could stop its resurrection and truly kill it. "If you're a swordsman, don't rely on tricks to fool me. Show me your swordsmanship. Let's have a proper duel between swordsmen." Hawkeye was now very interested by the cat. It was more than just interest, it was appreciation. There are not many creatures in the world who can withstand his sword. Hearing Hawkeye's words, Tom Cat's expression condensed. Yes, he was a swordsman. Swordsmen must uphold their dignity. As he thought of this, Tom's aura transformed, embodying the spirit of a great hero. Hawkeye's words brought back memories of his days as a guard for the Queen of England. Tom carelessly tossed the drug he had just mixed into the bushes. He felt sorry for the group of orangutans that had finally woken up to watch the show. However, as soon as they peeked out, they were showered with the potion. Dozens of gorillas fell unconscious in the pink smoke. Hawkeye couldn't help but think, what a strange cat. Hawkeye and Tom Cat battled in front of the castle for 3 days and nights. During this time, Tom Cat's weapon was cut off 300 times. Tom was cut in half 70 times, dismembered 100 times, chopped into pieces 300 times, smashed into a meat paste 11 times, and sliced into shreds 900 times. No matter the horrific injuries Hawkeye inflicted on Tom Cat, both Tom and his weapons would instantly return to their original state. Despite trying every conceivable method, Hawkeye had to accept that he couldn't kill Tom. The setting sun cast a blood-red hue over the scene. With the black blade knight pointed directly at Tom, Hawkeye's voice rang out, "That's enough for now, kitty. You don't have the talent to defeat me yet. Accept the title of immortal swordsman and sail the seas. Try to catch up with me until the day you believe you can defeat me." After saying this, Hawkeye sheathed his black blade and walked back to the castle with steady steps, his clothes untouched by dust. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. There was another interesting opponent on the sea. Though currently weak, this opponent couldn't be killed. The path of the sword was not a lonely one. Chapter 129, 129 Immortal Swordsman. Tom stared blankly at Hawkeye as he walked away, scratching his head with his big eyes full of innocence. Why did the fight suddenly stop? Did this mean Tom won? He was an idealistic cat, after all. The first few times Hawkeye dismembered Tom, it was extremely painful. But eventually, Tom realized it didn't hurt anymore. In fact, he even found it a bit amusing to be cut apart. Master Cat, you have been recognized by the world's greatest swordsman. The mouse trembled with excitement. Hawkeye personally gave you the title of Immortal Swordsman. Every swordsman in the world will envy you. With this title from Hawkeye, Tom had made a name for himself on the seas. With such a reputation, joining a powerful group could easily secure him a high-ranking position. As long as he thought about it and raised his arms, he could attract a group of supporters. This is the benefit of fame. Tom didn't think about this. Anyway, he didn't have any ambitions. His biggest dream was simply to have an owner who wouldn't abandon him and a warm home to call his own. Thinking of Lynch, Tom Cat felt a deep sense of homesickness. After spending several years at sea and achieving his goals, he realized it was time to go back. Tom preferred being a house cat to a swordsman. In this moment of clarity, he decided to return home right away. Meanwhile, Monet remained in shock. There was a cat that even Hawkeye couldn't kill. Monet suddenly had a sinking feeling that this undercover mission might end badly. They say pets resemble their owners, and from Tom Cat, she sensed something unusual about Lynch. This mission felt like a trap, and she worried she might end up like a sheep caught in a tiger's jaws. Doubts filled her mind, leaving her in deep hesitation. Should she ask the young master to end this mission? No, she couldn't betray his trust. Marine headquarters. Lynch lay in his backyard, flipping through the day's magazines. Kujaku, in a bikini, was half reclining on his lap, enjoying the sun. Her blue and white swimsuit covered her modestly, as she was still young and not as revealing as Hina and the others. However, a swimsuit is still a swimsuit, except for 3 points, the rest of the body is exposed. Kujaku had a flat belly, smooth, fair skin, and elegant thighs. If she were on the beach, she would definitely attract a lot of attention. The warmth of the sun felt pleasant. Kujaku hummed a folk song, her green and white legs swaying and playfully tapping against her developing curves. Suddenly, her movements caused her hips to shake. "Be still, you're distracting me from reading the newspaper." Lynch wasn't gentle, he gave Kujaku a firm slap, causing her delicate body to tremble and instantly become obedient. Nearby, Kuina and Tashigi practiced their swordsmanship in the sunshine, both wearing bikinis and humming happily. Sweet beads of sweat glistened on their skin as they swung their swords, causing their chests to bounce with each movement. Lynch put down the newspaper, taking in the beautiful scenery with a slight smile. After tomorrow, Kuina will be 16 years old. It felt like just yesterday she was a small child, barely half a person tall. Now, all 3 girls were growing up quickly, changing almost every day. Even little Tashigi had developed. The softness of Lynch's palms beneath Kujaku brought his thoughts back to the previous night. Vice Admiral Tsuru comes to visit late at night. It's really a bit scary. Lynch, I have a heartfelt request. When Kujaku comes of age, I hope you can marry her. Vice Admiral Tsuru's first words shocked him. Seeing his stunned expression, she thought he might be unwilling and adopted a stern tone. Why? My granddaughter is pretty and talented. Isn't she worthy of you? Besides, her current hobbies have also changed because of you. She doesn't hit others for no reason anymore. Lynch shook his head. Kujaku is our Marine's military beauty. I'm lucky she even noticed me. I'm glad you think so, Vice Admiral Tsuru replied. Lynch was still curious about why she brought this up so late at night. I already have 3 wives at home, how could you? It's only natural for someone to hesitate about marrying their granddaughter to someone who already has a wife. Vice Admiral Tsuru scoffed, I only have one granddaughter. If I don't look out for her, who will? After saying this, Vice Admiral Tsuru left. Lynch understood now, it was Kujaku's constant pleading that had convinced Vice Admiral Tsuru. When he later asked Kujaku how long she had been pleading about it to her, she smiled and replied that it had only been a year. By the way, there was also the death threat from Vice Admiral Tsuru before she left. If you dare to take action before Kujaku reaches adulthood, I will join forces with Garb Sengoku and Zephyr to come and have a talk with you. Vice Admiral Tsuru is a good grandma, but her worries are unnecessary. Lynch likes girls, but doesn't like underage girls. Girls who are full-grown are the most attractive. But for now, Kujaku is still growing, and he hasn't quite reached that stage yet. After thinking about this, Lynch became very thirsty and wanted to ask Tom to make some shaved ice for him. Then he suddenly remembered that Tom had been at sea for several years. Isn't he going somewhere hanging out with that she-cat? Ding. Your pet Tom has been recognized by Hawkeye, and rewards are being distributed. Ding. Reward issued successfully. Reward, Tomcat Hawkeye template, half-hour experience card. Lynch was stunned. It seemed that Tom really wanted to challenge Hawkeye. The most important thing is that the challenge was actually successful. He has to keep this Hawkeye experience card. It is a big killer at critical moments. The strength of the world's greatest swordsman must be at the admiral level, otherwise, being number one would be nearly impossible. Admiral Sun Candle, are you home? The fleet admiral is looking for you. Someone shouted from the front door. You all play for now, I'll be right back. After changing clothes, Lynch went to meet Sengoku. Fleet Admiral. Yes, Lynch, you're here. Sengoku, known for his wisdom, rarely shows irritation, but he did now. He crossed the desk to approach Lynch. There are reckless pirates attacking the celestial dragons in the Sabati archipelago. I need you to go there. Really, there are actually 2 idiot pirates who dare to attack the celestial dragons in the Sabati archipelago. The Sabati archipelago is so close that it's like the celestial dragon's backyard. Attacking them there is simply asking for death. The pirates this time are a bit powerful. The local marines can't suppress them. You should leave as soon as possible. Where is Kizaru? Lynch sensed something was wrong. Kizaru was the fastest among the admirals, so he was the one who usually did the rescue work. Sigh, Kizaru? He went to save another celestial dragons. Sengoku was extremely worried, wasting Marine's best combat power day by day to save those losers. Lynch frowned deeper, feeling something was wrong. It was too coincidental that 2 celestial dragons were attacked at the same time. There are no coincidences in the world. If there are, they are definitely man-made. Lynch thought. Chapter 130, 130 Kidnapped Celestial Dragon. I see, Lynch said, before finally leaving for the Sabati archipelago. At the Sabati archipelago, chaos unfolded. Ha 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 ha, celestial dragons are nothing special. A fierce-looking pirate laughed, standing over someone who clearly is a celestial dragon. Saint Balur, dressed in the typical oversized garments of the celestial dragons, looked even more bloated beneath the layers. Tears and snot filled the inside of his round glass helmet, and he had wet himself in fear. Terrified and humiliated, Balur screamed at the marines nearby, "You useless fools! Why aren't you saving me? Fuck, shut up!" The big pirate was not polite and slapped him hard, shattering the glass cover on Celestial Dragon's face. The glass fragments were mixed with his rough palm. Hit the Celestial Dragon's hard in the face. Snapped. Ah, Celestial Dragon's head was almost knocked out, with glass fragments embedded in his face and blood flowing uncontrollably. This slap made Celestial Dragon's face grow bigger at least twice, causing him to scream in agony. "Damn it, you're still screaming?" The pirate snarled, delivering another brutal slap. Several of the celestial dragon's teeth flew out. This time, Balor clenched his mouth shut, too terrified to make a sound. But the pirate smirked and hit him again, knocking him to the ground. After toying with him, the pirate grinned. "Damn it, man, messing with celestial dragons is too fun. I could get addicted." To Balor, the pirate looked like a demon. He fainted in terror, but that didn't stop the pirate. He spat on the celestial dragon's face and sneered, "If it weren't for you celestial dragons, I wouldn't have become a pirate." He thought back to when he was just an ordinary person. Everything changed when his pregnant mother couldn't kneel fast enough for the celestial dragons and was killed for it. Not long after, his father passed away from grief. His uncle took over the family property, and he was thrown out, left with nothing. The Marines around him were afraid to step forward. With the celestial dragons in the hands of the big pirate, all they can do is surround the place. This big pirate is called Connor, and he has a bounty of 530 million. He is very powerful, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to capture a celestial dragon. It's strange that this big pirate didn't run away or kill the celestial dragons after he caught them. He just waited here, as if he was waiting for someone. The next moment, Lynch fell from the sky indifferently. "Great, it's Admiral Sun Candle. The Admiral Sun Candle is here, there is hope. Admiral Sun Candle, we're counting on you." The group of Marines felt a surge of relief upon seeing Lynch, like they had just found a lifeline. Lynch, however, remained unfazed. "I don't have time for games. State your demands quickly," he said, taking a quick glance at the scene and noticing something unusual. A strange vine-like object was coiled around the heart of the celestial dragon. Whatever devil fruit power was at play, it seemed to be something new and dangerous. If the big pirate were killed now, the celestial dragon would be crushed instantly. Lynch couldn't afford to let that happen in front of everyone, it would damage his reputation. Even if the celestial dragon died later, Lynch needed to at least make it look like he tried. Acting too quickly would make things too obvious. Besides, if Lynch wanted the celestial dragon dead, he would have to handle it personally. Every celestial dragon was a valuable asset to him. Connor met Lynch's calm, unreadable gaze and felt a sudden panic. It was as if his hidden intentions had already been seen through. In front of this man, Connor felt as if he had been stripped naked, without any secrets at all. He steeled himself, laughed loudly, picked up Celestial Dragon's body, and threatened as he retreated to the shore, "Don't even move, or I will kill him immediately." Once at a safe distance, Connor shouted again, "Admiral Sun Candle, come with me. I'm a timid person, so it's best not to make any sudden moves. Otherwise, Humphrey." Lynch casually put his hands in his pockets and followed Connor, acting as if he were on a leisurely outing. This relaxed demeanor only seemed to increase the pressure on Connor. When they reached the shore, a coated boat rose from the seabed, clearly waiting for them. Connor jumped onto the pirate ship and gestured for Lynch to join him. Lynch smiled brightly and walked up the gangplank. "Don't follow the remaining Marines, or I'll kill the Celestial Dragons immediately." As the ship slowly sailed away from the Sabati archipelago, the Marines held back, feeling the pressure of Connor's threat. Connor breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the mission was halfway done, but then Lynch's voice tightened his heart again. "You say, how about I kill you right here?" Connor broke out in a cold sweat, soaking his clothes. His instincts told him Lynch was serious, he really would do it. "You can't do this, sir. I have a hostage. He'll die if you kill me." In his sheer panic, the big pirate slipped into using a respectful title. Since becoming a pirate, Connor had always been arrogant, but this was the first time he had been so polite. "Wait, you kidnapped him. Why would you threaten me with it?" Lynch's words left Connor even more confused. What was going on? Why did it sound so reasonable? No, he must be trying to mess with my mind. That has to be it. "Admiral, you're a dog of the world government and can't ignore the safety of the Celestial Dragons. By the way, I think I'm overthinking this. Why would he say that? Does he really dare to kill me? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Connor was drenched in cold sweat. Lynch's image began to seem even more unpredictable to him. Don't be afraid. While I could do it, I won't kill you. With just a few words, Lynch established control of the situation. Now tell me, who is your boss? What? Connor couldn't believe it. How could Lynch have guessed that? It was an incredible display of insight. Connor was so confused that he kept backing away until he hit the fence. I really guessed it. Who could it be? Lynch had been guessing at first, but Connor's reaction made him certain. Noticing the big pirate's hesitation, Lynch chuckled, if you don't want to tell me, that's fine. Either way, I want to meet the person behind you. Lynch felt like the other party was getting close to him. If he didn't figure things out and let the mastermind behind the scenes slip away, he worried he wouldn't be able to sleep or eat peacefully in the future. At that moment, Connor no longer dared to speak to Lynch, fearing that he couldn't handle the pressure. What kind of person was Lynch? He hadn't said much, yet he seemed to know everything. It was terrifying. Chapter 131, 131 The greed of Revolution Army. The sea was calm, and the ship sailed for several hours before finally reaching a small island. Admiral Sun Candle, please. As the ship docked, a tall figure, covered in black robes, appeared on the shore as if by magic. Connor was visibly relieved when he saw the visitor. 7 warlords of the sea's tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. The man was well disguised, but the Bible in his hand gave him away. Combined with his large, imposing figure, it was hard not to think of him. Of course, Lynch recognized Kuma instantly. Kuma was known for his ability to appear and disappear without a trace, and very few people had seen him. So far, only Kizaru in the Marine had encountered him once. If it were anyone else in the Marines, they likely wouldn't have recognized Kuma. During this time, Kuma had been staying at the Revolutionary Army's base, not yet starting his undercover mission, so he wasn't worried about being spotted. Kuma was a remarkable talent. His ability to develop the powers of the meatball fruit to such a degree was truly genius level. The pawpaw fruit allowed Kuma to develop a unique ability, one that could expel injuries and pain from the human body. Occasionally, it even allowed him to act as a traveler. Lynch's arrival seemed to have put a lot of pressure on the mastermind behind it all. They didn't hesitate to summon Kuma, just in case. Let's go. Don't waste any more time. As for the person behind everything, Lynch had already made a pretty good guess. The opponent first sent people to attack another celestial dragon and called in Kizaru for reinforcements. When another celestial dragon was targeted, it was almost certain that Marine would send an admiral, and Lynch was the fastest option. The other 2 admirals couldn't match Kizaru or Lynch's speed. After going through many twists and turns, Lynch also wanted to see what the man behind the scenes was looking for. Tyrant Kuma remained silent as usual, leading Lynch and Connor through the dense jungle, carrying the celestial dragon. The thick trees blocked out the sunlight, and wild boars and leopards roamed in the distance. Animals and birds occasionally made sounds, adding to the jungle's noise. As they went deeper, scattered figures appeared, all watching Lynch with caution. We're here. Go in. Kuma gestured toward a temporary tent. Lynch walked in without hesitation. In the dim room, Monkey D. Dragon sat in a chair, his upper face hidden in shadow. The sunlight and shadow split across his face, revealing the distinctive tattoo. Behind Dragon stood 2 figures Lynch recognized. Sabo and Koala. Sabo, who is nearly 15 years old, and Koala, who is nearly 16 years old, met Admiral for the first time, and they were extremely nervous. Sabo clenched his fists secretly, trying hard to stay calm. He couldn't afford to embarrass Dragon. Koala nervously pinched the sapphire ring on her hand, a habit she had developed over the years. Whenever she felt anxious, she would unconsciously touch the ring Nighthawk had given her. As she looked at Lynch, who appeared young but confident, Koala found herself thinking that the legendary admiral didn't seem as intimidating as she had imagined. There was something familiar about him, as if she had seen him before. No, that can't be right. How could I have seen the admiral before? Koala shook her head, trying to clear her mind of the strange thought. Hello, you two, Lynch said with a smile, noticing Koala still wearing the ring he had given her when she was a child. It's not so hard to talk to the legendary admiral, Lynch added with a calm tone. No, I can't be fooled by his appearance. Koala thought to herself, though she couldn't shake the strange warmth she felt from him. Sabo and Koala exchanged confused glances. What's going on? Why do we feel this warmth from him? Dragon, long time no see. You're really the one behind it all, Lynch said as he pulled out a chair and sat across from Dragon. Long time no see, Lynch. Or should I say, Admiral Suncandle? Dragon replied, his gaze on Lynch with a mix of complexity. He recalled their first meeting. Back then, Lynch was just a captain, but there was something different about him. He was a mythical beast. From that moment, Dragon knew this man was destined for greatness. What surprised Dragon even more was that Lynch had become the 4th Admiral in Marine in such a short time. The speed of his promotion was truly remarkable, even for someone who had been in Marine like Dragon. You worked hard to bring me here. Now tell me, what's going on? Lynch said, looking at Dragon. As for the celestial dragons nearby, both of them silently agreed to ignore them, as if they were just irrelevant bystanders. You're a smart man, and I like talking to smart people, Dragon said, waving for everyone to leave the tent. Once they were alone, Dragon got straight to the point. To help the countries suffering around the world, the Revolutionary Army is severely short on supplies and money. You control 1/7 of the West Blue. I hope you can provide us with support. Here's a list of what we need. Unlike Lynch, Dragon and the Revolutionary Army are constantly hunted by the world government, forced to live in the shadows. They have to aid the oppressed and start uprisings in various nations to bring about change. Food, weapons, winter clothing, bandages, medicines, and other supplies all require a big amount of baileys. Lynch, who just received support from the Golden Emperor not long ago, back then his country also poor enough, right? However, the revolutionaries are in an even tougher situation. Their financial struggles are 100 times worse than his. They stand alone against the entire world government. You've even prepared a list of supplies. Looks like you've got me, Lynch chuckled, picking up Dragon's list and read it. Bailey, 30 billion. AK-47, 30,000, maybe. Vulcan cannon, 300. Mysterious battleships, 10. Bandages, 100 boxes. The list stretched on, with hundreds of items scattered throughout. This is just the first batch of supplies. I believe the Emperor can get it, Dragon's greedy voice triggered Lynch's irritation. It seems you've thoroughly investigated my empire. The mention of the AK-47 and Vulcan cannon especially bothered Lynch. Anyone would be displeased to learn that their empire had been secretly investigated for an unknown amount of time. Although he didn't hide the names of the equipment, he did conceal the name of the Pluton battleship. After all, the name Pluton was too sensitive. Your Excellency Lynch, you flatter me. I hope you can gather this first batch of supplies quickly. Dragon, people must pay the price for their greed. A flame suddenly sparked in Lynch's bomb, burning the list of supplies to ash. Lynch looked at Dragon, his laughter slowly turning cold. I've never been threatened by anyone. It seems you've miscalculated. At worst, we'll all be destroyed together. I don't know what leverage you think you have on me, but I have something on you too. Don't make yourself regret this. Sabo, standing outside the door, felt a chill in his heart as he heard Lynch's angry, restrained voice. Didn't Dragon-san say there wouldn't be any danger? Is there a fight? A confrontation between two admirals would lead to disastrous consequences. At least 2/3 people on the island would die. Chapter 132, 132 Poor Dragon Sabo, what are you doing? Dragon-san said you can't go in, Koala said, grabbing him as he tried to enter the tent. I want to go in and protect Dragon-san. Idiot. Dragon-san still need your protection? Before Sabo could react, a loud boom echoed as Koala landed a solid punch on his head, knocking him back from his excitement. In the tent, Dragon seemed to be sure of victory and didn't care about Lynch's threat. Do you think I will believe your words? Dragon was full of confidence. He had created an ironclad plan with the Revolutionary Army, and there was no way that Lynch would gain control. On the contrary, Dragon seized on his opponent's fatal weakness and said, Armin, come in. A man walked in and knelt on one knee. Leader. Haha, Lynch, do you know who he is? Don't? Let me remind you, Sriwijaya Kingdom. Keep talking. A cold light flashed in Lynch's eyes. The Sriwijaya Kingdom was one of the 5 puppet states he supported in West Blue, and it secured a large territory for him. This man used to be a high-ranking official in the Sriwijaya Kingdom until he was replaced by someone else more than half a year ago. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect your excellency to have such courage. You ignored the world government's warnings and continued to expand your country. You ask what would happen if the world government knew you supported the Puppet Congress? Dragon tapped his fingers on the table methodically, as if victory was already in his grasp. Dragon was fortunate to have discovered this secret. Armin had once been a high-ranking official in the Sriwijaya Kingdom and one of the undercover revolutionaries who sparked a rebellion there. In order to start a revolution in this country, Dragon has prepared a lot. Who would have thought that with the new king's accession to the throne, everything would change, causing all his years of hard work to be ruined? But soon, Dragon, who received Armin's news, was keenly aware that something was wrong. The country's top leadership had undergone a complete overhaul, and all the new faces raised his suspicions. His instincts told him there was a big problem here. So, Dragon sent someone to investigate. Who would have thought that Lynch army was so well hidden and so clean that the Revolutionary Army searched for more than half a year with no results? It's not like they haven't kidnapped high-ranking officials secretly. Who knew that they all have weird marks on their tongues, and they will die if they try to leak the secret? Until not long ago, by a lucky chance, they found clues from a senior official. They tracked the official day and night, finally catching a break when they overheard a conversation through a den-mushi during a meeting. In the conversation, words like empire and mission stood out. With these major clues, the Revolutionary Army quickly focused on Lynch. They didn't need to be 100% sure, 70% or 80% certainty was enough. The revolutionaries weren't like the world government, they lived on the edge. When it came to choosing between funding and angering an admiral, they chose the former without hesitation. Otherwise, they would naturally become enemies with the admiral. Ha ha ha, are you delusional? How could I, a marine admiral, do something like that? Lynch said with a smile. Some things, even if they've been done or everyone knows about them, still need to be denied. Otherwise, the den-mushi would catch clues. He had to admit that Dragon was a genius. In reality, if this news reached the world government, there wouldn't be serious consequences. At most, he would be demoted to vice admiral, and the empire would be sealed off. That would be far from the end of the war. But it would greatly affect his future plans, and the threat needed to be eliminated. He didn't expect Dragon's leverage to be so useful so soon. Dragon, I don't care about your nonsense, but I do have leverage on you, then I'm all ears. Dragon's eyes flickered, and hearing the other party's tone, it seemed like he wasn't joking. Lynch compressed his voice and forced it into a straight line so that only Dragon could hear him. Tyrant Kuma is the undercover agent you plan to place in the world government, right? Dragon's expression changed. This was his next move. How could the other party know? There's also the Kamabaka Kingdom, which has joined your revolution army. It's one of the largest strongholds of your revolutionaries. Am I right? Dragon's heart raced, and his sharp eyes flickered with uncertainty. The country of transvestites had remained hidden for years. How could the other party know? These were all secrets within the Revolutionary Army. Could there be a traitor among the top leaders? Don't blame Dragon for thinking this way. The news Lynch shared was even more shocking than the last. Dragon's mind raced, trying to figure out who the traitor might be. Then, one by one, Lynch named several important strongholds of the Revolutionary Army. If these strongholds were attacked, the damage to the revolutionaries would be devastating, starting with Kamabaka Kingdom Boom. Dragon's eyes widened in anger, and a powerful murderous aura surrounded Lynch. These secrets could never be known by the world government. At that moment, Dragon's hatred for Lynch became palpable. His murderous aura seemed to take form, turning into strong winds that tore apart the tent and snapped the trees outside one by one. Dragon-san! Dragon-san! Tyrant Kuma, Sabo, and Koala rushed in together. Sabo was shocked when he saw Dragon's furious expression. What did they say to make Master Dragon this angry? Dragon, you think I want to leave? Can you stop me? Once we fight, all your men will die. Calm down. I have no intention of becoming an enemy of the Revolutionary Army. After the rage, Dragon began to calm down. Lynch was right. If the Admiral wanted to leave, there was nothing he could do to stop him. The only option now was to reach an understanding with Lynch and stabilize the situation. It doesn't matter. You all leave first, Dragon said coldly, dismissing everyone. What do you want? Dragon asked, his expression dark. Dragon had wanted to blackmail the other party, but things had taken an unexpected turn. I told you, I have no intention of becoming an enemy of the Revolutionary Army. As long as you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you. What the Empire needed now was time to develop. Once the 5 kingdoms were fully integrated, they could unify the West Blue quickly. This was Lynch's main goal. Apart from this, he really didn't want to confront the revolutionaries. It's fine to let them fight dog-eat-dog with the world government. The so-called enemy of your enemy is your friend. Furthermore, the Revolutionary Army was so poor that there really wasn't anything he could fancy. By the time Dragon finishes moving the places he mentioned little by little, he will probably have unified West Blue. At that point, he would no longer be afraid of Dragon's threats. What's more, in his hand, he still held Dragon's weak spot,